I was in the middle of washing dishes from lunch when the high-pitched squealing started. I rolled my eyes at the three daughters that belonged to the Alpha and Luna, who were responsible for almost blowing my eardrums. "Oh my goddess, did you see him? He's so handsome. I hope he's my mate," said Gretchen, the middle daughter who had just turned 18 a few months ago and had been on the hunt for her mate the second she turned of age. "If I wasn't already happily mated, I would be trying to get him alone to have my way with him," purred Olive, the eldest daughter whose mate would one day become alpha of this pack, since the current Alpha and Luna didn't have any sons. While Olive was not nearly as obnoxious as Gretchen, her mate was a whole other story. Stephen had a wandering eye that unfortunately landed on me more times than I like to admit. The girls were giggling when the youngest daughter, Penelope, spoke up. "Or maybe Alpha Xander will turn out to be my mate when I turn 18 in a couple years." I scoffed and tuned the girls out. They were too obsessed with boys and mates. I knew I was destined to meet mine one day, but hoped it would happen later rather than sooner. "We have to find him. You know he's the key to us taking back the throne," said my wolf, Weather. "She's known the name of our mate since we were born, but it wasn't until we turned 18 that she started getting visions of his face and little tidbits of information about him. Of course, she withheld all she knew from me." "I don't understand why we need a mate in order to take what is rightfully ours," I retorted while internally rolling my eyes at her. "We need his pack." My eyes went wide. This is the first time she had ever given me the slightest hint into who our mate was. "So, he's an alpha?" Weather went silent after that, refusing to indulge me more. I wasn't even surprised my mate was an alpha, considering I am to be queen one day, but the chances of ever meeting him while pretending to be an omega in the Silver Moon Pack were very slim. I guess I would just have to figure out everything on my own, which I was more than okay with. Weather whimpered in my head at that thought, and I couldn't help but feel sad for her. I knew how much she wanted our mate, but we needed to take care of ourselves first. I was afraid a mate would distract me from my goal. Taking back the throne from Eric. Eric was my father's beta when he was king. My mother and father ruled the wolves for years and were damn good at it, but everything changed once I was born. Unfortunately, I ended up being their demise. "Oh, Ray," sang a feminine voice from behind me, breaking me from my depressive thoughts. I turned around to come face to face with Luna Christina. I bared my neck in submission, hating every second of it. "Once you are done with these dishes, please go to your room and freshen up to work the dinner service. We have a very important guest joining us for dinner this evening, and I want everything to be perfect for him." "Yes, Luna," I spoke in my meek omega voice. Luna Christina was not a bad person and was quite beautiful with her honey blonde hair and light brown eyes. But the way she raised her daughters to be complete brats irritated everyone who worked in the pack house. I dried my hands after placing the last dish in its spot before heading to the basement where us Omegas lived. Thankfully, we all had our own rooms, but shared a communal bathroom with each other. Looking in one of the mirrors above the sinks, I brushed my long black hair into a sleek ponytail. My ice blue eyes looked tired, surrounded by dark circles. It had been 10 years since I had a decent night's sleep where I wasn't plagued with nightmares. Watching your parents get murdered right in front of you at the age of 8 definitely took its toll. After I was dressed in my simple black dress, I made my way upstairs to help the kitchen staff prepare dinner. They were cooking an assortment of dishes that would go on the finest china this pack had. I didn't know who this Alpha Xander was, but apparently he was important for them to go all out like this. "Dinner should start soon, Ray. Can you take the champagne and start serving it to the guests before they sit down at the table?" asked Whitney, the head Omega. She was a kind woman and has worked at the pack house for over 20 years. I nodded my head and took the silver platter from the kitchen counter and made my way to the dining room, used for important dinner parties. Just as I was about to step through the door to enter, Weather started getting antsy. She was jumping around in my head, wagging her tail excitedly to the point I could start to feel pressure behind my eyes. I needed her to tone it down before anyone sensed she was within me or caused my head to explode. Weather had been hiding herself for the last 10 years, so people assumed I was a wolf less omega. No one could know how strong we were, so in order to keep Weather a secret, she suppressed herself. The only time she could come forward with me was when we were in the middle of the forest training and all alone. Weather, what is going on? You need to settle down before you accidentally let yourself show. I know I'm sorry. That was all I got from her. Not even an explanation. I was used to Weather being secretive with me because I knew eventually she would let me know what was going on when the time was right. So I just let it go and pushed through the door once she calmed herself down. I could still feel excitement from her, but she was doing a good job of not letting herself get out of hand. As soon as I entered the dining room, I held the tray with glasses up and smiled before making my way around the room. The Beta and Gamma families were all here with the Alpha family currently in a circle talking. I made my way to each of them, offering a glass of champagne, all while making sure I didn't make too much eye contact. The closer I got to Alpha David, the more antsy Weather became. I had no idea what was going on with her, but I was 2 seconds from telling her to calm the fuck down before she blew our cover. 10 years we had managed to convince everyone we were a wolf less omega, and I refused for today to be the day all our hard work was thrown out the window. After handing Alpha David his glass, I turned to the man on his right, whom I assumed was the guest of honor tonight, and went to hand him a glass of champagne. Looking up, I was met with the most beautiful silver eyes rimmed with long, thick lashes that most girls would kill for. I roamed the rest of his face and felt my heart skip a beat. He was easily the most good-looking man I had ever seen. He had light stubble, but it did nothing to hide his sharp jawline. His full lips were turned down as he stared at me in confusion. I wasn't sure what he was thinking or why he wasn't taking the glass from me, but at the moment, the glass in my outstretched hand was the last thing on my mind. The longer I stared, the more I felt myself drowning, locked on his silver orbs as if my life depended on it. They were sucking me in and seemed to speak to my soul on the deepest of levels, calling to a part of me I didn't know existed. I was broken from my trance as I heard someone clear their throat behind me, reminding me of where I was and who I was being. I lowered my eyes and in my meek voice asked, "Sir, would you like a glass of champagne?" The man didn't reply, but took the glass from my hands. His hand lightly grazed mine, and I swear I felt light tingles start at my fingertips and flow up my arm and down my spine. Without another word, I turned around and swiftly walked to the door leading back into the kitchen, all while trying to calm my rapidly beating heart. I shut the door and leaned my back against it, taking deep breaths. I had just about calmed my erratic heart when my wolf dropped the biggest bomb on me. "So what did you think of our mate?" No part of me wanted to come to the Silver Moon Pact today, but I knew I needed to in order for us to discuss any issues they were having that I could possibly help out with. With the current alpha planning on stepping down soon, me being the head alpha meant I needed to lend my support anywhere they needed it. Alpha David was not a bad alpha by any means, but he was worried about stepping down and letting his oldest daughter's mate take over. I couldn't blame him, though. I had met Olive's mate, Stephen, earlier and immediately got a bad vibe from him. Unfortunately, Alpha David didn't have any sons, so his only option was Stephen, since his other 2 daughters were either too young or hadn't found their mate yet. I could tell Alpha David was hoping his middle daughter, Gretchen, would be my mate, but thankfully the goddess was still looking out for me, even though at 25, I had yet to meet the one woman made for me. Storm, my wolf, whimpered in my head, upset over the fact we hadn't met her yet. Trust me, Storm, I can't wait to meet her either. I was in the pack house's formal dining room, surrounded by the Alpha's family, along with their Beta and Gamma's families, just having small talk until dinner began. After dinner, I planned on approaching David right away to get this meeting along, so I could return home as soon as possible. I was trying my best to listen to Alpha David and Beta Silas tell me a story when I felt a shiver run up the length of my spine, followed by a strong presence. I turned and looked down, only to meet the most stunning ice blue eyes I had ever seen. I was mesmerized, the rest of the room fading away into nothing as I drowned in a sea of crystal ice. I scanned the rest of her face, feeling my breath hitch as I took her all in. Her hair was the color of night, long and silky smooth, with the same colored lashes surrounding those eyes I couldn't look away from. She was beautiful with her heart-shaped face, full lips, high cheekbones, and creamy skin. The sound of Alpha David clearing his throat broke us from our trance. He probably thought the Omega was bothering me when the truth was, I couldn't stop myself from staring. I heard her soft voice ask me if I wanted the champagne, and I took it, but not before lightly grazing my hand against hers. My breath got caught in my throat when I felt light tingles spread across my hand. She tensed like she felt it as well before turning on her heels and quickly walking back to the door she came through. "Storm, is she our mate?" I asked my wolf. "I don't know," he replied sadly. "I didn't sense a wolf in her." My shoulders sagged at the realization. The girl looked to be around 18 years old, and if she didn't have a wolf yet, she probably would remain wolfless for the rest of her life. Plus, I was a very strong alpha, so the chances of me being paired up with an omega were slim to none. But no matter how much I tried to tell myself she wasn't mine, I couldn't stop thinking about her and picturing her blue eyes every time I closed mine. "Sorry about that, Alpha Xander. Ray is one of our more awkward omegas, considering she doesn't have a wolf," said David. "Has she never had a wolf, or did something happen to it?" I asked, wanting to know more about the omega he just called Ray. "As far as we know, she's never had one. She came here about 10 years ago without any parents, stating they were killed in a rogue attack, and she had nowhere else to go. We planned to just take her in until her wolf surfaced, but it never did, so we just let her stay here. She's been working in the pack house ever since." I nodded my head, not wanting to ask any more about her and give anyone the idea that I was interested in her. Dinner started shortly after, and to my disappointment, Ray didn't make another appearance the remainder of the night. Storm was also upset from not seeing her, and I knew I couldn't just leave this territory without knowing more about her. Instead of hopping into discussions after dinner, like I had originally planned, I asked for us to meet tomorrow morning, stating that having the whole day for discussions was necessary. Alpha David was kind enough to give a room to myself and the group of warriors I brought with me. Of course, he had Gretchen show us to our rooms. The female wasn't bad-looking with her strawberry blonde hair and green eyes, but ever since seeing Ray, I was having a hard time finding any female attractive. "Here is your room, Alpha. My room is just on the next floor if you need anything," purred Gretchen in a soft voice. I'm sure she was using to try to seduce me. Being the head alpha, I'd heard that tone of voice one too many times. "Thank you. I will just retire for the night then." I opened the door without another look at her and walked into the room assigned to me. She was still standing by the opening when I shut the door in her face. I had no interest in her, and even if I was willing to take a chosen mate, she would never be an option. I walked further into the room assigned to me and threw my duffel on a chair in the sitting area. The room itself was plain, but would work for the one night I agreed to stay. I decided to take a shower to help relax myself since I was feeling so tense about staying overnight in another pack while being so far away from my own. I knew my beta could handle anything if something were to come up, but it still didn't stop myself from craving the peace and serenity that being in my own pack brought me. After my shower, I retired to bed, but no matter how hard I tried to close my eyes and fall asleep, I couldn't. Storm and I both were feeling restless, so I put sweatpants on and made my way downstairs to go outside. As soon as I stepped foot out in the open air, I felt better. The scent of the forest, mixed with the light rain coming down, eased the tension from my shoulders. No longer did I feel trapped and claustrophobic in that room. I ran to the forest line before stripping my clothes and let Storm take over into his wolf form. We were running in the forest when I suddenly caught a whiff of the most amazing scent I had ever smelled. It reminded me of the forest after a fresh rain mixed with just a hint of honey, calling to my soul in a way nothing ever had before. I found myself salivating over it, and Storm immediately started heading in the direction the scent was coming from. I think I smell our mate. The rain fell down across my clammy skin, making my breaths come just a little easier. The forest around me was quiet from its usual critters, all hiding in their homes from the downpour. I could feel the weight on my chest lessen with each inhale of the earthy forest surrounding me, calming my inner turmoil. After learning that Alpha Xander was my mate, I rushed out of the pack house, telling the other Omegas I wasn't feeling well, and ran directly outside. I had felt the familiar panic coming over me, the air in my lungs getting thinner with each second spent inside, knowing the mate I wasn't ready for was just a room away. "Goddess, why me? I'm sorry," apologized Weather for the millionth time. "I shouldn't have sprung that on you like that. It's fine, Weather. I would have found out eventually." I normally would console my wolf better, but I just didn't have it in me right now. I never imagined I would meet him yet, considering my current position and standings, but apparently the goddess had other plans for me. What those plans were, I didn't have the smallest idea of what to expect. The only good thing that came out of this was that he hadn't recognized me as his mate. My life was one giant storm of a mess, but the longer I sat in the rain, the more clear my thoughts became. I was able to really think about my life and where it was taking me. I was an 18-year-old shifter princess, hiding away in a random pack, pretending to be nothing more than a wolf-less Omega. I've been hiding who I truly am my entire life. From the moment Weather and I were born, my parents kept us from everyone. My birth was never released or celebrated, and only a select few knew my mother was pregnant in the first place. They did all this to keep us safe and protected from the people who would like nothing more than to use us and our powers for their own gain. No one knew Weather and I were special. We were born under a full moon in the middle of a rainstorm when the goddess visited my parents and named me the Luna of Rain, the Queen of Storms. No one had powers like us. We controlled rain, sleet, snow, lightning, and wind. Our powers were unique and dangerous to anyone who threatened us, which unfortunately had been few too many. 10 years ago, I went from living in a palace with my royal parents, training to take over as queen one day, to having nothing within a matter of minutes, all because of some heartless, selfish traitor who desired what was never meant to be his. My throne and kingdom. I would never stop fighting for what was stolen from us. My parents died because of us, and I would do everything in my power to not have their deaths be in vain. We would make them proud. With everything I had to accomplish, where did a mate fit into all of this? My life was not only a lie, but extremely dangerous. Eric and his rogues would stop at nothing to eliminate me for good. They would do anything and hurt anyone to get to me, especially my one weakness, my mate. I could feel my mind going down a very dark rabbit hole, swallowing me into its deep depths, threatening to take me into its icy embrace and never spit me back out. It was easy to get lost in my own grief and let the dark thoughts take over, but I needed to remain strong. I needed to keep fighting. And I would. I stood up from the ground and ceased the rain within the small clearing I was in with the flick of my wrist. I couldn't sit there and wallow anymore. Self-loathing wasn't going to help. Practicing my powers would, though. I needed to focus on anything other than Alpha Xander. "Let's train Weather. Are you sure you want to do this right now? You know it takes a lot of concentration." "I'm sure." After listening and sniffing my surroundings to make sure no one was close, I summoned Weather. In no time, we were on all fours, and I was looking down at Weather's sapphire blue paws that glowed under the moonlight. Our fur always showed bits of silver when under the moon to show we were blessed by the goddess herself. The silver bits looked like raindrops were cascading down our fur, but the real beauty was when we were running, and the silver transformed into a torrential downpour. What should we train? I've been wanting to try summoning a mini tornado. That's going to take a lot of concentration and power, but I know we can manage. In the beginning, my powers were linked to my emotions, and it took a long time for me to manage my moods and feelings. By the time I was 5, I was able to summon rain with the flick of my wrist instead of it only coming when I was upset. From that day forward, I'd always had a handle on my emotions. The moon was shining high in the sky with little to no clouds, so I knew it would be a perfect night to try something advanced, knowing we could pull strength straight from the moon. I dug my paws into the earth and was just about to try to summon the wind when Weather stopped. "I hear someone," she said. She lifted her nose into the air to smell the intruder when I was hit with the most intoxicating scent. It reminded me of the air after a thunderstorm mixed with pure male musk, instantly making me salivate. At that moment, all I wanted to do was run in the direction of the scent and bury my nose in it. I was kicked out of the trance I was in when Weather started panicking in my head. "It's our mate. If we can smell him, I guarantee he can smell us. I'm going to shift back, then you need to summon the rain to wash away our scent." Less than a second later, I was back on 2 feet and hurriedly put my clothes back on. I could hear Xander coming closer, so I summoned rain before Weather retreated back into the depths of my head, where no one but me could sense her. "I thought you wanted him to know we were his mate?" I asked her. She'd been telling me we needed our mate for so long. Hiding her seemed like the last thing she'd want. "The time isn't right yet," was all she said. "Why can I smell him now, but couldn't earlier in the dining room?" "I blocked his mate's scent from you so you wouldn't freak out and run before you got the chance to see him." I rolled my eyes at her. The rain poured down around me, drenching my clothes and washing away the scent of Weather, but nothing had ever felt better. I was always the most comfortable and calm in the rain. Suddenly, I heard the bushes across from me move, and soon after, a large gray wolf stepped out of the deep woods. He was magnificent and easily one of the largest wolves I'd ever come across. His wolf was only a bit smaller than my father's was, but while Dad's wolf was midnight black, Xander's was a deep charcoal gray that reminded me of the skies during a storm. I know I should have pretended to look afraid, but I was too busy being captivated by the wolf of my mate. I shouldn't be surprised by the size of his wolf, considering he was mated to me, the rightful queen, but I still couldn't help but be amazed by him. I felt a pang in my chest when he turned around and walked back into the thick of the forest, wondering why he was leaving, but realized why when he came back in human form, wearing sweatpants a few seconds later. "Damn, our mate is hot," came Weather's voice. I wanted to scoff at her, but couldn't, because fuck was she right. Now that he wasn't dressed in his suit and didn't have a shirt on, I could get a good look at him. He had hard, chiseled muscles in all the right places that could make any girl drool, with tattoos going down each of his arms and across his chest. His defined 8-pack was glistening with the falling raindrops that fell until they reached the band of his sweatpants, just below his delicious Adonis belt. "Holy shit," was the only response I had back to her. I was fully aware I was staring and checking him out, but I found it near impossible to stop. As his dark brown hair that was cut shorter on the sides and left longer on top fell down in front of his eyes, I couldn't help but thank the goddess for giving me a god of a man as a mate. The dirty thoughts and images of him I had in my head, made by not only my wolf, but myself too, evaporated when I looked up and found a smirk sitting on his plump lips. He caught me staring at him, but to be fair, he was checking me out too. The smirk never left his lips as he asked, "What are you doing out here all alone? Don't you know the forest can be quite dangerous, especially at night?" His voice was deep and sent a jolt down my spine that gathered right between my legs, causing an unfamiliar ache in my core. I could listen to this man talk for hours. Damn mate bond. I looked into those silver eyes and wore a smirk of my own. "Don't worry, I can take care of myself." "Is that right?" he chuckled, taking a few steps towards me. Goddess, even the sound of his laugh was beautiful. I propped my hands on my waist and cocked a hip out. Well, that was until the big bad wolf decided to make an appearance. I knew I shouldn't be flirting with him, but I just couldn't help myself. "The real question is, what are you doing out here?" I watched his silver eyes start to glow, letting me know his wolf was present. I thought I smelled something. It led me to this spot, but now the scent is gone. He smelled my wolf and me. He smelled the mate bond. Any normal girl would have told him he was their mate, but my life was far from normal. It was only a matter of time before my life turned dangerous, and having a mate was something I didn't think would be good for me. A mate would be a distraction and just one more person to be used against me. Didn't mean I couldn't have some fun with him in the meantime. He would probably leave tomorrow after his dealings with Alpha David. And then I wouldn't see him again until fate decided to bring us back together. I could have sworn I smelled my mate earlier, but after reaching the spot the scent was coming from, it disappeared. I wondered if my nose was playing tricks on me. But how do you make up a scent so breathtaking in your head? Running into Ray in the same spot I could have sworn the scent was coming from was a pleasant surprise, although it just raised more questions in my head. Was it her giving off that intoxicating scent? But standing here in front of her, I couldn't smell anything except the rain lightly coming down around us and the earthy scent of the forest. Storm, could she be hiding her wolf? Storm grunted in frustration. Impossible. The idea that I made the scent up in my head was becoming more likely. Now that it was just Ray and me in the forest alone, I was able to take her in without anyone else around. She was stunning, even soaked with water from the rain. Her midnight black hair was stuck to parts of her face and neck, while her crystal blue eyes were sparkling under the moonlight. She looked like a real-life goddess, a soaked one, but a goddess nonetheless. I took a few steps towards her, wanting to see her face closer up, and I was not disappointed. She was by far the most breathtaking woman I had ever seen. I was blown away. Since I told you why I'm out here, it's your turn. I knew she wasn't out here causing trouble, but I was also curious as to why a young girl who had no wolf was out here in the middle of the deep forest by herself. She shrugged nonchalantly. Training. If she was lying, she was very good at hiding it. Training? I questioned. I wasn't aware that Omegas were allowed to train in this pack. A sad look crossed her face, and I immediately felt guilty for just calling her an Omega. I knew that's what she was, but I'm sure it was upsetting for her to not have gotten a wolf. They aren't, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't be able to defend myself. I wasn't kidding when I said that I can take care of myself. The look of sadness that was on her face was replaced with a look of defiance and determination. She was nothing like the meek young Omega I saw in the dining room earlier. The girl standing before me now was radiating strength and confidence, and damn was it a turn-on. I stretched my arms over my head and turned my head side to side to crack it. All right, let's see what you got. If I thought she was going to look scared and second-guess her words, I was wrong. If anything, she smiled, like this is what she'd been waiting for all night and couldn't wait to put me in my place. She had no idea who she was messing with. Not only was I a strong alpha, but I was head alpha, and you don't earn that title by being weak. She stretched her arms in front of her and nodded. I thought she'd go into a fighting stance, but instead she just stood there expectantly, waiting for me to make the first move. I planned on taking it easy on her, considering she was pretty much human, but a part of me wanted to see what she was made of. I moved in front of her in a flash and aimed a punch at her right shoulder, light enough to not hurt her, but fast enough for her not to see it coming. What I wasn't expecting was her side stepping out of the way before my fist could even come close to touching her. Is that the best you got, Alpha? She taunted, a mischievous smile on those full lips and a glint in her icy eyes. Fine. If she wanted to play like this, then sure, let's play. I turned around and aimed to grab her shoulders, but once again, she moved out of the way in the blink of an eye. Honestly, I wasn't even coming close to touching her. If I thought I was fast, she was like lightning. I started throwing punch after punch at her, but every single time, she deflected it. I couldn't land a single hit on her. While I was growing frustrated, she seemed completely at ease. Pretty soon, I became a blur of fists and kicks, but no matter how hard I tried or how fast I moved, I couldn't touch her. She was like a ghost, disappearing and reappearing. After what felt like forever, I managed to snake my hand out and grab her by the throat. Not enough to cut off her airways, but enough to show her who the alpha was. What I wasn't expecting were the tingles that ran from my hand and up my arm. They were mesmerizing, and I couldn't stop myself from gasping. Looking into her eyes, the forest and everything around us just disappeared like it did in the dining room. I noticed her crystal blue orbs were wide, like she was shocked by the same tingles. This is the second time I've been completely captivated by her. I knew I shouldn't let this keep happening, but it was like I had no control over myself when she was near. Soon, I began to smell her arousal, and I heard Storm growl in my head so strong that I began to growl out loud. I could feel my eyes flash bright silver as Storm tried to make his way present with me. He was overcome with the sweet scent that had a direct line to my cock, making it twitch and come alive. Before I could move toward her lips, having zero control over my body anymore, she quickly brought her arms down and forcefully escaped from my grasp. If I was in the right mind, there's no way she could have gotten out of my hold, but since I was so distracted by the look and smell of her, she caught me off guard. I shook my head to rid myself of the dirty thoughts that were conjuring in my brain and went back to focus on the task at hand. I reached to grab her again, but like every other time before, she was just too damn fast. Not once did she try to land a hit on me, almost like she was testing me to see how I would fare against her. We went on like this for a while, and soon we were both getting tired and out of breath. Finally, I saw her roll her eyes just as I sent another hit her way. This time when she dodged, she grabbed my arm, twisted, and threw me over her shoulder before I even had a chance to move. I hit the ground hard, harder than I was expecting, and looked up to see her leaning over me, eyes dancing with happiness. "Oops, hope I didn't hurt you," she giggled. "How the fuck?" I managed to rasp out. The girl was probably 120 pounds and just flipped me over her shoulder like I was a rag doll. I mistakenly underestimated her. Don't feel bad. People always like to doubt the little wolf less omega. If it makes you feel any better, I knew you weren't giving me your all. She reached her hand down to help me up. I grasped it and was once again surprised by how strong she was. Definitely underestimated her. "Well, you had no problem making me eat my words for calling you an omega," she shrugged. "It's no big deal. I mean, that's what I am. I know, but I still shouldn't have doubted you or made you feel insignificant because of it." Aw, is the big bad alpha apologizing? I'll have to remember to write that in my diary tonight. Her eyes were twinkling with laughter, and I once again was blown away at the difference between this girl and the one from this evening. If I thought she was beautiful earlier, seeing this side of her just made her even more attractive. She was fun and not afraid of the fact that I was an alpha. It was a breath of fresh air. I was so used to people treating me differently because they were scared of upsetting me that seeing someone treat me like any other person was nice. I felt like I could be my real self instead of the ruthless, serious head alpha I always had to be. "How are you so fast?" I asked her, amazed. "It was nearly impossible to get a hold on you." "I told you, Alpha, just because I'm wolfless doesn't mean I have to be weak and useless. If something were to happen, why should I just sit on the sidelines and have everyone else fight my battles for me when I can do it myself?" "She's amazing," Storm said in utter awe of her. "Honestly, Storm, I don't think we can leave here without her." "I agree. There's just something about her that is so different from the rest of the females we've ever met. She might not have a wolf, but she's strong and confident. She really is." "Is the big bad alpha wolf scolding you for getting your ass kicked by a little omega?" came Ray's voice, making me come back to the present. She must have noticed my eyes glazed over, speaking with my wolf. I chuckled. "Actually, he just keeps raving about how amazing you are." Her eyes lit up. "Can you bring him back out? I never really get to associate with the other wolves." She asked, but then all of a sudden she tensed, and her eyes turned down towards her feet before tilting her neck in submission. "I'm sorry, Alpha Xander. I seem to have forgotten my manners. I never should have thrown you over my shoulder or spoken to you the way I have. Please forgive me." I was taken aback by her words. While it's true that I never would have let another person speak to me the way she has, I still was in no way offended by it. I placed my finger under her chin, once again feeling those faint tingles, and lifted her eyes to meet mine. All I wanted to do at that moment was lower my lips down to meet hers, but knew I had to keep myself in check. "Don't ever look down or apologize to me like that again. I was the one who suggested sparring, and tonight you have been nothing but a breath of fresh air for me." She cocked her head to the side and looked at me questioningly. "Every day, I am treated like the head alpha that I am, but tonight, you have made me feel like any other person, like the person I was before all this responsibility came on to me, and for that, please don't ever apologize. I have enjoyed every second spent with you this evening. Understood?" She looked deeply into my eyes before breathlessly whispering, "Yes, Alpha Xander." The way she said my name made shivers run down my spine and blood flow south. I immediately got the image of her on her back with me slamming into her while she screamed my name over and over again in ecstasy. I started to feel myself getting harder. I really wanted her. All of her. Before I could stop myself, I started to lean in, wanting to feel her lips on mine. By the look in her eyes, I knew she wanted the same thing. Her crystal blue eyes slowly closed as she moved closer to me. Laying my own mate out onto the muddy ground was definitely the highlight of my night. To be fair, I knew he wasn't giving me even half his strength, but I still enjoyed every second of it. I also may have cheated a little bit by summoning wind to help me move faster. I used just enough where he wouldn't notice, but would give me the slight edge against him. The wind definitely helped with throwing him over my shoulder. Even with how strong Weather and I were, throwing a 6'4" very muscular man around was no easy feat. When he wrapped his hand around my throat earlier and I felt those tingles, my body responded all on its own. The throb in my core pulsated, and it didn't take long for the scent of my arousal to fill the clearing. While being queen of all wolves was in my blood and soul, the idea of my own mate dominating me brought out a side of myself I didn't recognize. He was pure alpha, and that part of him had a direct line to the spot between my legs that seemed to only recently come alive. It was all too easy to forget the part I was playing when I was around him. I felt like myself, like the part of me I thought had long ago died. I've been playing a certain part and acting a certain way for so long, I wasn't sure who I was anymore. There hasn't been a single person in the past 10 years of my life I didn't have to fake it for, and the realization of that was crushing. When he tilted my chin up and told me I helped remind him as before life and responsibility fell onto his shoulders, I felt that. I felt that so much. I could see him becoming that person for me too, a person that could help me find out who I truly was. A very large part of me wanted to throw all inhibitions out the window and just give in to the mate bond, to the feelings only he seemed to ignite inside of me, and send him with a parting gift before he left tomorrow. But I felt it would only leave me more broken inside. The royal bloodline always found their fated mate, so I knew fate would bring us together again someday. I only hoped it was after everything I needed to do was over and done with, and we could fall into each other's arms like mates do. As much as I wanted him to kiss me, I knew I couldn't let it happen. It took everything out of me to take a step back from him, all while my body was screaming for his touch, his kiss. It's getting late. I should probably head to bed. Luna Christina would not be happy if I looked like the Walking Dead for breakfast tomorrow. It physically hurt to say those words. Xander blinked like he was coming out of a trance and gave me a small nod. "Let's get you to bed." The walk back was quiet as we were both deep in thought. He was probably wondering why he reacted the way he did towards an Omega who wasn't even his mate, having no idea the mate bond was already at play between us. I led us out of the forest and to the front door of the pack house. "Would you mind showing me to my room? I can't seem to remember where it is." I looked up at Xander and noticed the mischievous look in his eyes he tried but failed to hide before I saw. Ugh, this man. "Of course, Alpha Xander. Follow me." Despite how badly I needed to get away from him, I couldn't refuse. It would be incredibly disrespectful, even knowing he could easily find his room. Not only was it only up one flight of stairs to the second floor, but his alpha nose could lead him back, no problem. He followed close behind me as we made our way to the second floor where the quest rooms were located. I actually had no clue which room was his, but used my nose to guide me. After I found which room smelled the most like him, I turned around and lowered my head. Here is your room, Alpha Xander. Breakfast will be ready at 7 tomorrow morning. I was staring down at my shoes when I felt his finger lift my chin up to face him. His silver eyes were locked on my own, and his lips turned down in a frown. What did I say about you looking down around me? I want you to show me those beautiful blue eyes. He took a step closer, and my breath caught at the close proximity of us. Our bodies were inches from each other, and every inch between us was agonizing. His scent surrounded me, while my soul screamed for me to close the distance and become one with him, a feeling that was becoming harder to ignore. My apologies, Alpha. I'll try to remember from now on. My voice came out breathless, showing him the effect he had on me. This was a very dangerous game we were playing. One, I didn't know if either of us could win. His lips turned up in a smirk. Good girl. Those two simple words sent a jolt down my spine, all the way to my toes, that settled right in my core. I felt myself clench my thighs together in order to stop the smell of my arousal from perfuming the air. Goddess, how could one man be this incredibly sexy? It wasn't fair. No man in my 18 years of life had ever made me feel this way. It was as thrilling as it was terrifying. His hand moved from my chin to cup the side of my face, bringing those tantalizing sparks. If they felt this amazing without the bond clicked into place, I could only imagine how they'd feel once it did. They were becoming addicting. Good night. Before I got the chance to respond, he leaned down and pressed his lips to my forehead. With one last smirk, he turned and went into his room, leaving me absolutely stunned. I managed to pull myself together and make my way to the basement, all while my heart continued to hammer away in my chest. Ugh, isn't he just so dreamy? Came Weather. Girl, where the hell have you been? Weather had been suspiciously quiet the whole time I was with Xander, which was so unlike her. She definitely was a chatty thing. I can't believe I didn't even notice she wasn't giving me her usual commentary. I wanted to give you some time with our mate without my influence. Not like it mattered, considering he's already won you over. She boasted, tossing me a wink. You know, it's just the mate bond, Weather. A mate bond he isn't even aware of. She had the audacity to roll her eyes at me. Yet he still managed to be quite taken with us. I could feel her preening in my head over the fact our mate kissed us on the forehead. I hated to rain on her parade, but I had no choice. It doesn't matter what he's feeling. He'll be gone tomorrow. Weather went back to being quiet after that. The fact he was leaving after his dealings with Alpha David hurt me too, but what could I possibly do? Ask him to take us with him? There's no way. It's also not like I could just magically pretend I got my wolf tomorrow and let him recognize me as his mate. I barely knew him, and I was the furthest thing from a normal she-wolf. My life was extremely dangerous, and wrapping him up in it wasn't an option. I refused to let him get involved and most likely hurt. Eric would tear apart anyone and anything to get his hands on me. Xander didn't deserve that. I made my way back to the basement and into the little bedroom assigned to me. It was plain with just a bed, dresser, and mirror, but it was all I needed. Luxuries were the last thing I cared about. My survival was my only priority. I changed into a simple pair of shorts and t-shirt and crawled onto the lumpy mattress. Even if I were lucky enough to sleep on a pile of feathers, it would make no difference. I'd still wake up in the middle of the night, sweating and screaming from whichever nightmare decided to visit me that night. I fell asleep with silver eyes on my mind. Blood, smoke, screams. That's what surrounded me. Everywhere I turned, all I could see, all I could hear. Run, Raina. Use your powers and run. You are the future of our kind, and you must make it out of this alive. The soft voice that whispered in my mind haunted my every dream. Through my tears, I could see my beautiful mother with her silver blonde hair and bright blue eyes that were the same shade as mine. Her eyes shone no fear, even with a silver blade at her throat, ready to slice at any second. My father was in front of her on his knees, begging and pleading with his beta to order the scarred rogue from murdering his mate. His pleas fell on deaf ears. With a nod from Eric, the rogue wore a sick smirk as he dragged the blade across her throat, leaving my mother to bleed out in front of my father and I. I'll never forget the scream that left my father's throat. It was pure agony at the loss of his mate, his queen. My father was already weak from the wolfsbane Eric had slipped him during their evening cocktails. His wolf was suppressed, rendering him completely at the mercy of his once trusted beta and team of rogues. My arms were being held behind my back by a different rogue. All I could smell was the rotten stench coming off him and the smoke that filled the air. "Your kingdom will be mine, Rion. With your death, I will be king," he sneered down at my father's broken form. "And when I take this kingdom, I will take your daughter." No. With the little strength he had left, my father stood on his 2 feet and aimed to kill the man he once trusted with his life. Except it wasn't enough. All I heard were my screams. As Eric plunged a silver dagger through the heart of the man I looked up to most in life, the man who was my hero. As my screams grew louder, my body began to vibrate, electricity thrumming through every fiber of my being. I heard the rogue behind me swear and let go of my arms as he got electrocuted. I could feel my entire body buzzing like I had just touched a live wire. I'd always known I could control the weather, but this was on a whole other level. The energy in my body kept growing to the point I thought I was going to explode. Just as I was about to unleash hell in the form of lightning bolts, I sat up gasping in bed. That particular nightmare chose to visit me at least once a week. No matter how many times that memory came to haunt me, it always seemed to leave me a sweaty and breathless mess. At least this time I didn't wake up screaming. I slid out of bed and made my way to the dusty mirror in my room and gasped out loud. My skin was paler than usual, ice blue eyes blown wide and bloodshot. My long, raven black hair was sticking to my face and neck with sweat. Reaching up to calm my unruly hair, I noticed my hands were shaking. The clock on my dresser read 5 in the morning. I was grateful I managed to at least sleep the whole night. Not like anyone would be able to tell, considering my appearance. I made my way to the communal bathroom and hopped in the shower. The cool water felt good against my clammy skin, relieving some of my nightmare aftershock. I quickly washed my hair and body before wrapping myself in a towel and making my way over to the sinks. The mirror in front of me showed how tired I looked. While my body felt better, it did nothing to help my pale skin, dark circles, and bloodshot eyes. Thank goddess I was on cleaning duty today, so I didn't have to worry about running into anyone. I made my way back to my tiny bedroom and got dressed, thinking I'll help the cooks out with breakfast before everyone wakes up and I can begin my cleaning. After dressing in a pair of black leggings and a long-sleeved black shirt, I made my way out of the basement and up the stairs to the main floor. I entered the kitchen and could already smell the biscuits and pastries Whitney was currently baking. The scent of homemade cinnamon rolls and chocolate croissants caused my stomach to rumble, reminding me I hadn't eaten since yesterday afternoon. It must have been loud because Whitney walked over to me with a small smile and handed me an apple Danish. "Here, dear, this should hold you over until breakfast is finished." I gave her a grateful smile and in a very unladylike way, stuffed my face with the Danish. Goddess, the woman could bake. After finishing my breakfast, I set to pulling out dishes for the food to be served on. I laid everything out on the large island for the cooks to transfer the food to, once it was done cooking, and got to work making the juices. All 3 of the girls insisted on freshly squeezed orange and mango juice every morning. Once the juices were squeezed and put into their individual carafes, I started the coffee maker. Alpha David and Beta Silas required lots of coffee in the morning. I wondered if Xander would prefer coffee or juice. My heart squeezed remembering my night with him. I hated to admit it, but the thought of him leaving here crushed me. I knew as soon as he walked out those front doors, it was going to feel like the other half of my soul had left. My thoughts of Xander were quickly squashed when I heard my name being called. "Ray, can you come here for a second?" I turned around at the sound of Gretchen's voice. She rarely spoke to me, so I could only imagine what this was about. I followed her out the kitchen doors and into the quiet hallway. I tipped my head at her and asked, "What can I do for you, Miss Gretchen?" "What were you doing out with Alpha Xander last night?" I tilted my head in confusion. How did she know? Don't even try to play dumb. "The guards told me you 2 came in from outside together late last night." she sneered, crossing her arms to come off as intimidating. The poor girl had no clue who she was messing with. Not a single person on this planet intimidated me. I ran into the alpha while I was taking a walk outside for some fresh air, and he asked me to show him back to his bedroom. That is all. Gretchen was a pretty girl with her strawberry blonde hair and green eyes, but the way she carried herself and acted threw her good looks out the window. She'd been pampered her whole life, and this conversation just showed how spoiled she really was. Her bright green eyes darkened, and if looks could kill, I'd be dead on the floor. That better be all that happened. If I find out you lied to me, there will be hell to pay. Alpha Xander is mine. She looked down her slim nose at me and scoffed. What would a strong, handsome alpha like Alpha Xander want with a lowly wolf less omega like you? I could feel Weather's hackles raise. Uh-oh. Who the fuck does this little brat think she is? I'll show her fucking wolf less when I rip that hair she loves so much from her head. Once Weather got going, it was near impossible to get her to calm down, and this brat of a she-wolf just tried to lay claim to her mate. Gretchen should be thanking the goddess I was in control right now and not my bloodthirsty wolf. Giving her a tight-lipped smile, I said, I understand, Miss Gretchen. What I really wanted to tell her was to back the fuck off my mate before I zapped her with lightning, but unfortunately, that wasn't an option. I couldn't count the number of times someone in this pack tried to tear me down by bringing up me being wolfless. Dumb fuckers had no idea they were disrespecting their queen. It's okay. One day they'd realize, and I'd be too busy sitting on my throne to give a fuck. With a flip of her hair, Gretchen turned and strutted into the dining room. I couldn't contain my eye roll as I went back into the kitchen. I planned on helping finish plating breakfast before heading to the second floor to start cleaning the guest rooms. I could really use the peace and quiet right now. Of course, nothing could ever go as planned. Hey, Ray, can you take out the juice and coffee before you leave? As much as I wished I could deny Whitney, I wouldn't. She was a sweet person and always treated me well. As soon as I brought out the carafes, I could go clean and be left alone with my thoughts. I'd been trying so hard to keep my thoughts from drifting to Xander. The part of me that wanted to just go and hide was afraid to see him again, knowing he was leaving today. I kept telling myself it was for the best. As soon as he left, I could go back to focusing on my training to get stronger and my plan to take back my kingdom. I needed to stick to my goals, and there was no bigger distraction than him. As soon as I opened the door to enter the dining room, I ran right into a wall that just so happened to have arms that reached out to steady me before I fell right on my ass. The familiar feel of tingles let me know exactly who those arms belonged to. Turns out I didn't run into an actual wall. Nope, just my mountain man of a mate. Well, good morning to you too, he said, eyes twinkling with laughter. I readjusted the carafes in my arms and bowed my head. Good morning, Alpha Xander. He looked beyond delicious in his black slacks that hugged his muscular thighs and white button-down shirt he had rolled up to his elbows to show off the art running down each of his arms. Art I wanted to run my fingers over and memorize each line and detail of. Goddess, it was too early for those kinds of thoughts. The smile on his face quickly turned into a frown. Are you okay? When I cocked my head questioningly, he continued, Your eyes are all bloodshot? Did something happen? I'd completely forgotten about my haggard appearance with this morning's excitement. Now I was wishing I would have put a little bit more effort in by using some concealer to hide the dark circles. Unfortunately, there was nothing I could do about my eyes. Yes, Alpha Xander, everything's all right. Just a bad night of sleep is all. Behind Xander's shoulder, I could see Gretchen giving me a death glare. Great. He looked like he didn't buy my excuse, but chose to let it go, which I was thankful for. This wasn't a conversation I wanted to have in front of all the top-ranked wolves. If you'd like to take your seat, breakfast will be served shortly. He gave me a small nod and with one last look, turned and made his way to the dining table. I quickly deposited the carafes of juice and coffee and made my way back to the kitchen. After checking with Whitney that she didn't need me to do anything else, I gathered the cleaning supplies and made my way to the second floor. I lost myself in cleaning. This was one job I didn't mind doing. While I enjoyed cooking, the hustle and bustle of the kitchen could be too much for me sometimes. I constantly had a lot on my mind, and being left alone in solitude was the only way to get my thoughts in order. Today, cleaning was serving as a very welcome distraction. I refused to let myself dwell on the thought that the last time I'd see Xander was him asking if I was okay and me brushing him off. Goddess, what kind of mate was I? The kind that hides my true identity and lets him walk away. In my 18 years of life, I never wanted to be someone else. Not until this moment did I ever wish I was a normal girl who met her mate and lived happily ever after. A girl who could become his Luna. Except I wasn't meant to be Luna. I was meant to be Queen. My title wasn't something I could give up, even if I wanted to. I had successfully cleaned 3 rooms before I found myself outside the room Xander had slept in last night. Opening the door, I was overwhelmed with the smell of him. All I wanted was to roll around in his bed and bathe in his scent. Don't judge me. Weather was practically salivating in my head, not that I blamed her. The man looked and smelled absolutely divine. I was just about to strip the sheets off when Beta Silas entered the room. I turned and lowered my head in respect. The Alpha is asking for you. Uh-oh, what did I do now? I slept horribly last night. Every time I closed my eyes, all I could see were her big blue ones looking back at me. The look on her face after I kissed her forehead will forever be imprinted in my brain. Her big eyes grew even larger, and the blush that coated her cheeks was beautiful. She looked so innocent at that moment. I desperately hoped she would be working in the dining room for breakfast this morning so I could see her. Storm and I came up with a plan last night about what we were going to do to get her and hoped it went off without a hitch. Alpha David was so desperate for my help I knew he wouldn't refuse me. Being head alpha, not many refused me anything. I got my wish when I was making my way to the kitchen to get Luna Christina another glass after she found a chip in hers. I was obviously using that as an excuse to go and see Ray, when the very girl I'd been thinking about all night and all morning ran right into me. She was so tiny it felt like a child bouncing off me. I quickly steadied her before she fell and lost the carafes of coffee and juice she had in her arms. "Well, good morning to you too," I said, trying to hide my laughter at the shocked look on her face. She clearly hadn't anticipated someone being on the other side of the door. She quickly lowered her head to me in greeting. "Good morning, Alpha Xander." I was so happy to see her. I almost missed the dark circles and redness in her eyes. While it didn't look like she had been crying, something was clearly the matter. "Are you okay?" When she cocked her head questioningly, I continued. "Your eyes are all bloodshot. Did something happen?" The idea of something happening to her made us want to tear the world apart. I wasn't sure what it was about her that made Storm and I react this way, but I wasn't going to put too much thought into it. We couldn't help the way we felt this intense draw to her. It was like my soul recognized her. "Yes, Alpha Xander. Everything's all right. Just a bad night of sleep is all. If you'd like to take your seat, breakfast will be served shortly." That blush was back on her cheeks, and all I wanted to do was run my finger over it. Now that we weren't outside in the rain, I could actually smell her now. She smelled amazing, floral with a hint of something sweet. I wonder if she tasted as sweet as she smelled. I better stop those thoughts before my cock decides to stand at attention. While I didn't believe her excuse, I wasn't going to push the issue in front of all the ranked families. It also didn't help that I could feel daggers glaring into my back. Fucking Gretchen needed to learn her place before I showed her just where she stood with me. I definitely didn't appreciate her showing up to my door this morning in nothing but a robe to inform me of what time breakfast was. I gave her a slight nod and with one last look, turned and headed to my chair that unfortunately was next to Gretchen's. Not by my choice, of course. If it were up to me, she'd be eating on the floor. I felt a hand on my forearm and looked to my right to see Gretchen's face leaning way too close to mine. "Did you happen to get Mother's glass?" I'd completely forgotten my excuse to enter the kitchens and see Ray. "I forgot it. I'm sure one of the servers can grab her one," I said before peeling her hand off my arm. I didn't like being touched without my permission and wouldn't tolerate it a second time. I heard her huff before rolling her eyes. I saw Ray, the wolfless Omega, bothering you over there. Don't worry, I'll make sure she doesn't trouble you again. The way she emphasized wolfless Omega just sparked even more anger towards her. This little girl didn't want to see what happened when I got angry. I fixed her with a glare that had her squirming in her seat and eyes filled with fear. You will do no such thing. You also will not touch me again. Yes, head alpha. She managed to keep her hands to herself through the rest of breakfast. Once everyone finished eating, I followed Alpha David to his office. A few of my warriors stood outside the door while David, Beta Silas, and myself went inside to begin discussions. I took a seat across from his desk and placed my foot on my knee. So, Alpha David, what can I do to help you with your situation? He looked tired. I knew he was itching to retire but was holding on due to his eldest daughter's mate. I couldn't blame him for being nervous about handing the pack over to Stephen. I'd met Stephen and Olive yesterday afternoon for a brief meeting and could understand why he was reluctant to retire. Olive seemed like a decent girl, but you could tell she'd been pampered and spoiled without ever having to work a day in her life. The only thing that mattered to her was the title of Luna. Stephen, on the other hand, was a real piece of work. He was incredibly immature and had no idea how to run a pack. Not only did he take everything as a joke, but also gave off some very creepy vibes. I'd bet my life that he had a wandering eye. If it weren't for the fact that mates could feel infidelity, I knew he'd be out whoring around. Disgusting. While I was no saint myself and have had my fair share of sexual partners, the thought of cheating on one's mate made me sick. As you know, Olive and Stephen are pushing for me to hand over the pack to them. While I am more than ready to retire and spend some much-needed time with my mate, I just don't feel like they are ready. I nodded. I agree. It's not so much Olive I'm worried about, but Stephen. I've been trying to show him the ropes and give him an idea about what running a pack is like, but he just isn't taking it as seriously as I'd like. David ran his hands through his strawberry blonde hair that was slowly becoming gray along his temples. You could feel and see how much this was taking a toll on him. I might have a solution. I say give Olive and Stephen 3 months to really get their act together and take their future positions seriously. They need to go through training and lessons every single day. Luna Christina will teach Olive the ropes of Luna, and you will focus on Stephen, learning what it takes to really be an alpha. If you'd like, I can send a couple of my elders from my pack to come and help you with Stephen's training. Not only does he need to learn everything it takes to run a pack, but he also needs to be physically ready for it too. I'm not sure where he is with combat training, but he needs to be top tier. Being alpha is more than giving orders. He needs to be the strongest wolf here in order to defend his pack against anything. I could tell Alpha David was agreeing with everything I was saying. I didn't become head alpha for nothing. I went through rigorous training day and night to become the alpha I am today. I'd also recommend having some of my best warriors come and oversee training for those 3 months. Not only will they work with Stephen, but also make sure your warriors are in the best shape. You handing over power to your daughter's mate instead of you having a son is going to put a target on your back. Rogues and other packs might think your pack is weak and try to take it over. Alpha David's eyes went wide. I could tell he hadn't thought of that. Alpha, I think we really need to consider what Alpha Xander is offering us. My son is more than ready to take over being Beta, but as you know, he wants to wait until Stephen and Olive are ready before taking those vows. I had to give it to Beta Silas. He was a smart man and knew taking my offerings was the best chance their pack had. Having elders and warriors from the head Alpha's pack to help theirs was an offer no one could refuse. They should be thankful I'm even willing to help as much as I am. Little do they know I had ulterior motives. I agree with Beta Silas. We would be more than happy to accept your generous offer, Alpha Xander. I'm hoping giving Stephen and Olive the 3-month time frame will light a fire under their asses. What do I do if they are not ready in those 3 months, though? I shrugged my shoulders. Either wait until Gretchen finds her mate and hope he's a decent person, or give your warriors the option to challenge for the title. I could tell neither of those options sat well with him. There was no telling when Gretchen would find her mate, whom I already felt sorry for, or if he would even be fit enough for the position of alpha. I also knew he didn't want to leave his pack in the hands of someone that wasn't family. With the help of my elders and warriors, there is no reason Stephen shouldn't be ready in 3 months. My warriors are second best in the country, after the Royal Guard, and should be more than capable of whipping Stephen into a fighter worthy of your pack. I should warn you, though, my warriors and elders are no nonsense and won't take to Stephen's antics should he continue to act like an insolent child. Alpha David and Beta Silas both nodded, seemingly pleased with this. I think that is just what he needs. Before I call Stephen in here to go over everything we just discussed, I just wanted to thank you for your generosity. If there is anything I can do for you, please don't hesitate to ask. Now is my chance. I leaned back in my chair and placed both feet on the ground. Actually, there is something I would like from you. That had Alpha David's eyes lighting up. Guarantee he was hoping I was going to ask for Gretchen to become my chosen mate. Not a chance in hell, Storm growled. Not even if she was the last woman on Earth, I agreed. I'd be happy to give you whatever you want, Alpha Xander. I was hoping he'd say that. The Omega Ray, that is what I want. Neither Alpha David nor Beta Silas were expecting that. This was the plan Storm and I came up with. We'd do what we could to make Alpha David's life easier, and in exchange he would give us the blue-eyed beauty we couldn't keep our mind off of. If by some chance he refused, I'd take back my offer and take her anyway. I knew he wouldn't refuse, though. What's one Omega mean to him? Absolutely nothing. Beta Silas looked a little uncomfortable. You want the wolf less Omega Ray? I mean, there are so many better things to ask for. Don't get me wrong, she is our most beautiful Omega, but she isn't exactly good at her job. Plus, there are plenty of others that would be better suited to your needs. I cocked a brow at him. And what needs do you think I have, Beta Silas? I could see him physically gulp. Let's hope he thinks his next words carefully before he ends up on the wrong side of my anger. Well, I'm sure you know it's no secret that there are Omegas out there that will cater to some of the unmated warriors' sexual needs. I just wanted you to know that Ray is not one of them. While many of the warriors have shown interest in her, she has never once returned it. Well, that definitely made my wolf and I happy. I had a feeling she wasn't like that. With the way she seemed to keep to herself and the air of innocence she gave off, I knew she wasn't the type to hand out her body. That doesn't matter. Those are my terms. If you give me her, you will get my help. Alpha David and Beta Silas shared a look, no doubt speaking through the mind link. I didn't particularly care what they were saying or what they thought. Those were my terms, and I wasn't changing them. Storm and I refused to leave here without her. Storm seemed to think if we brought her to our pack and got her training with the warriors, her wolf might make an appearance. I know she said she'd been training by herself, but actually sparring against other people would be good for her. She'd been stuck in this pack for the past 10 years, and I knew she was destined for more. You have yourself a deal, Alpha Xander. Alpha David and myself both stood to shake hands over his desk. Beta Silas will go get her so we can tell her the news. Go get her? I cocked my head in confusion. Can't you just mind link her? Even my wolf-less pack members are able to mind link as long as they are part of the pack. Alpha David gave me a sheepish look. She actually isn't part of the pack. We tried to induct her when she came here 10 years ago, but for some reason it wouldn't take. We tried again when she turned 18, but the same thing happened. I've never heard of something like that happening. Storm and I were both confused by this revelation. Someone not being able to be inducted into a pack? That was unheard of. Me either, but I always figured it was due to her not having her wolf, which doesn't make much sense, but honestly, we never looked into it and just let it go. While she isn't the best Omega, she is a sweet and harmless girl. She has never caused us any trouble outside of accidentally setting the clothes dryer on fire and flooding a couple bathrooms. I had to hold back my laughter. How someone accidentally set a dryer on fire was beyond me, but I knew one thing. Having her in my pack was going to be interesting. I'd already seen a small amount of her Spitfire attitude, and I knew getting her out of here was going to bring out the best in her. She wouldn't have to keep being a meek Omega anymore. Beta Silas had left to go get Ray, while Alpha David and I waited for Stephen to get here. He had mind-linked him a few minutes ago, so we just went over some details while waiting for him. 5 minutes later, Stephen made his appearance. I still couldn't believe this idiot was supposed to become Alpha. He came dressed in a t-shirt and sweatpants, which normally would be okay if he had just come from training, but we all knew that wasn't the case. "What's up, David?" Stephen greeted his Alpha while flopping down in the chair beside mine. His brown hair was messy on his head, and dull brown eyes looked bloodshot, probably from smoking weed. "Is that how you greet your Alpha? Father-in-law or not, you treat your Alpha with respect." It seems Stephen just realized I was here. He quickly straightened his posture and bowed his head in submission as my aura started to fill the room. Normally I had it reined in, but this child was already pissing me off. "I'm sorry, Alpha Xander." He apologized to me before nodding in respect to his mate's father. "Alpha David, what can I do for you?" Maybe he wasn't a lost cause after all. He quickly changed his tune once I reprimanded him. "Alpha Xander has come up with a plan regarding you and Olive taking over the pack. Since I don't feel comfortable handing it over to you two yet, Alpha Xander has agreed to send a few elders and warriors for your training. You'll have 3 months to get your act together, or else neither you or Olive will be ruling this pack." From the look on Stephen's face, I could tell he wasn't happy about this. He thought because he was mated to the Alpha's eldest daughter, he could do whatever he pleased, while being handed an entire pack to run. He's another one who probably hasn't worked a day in his life. While Stephen looked like he wanted to argue, he only nodded and said, "That is very kind of you, Alpha Xander. I will do my best to be ready in those 3 months." I fixed him with that glare that had him shaking in his shoes. "I personally don't think your best is going to cut it, but I have complete faith in my elders and warriors. I'm going to warn you now, your attitude problems will not fly with them, so I suggest getting your shit together and taking this seriously. Do not make me regret my generosity." The boy looked like he was going to piss in his pants, but held it together enough to give me a single nod. That was good enough for now. A second later, the door to the office opened to reveal Beta Silas with Ray trailing behind him. I was surprised at the lack of fear on her face, since I'm sure she wasn't used to getting called to the Alpha's office. Instead, she looked calm and collected. That was until her eyes locked on me and proceeded to fill with confusion. I stood up and offered her my chair, which she thanked me for. Her soft voice was like a caress against my skin and had all tension leaving my body. I couldn't wait to get her out of here. After taking her seat, she nodded her head in respect to Alpha David and asked, "How can I help you, Alpha David?" "Now that is how you greet your Alpha," I pointed out to Stephen. Ray gave me a small smile before turning her attention back to Alpha David. "Alpha Xander here has decided that he'd like for you to go live in his pack." Her head snapped in my direction, and I had to fight a smile at the look on her face. Her bright blue eyes were wider than I'd ever seen them, and plump lips open in an "oh." Goddess, she was beautiful, even when in shock. I felt Storm in my head wagging his tail back and forth. He couldn't wait to get her home and see the kind of person she truly was. While Storm wanted to immediately lay claim to her, I knew we had to take it slow. Even with the elders breathing down my neck about finding a Luna, I still wasn't sure if she'd be a right fit. For now, all I wanted was for her to enjoy her life and find herself. Hopefully then, her wolf would come. Right before Ray could respond, Stephen had to open his big mouth and sign his own death certificate. Why the fuck would you want a wolf-less Omega? Especially one that doesn't even put out. It took 2 seconds before I had Stephen by the neck slammed up against the wall. I unleashed my aura and bared my teeth at him. You talk about her or any other woman like that again, and you won't become the Alpha of any pack. Instead, you'll find yourself 6 feet under. My voice came out deeper than usual with Storm and I sharing control. We both wanted to tear him limb from limb for speaking about her like that. We were enjoying the purple shade his face was turning as we cut off his airways. The fear in his eyes filled us with a sick satisfaction. It would take little to snap his neck and save myself and Alpha David the trouble of training this piece of shit. The only thing holding me back was the blue-eyed beauty behind me. I didn't want her to see me kill someone and be afraid of me. I dropped Stephen and let him crumble to the floor, gasping for air. Beta Silas picked him up from the ground and shoved him out the door. Smart idea to get him out of my sight in case I changed my mind. I slowly turned around towards Ray, afraid of the look I'd see on her face. Would she be scared and not want to come with me? Imagine my surprise when it wasn't fear I found in her eyes, but lust. Her usually ice-blue eyes were darkened and looking at me like I was her next meal. I wouldn't mind her eating us as long as it involved our cock. I'd have to agree with you on that one, Storm. She tracked my every step as I walked towards her. Neither one of us remembered Alpha David was still in the room. Not that I cared what he thought. I lifted my hand to her cheek, pleased when she leaned into it and said, "Go get your stuff. We leave in 15 minutes. Yes, Alpha." Her words came out breathless and had my cock stirring. As she scurried from the room to go collect her belongings, I turned to Alpha David. I want weekly reports on Stephen's progress. I will also be getting them from my warriors and elders, so I suggest you refrain from lying or withholding information in an attempt to save his ass. Each report will be nothing but the truth. I could tell he had more he wanted to say. Normally, I would encourage another alpha to speak freely, but I had a feeling whatever was on his mind was going to piss off my wolf and me. Whatever you have to say, you might as well just say it. Alpha David took a deep breath. There's something else you should know about Ray. I cocked a brow. Continue. The Alpha command doesn't work on her. I've noticed a few times over the years where I had tried to use it on her, and it was like she didn't even feel it. I'm not sure what that means. But I can confidently say, in my 30 years of ruling a pack, I have yet to meet someone who didn't at least feel the weight of the command. That I wasn't expecting. Seems the raven-haired beauty was an even bigger mystery than I thought. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Those were the only two words my brain could come up with right now. I know I should be panicking since all my plans have now gone up in smoke, but as I packed my small amount of belongings, all I could feel was excitement. Excitement and a whole lot of desire for the man who just defended me. Weather wanted to tear Stephen limb from limb for his ignorant comment towards us, but quickly swooned when Xander had the idiot by the throat. Watching him use violence in our honor was the biggest turn-on. I wondered if Alpha David got upset with Xander for almost killing his son-in-law. I had scurried out of the room before I could see his reaction. Even if Alpha David was pissed, I doubt Xander would give a shit. As I packed the last of my belongings, the panic began to set in. What was I going to do now? It was easy to pretend Xander wasn't my mate when I knew he was leaving, but now he's taking me to his pack. What was he even taking me for anyway? It's not like he knows we are mates. I could feel my heart rate skyrocket, the anxiety slowly creeping in. A cold sweat broke out over my body and my hands started to shake. A panic attack was slowly taking me over. Calm down, Raina. Everything is going to be fine. I scoffed at my wolf. How can you say that? Our plans have completely changed, and now we're going to live with our mate who we can't have. The same mate we have been lying to since we met him. We can't tell him the truth, whether it will only put him in danger. I sounded like I was 2 seconds from falling off the deep end of insanity. I was in full panic mode and could not stop freaking out. I had to sit on the floor and lean against the bed in case I passed out. Put your head in your hands and breathe. You need to calm down. Freaking out is not going to solve anything. I did as weather instructed and tried to take deep breaths of the oxygen my lungs were so desperate for. We will come up with a new plan, okay? We just came into full power a couple months ago and have a lot we need to learn before we decide to take on Arik and his rogues. Weather was right. We had so much we still needed to do before we were ready, and staying in this pack was just holding us back. I'm sure Xander would let me train with his warriors if I asked. I'd just do my best to focus on training and try to resist the mate bond as much as possible. See? This will be good for us, Raina. We've been hiding and pretending for so long, and now you have a chance to find yourself. Getting Eric off that throne is top priority, and that won't change, but I think we need to eventually tell Xander who we are. No way, Weather. He was appointed head alpha by Eric. Who knows how loyal he is to him? We can't take that risk. He is our mate, Raina. His loyalties will lie with us. Even if that was the case, do you have any idea how dangerous it would be for him? The moment we tell Xander who we are, everyone else will know too, and it will only be a matter of time before Eric finds out. There's no telling what he would do to Xander. We already know he'd do anything to get his hands on us, especially since he lost the royal power when we turned 18. He knows we're alive and out there, and he will stop at nothing to get what he wants. I know Xander was named head alpha for a reason, and he could defend himself, but Eric was once the royal beta, a name that he earned when he fought tooth and nail to prove himself to my father. Becoming beta to the king was no easy feat. They had to be strong enough to stand by their king's side. And seeing how my father was the strongest king to be born in 1,000 years, that made Eric damn near unstoppable. Only Weather and I would be able to defeat him. Weather went quiet after that and stalked to the back of my mind, where she probably planned to ignore me for the rest of the day. I just wish she'd realize how hard this was on me, too. I never cared about finding my mate because I had so many more important things to worry about. But now that I've met Xander, a lot has changed. I wanted him. Goddess, I wanted him so much, but his safety was more important than my desires. If fate will have it, we'll eventually be able to be together. If not, well then that's a price I'm just going to have to pay. I grabbed my small duffel bag and made my way outside the pack house where Xander and his group of warriors were waiting for me. I had to remind myself to take slow, shallow breaths to not show how shaken I was by this sudden change. I tried to slow my heart rate, but instead it spiked at the sight of my mate. He truly was the most handsome man I'd ever seen. He was standing with his warriors, giving them instructions. 2 walked down the steps, I'm sure to go pull the cars around for our departure. I couldn't help the way my heart skipped a beat when Xander's eyes lit up when he saw me. Off to the side was Alpha David with his family, though Stephen and Olive were nowhere in sight. Probably best Stephen stayed away from Xander in case he decided to say another stupid comment and get himself killed. As Xander walked over and took my duffel from me, I couldn't help but feel smug at the look on Gretchen's face. That's right, bitch. He's leaving and taking me with him. Not you. While I ignored the dagger she was glaring at me, I looked up at Xander and gave a small smile. I can take that, Alpha. It's not very heavy. A frown slowly made its way onto his face. Is this everything you have? I gave him a nod and said, yes, that is all I needed while living here. The frown didn't leave his face, but he kept the duffel anyway. He placed a hand on my lower back and steered me towards the Alpha family. While Xander shook Alpha David's hand, 2 blacked-out SUVs pulled up behind us. Thank you for all your help, Alpha Xander. Please take care and hopefully we'll meet again. Xander gave him a nod and said, remember to let me know how Stephen's progress goes. I'll be interested to hear how he's taking to his training. My warriors and elders should be here in a few days. Stephen's training? Elders and warriors? Must have to do with why Xander was here in the first place. I bowed my head to Alpha David and Luna Christina in farewell before Xander returned his hand to my lower back, leading me to the waiting SUVs. Over my shoulder, I tossed Gretchen a smug smile and basked in the red shade her face turned. My action didn't go unnoticed by Xander, as he shot me a sly smirk. After tossing my duffel bag into the trunk, he opened the back door for me so I could slide in. The interior was all black leather and surprisingly comfortable. This would be the first time I'd ridden in the car in 10 years, and the thought made me a little queasy. Hopefully I didn't get motion sickness. Xander slid into the seat next to me, while 2 warriors took the 2 front seats. Both were dressed in short-sleeved, plain black t-shirts and black cargo pants with boots. The one driving had a clean-shaved head and a look that meant all business. It was usually the ones that looked the most intimidating that were true softies at heart. The one in the passenger seat had long sandy blonde hair tied back into a bun. He looked more approachable than his comrade, but the large muscles on him let you know he could kick your ass if needed. Then there was my mate in all his godlike glory sitting next to me. His scent was slowly consuming the car as we pulled away from the pack house and down the road that would lead out of the pack that had been my temporary home for the past 10 years. No part of me would miss it here. I was broken out of my thoughts by the deep sound of Xander's voice. The warrior driving is Darren, and the other is Apollo. They are my most trusted warriors that usually go with me everywhere so you can speak freely around them. I didn't know what to say, so I just nodded my head. I proceeded to stare out the window, just watching the forest go by as I became consumed in my thoughts. With his musky scent surrounding me, I was able to relax and just enjoy the ride. How far away is your pack? We will be in the car for around 6 hours. It'll be dark by the time we arrive, but tomorrow I can show you around so you can see it during the day and get comfortable with the layout so you don't get lost. I looked over at him and smiled. I would like that. Thank you, Alpha Xander. Please just call me Xander. Well, if I'm to call you Xander, then it's only fair you call me Raina. He cocked his head to the side, confusion filling those stormy gray eyes. Raina? My name sounded like a beautiful symphony coming from his lips. I gave him a sheepish smile. Yes, that is my full name. I didn't want my own mate to call me by that horrid nickname. I told my old pack my name was Ray because it was the closest I could get to my real name. I hated the nickname and planned to drop it in his pack. The goddess herself named me, and I was tired of being the wolfless Omega Ray. While I planned on continuing to be wolfless, I could at least go by my goddess-given name. He looked like he wanted to say more, but thought against it. I just let him be and continued to stare out the window. Watching all the trees go by was calming, and I longed to let Weather out to run. Hopefully there will be a place in Xander's pack she can sneak out to, so she can stretch her legs. Even though she was still ignoring me, I could feel her wagging her tail in the back of my head. I thought for sure she'd come back to me while sitting in such close proximity to our mate, but I guess she was sticking to her guns. Stubborn wolf. I always felt empty when she wasn't around. Weather and I didn't have a typical human and wolf relationship. While most werewolves were a human blessed with a wolf spirit, Weather and I were different. We were two halves of a whole and shared a soul. We couldn't live without each other, and nothing could tear us apart. Werewolves got their wolf counterparts at the age of 18, unless they were an alpha. Then they got their wolves at 16. That wasn't the case for Weather and I. We were born together. The first time I shifted into Weather was an hour after I was born. My parents used to tell me how chaotic it was raising a child and wolf. When I was young, Weather and I couldn't control our shifting or our powers. We would shift between human and wolf form at random until 5 years of age, when we finally got a hold of ourselves. It was because of that why my parents had to keep us hidden and locked away for so long. Celine told my parents I needed to be kept a secret, and they did everything in their power to honor that and protect us. Except eventually, that secret got out, and life went to hell. Weather being able to conceal herself from other people wasn't an ability normal werewolves had. You'd think with how Weather and I shared a soul, she wouldn't be able to hide herself. But it was another gift from our goddess to help keep our secret and turned out to be a huge blessing. I was so lost within my memories I hadn't heard Xander calling my name. Raina? I turned to face him and found a playful smirk playing on his lips and his gray eyes twinkling with suppressed laughter. I'm assuming that wasn't the first time he called my name. I'm sorry, what were you saying? I could feel my face blushing. How embarrassing. How are you feeling with all of this? I kind of just took you from your home and you seemed quite calm about the whole thing. I shrugged. The Silver Moon pack never felt like home to me. Well, I hope my pack will feel like that for you. I know that won't happen right away, but hopefully down the road and once you get settled in. I couldn't tell him the only place that ever would feel like home was the full moon pack, the royal pack. Instead, I thought carefully about my next question. I had a few and hoped to get some answers. If you don't mind me asking, why do you want me to come live in your pack? I'm sure you have an abundance of omegas already working for you. Xander's face softened at my question. I don't want you to work for me or be an omega. While I would like for you to live at the pack house, my goal is to get you to train with my warriors and enjoy your life. I know you haven't been living to your full potential, and I'd like for that to change. What do you mean by full potential? You are an excellent fighter, and I know you'd only get better if given the chance. You've been sitting in that pack house cleaning and cooking for 10 years when I know there's so much more to you. You can pretend all you want, but that meek omega act you put on with others doesn't fool me. Damn, guess the jig is up. I couldn't stop the smile from taking over. I guess it's pretty obvious I'm not a very good omega. No, you are not. That fire I saw in you in the forest is what I want to see every day. Who you've been the past 10 years is not who you truly are. Just because your wolf hasn't surfaced yet doesn't mean you have to be contained to housework. My face was starting to hurt from smiling for so long. Guess I haven't smiled much since I lost my parents and went into hiding. It was nice feeling happy and hopeful for once. I would definitely like to begin training. While I've been doing it all by myself for years, I'd like to learn even more and get even stronger. Although if I'm remembering correctly, I did happen to flip you onto your back easily enough. That, he started with a playful glare, will not happen again. I won't be underestimating you next time. I smirked. Whatever you say, Alpha. The word alpha came out as a taunt. Flirting with him was becoming like second nature. I do have a question for you, though. Oh? Well, this should be interesting. How does one accidentally catch a clothes dryer on fire? How does one accidentally catch a clothes dryer on fire? I'm not at all embarrassed to admit that I full-blown cackled at that. Head thrown back, uninhibited laughter escaped me, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I don't even want to know how you came upon that information, but I swear it was an accident. I didn't know you had to clean out the lint filter, so I just kept throwing load after load of clothes in it to dry without emptying the lint, and after so many, it just caught on fire. The sound of Xander's laugh amazed me. It was deep and rich like dark chocolate and caressed my skin like silk. It was beautiful, and I wanted to revel in its sound. He looked breathtaking at that moment, so young and carefree. Thank the goddess, there's a housekeeper to do the laundry. I don't want you anywhere near the washer and dryer. Hey, I learned my lesson after that. It's been a while since I've caught an appliance on fire. He cocked a brow. You mean to tell me there was more than one? I may have put aluminum foil in the microwave the first time I used it. I could feel myself blushing. I really was a terrible omega, but to be fair, the royal palace had a ton of servants, so doing laundry and cooking wasn't something I was used to when I first arrived at the Silver Moon Pack. How the hell was I supposed to know you have to clean out the lint filter and you couldn't put metal in a microwave? He shook his head, laughter still rumbling in his chest. I was right. Having you in my pack is definitely going to be interesting. I felt myself yawn and his expression softened. Why don't you take a nap? We've still got a few more hours before we're there. As much as I enjoyed talking to him, I really was tired. My lack of sleep from last night was definitely catching up to me. I leaned my head against the window and let the soothing scent of Xander lull me to sleep, praying to the goddess I didn't have any nightmares. I was awoken, who knows how many hours later, to the sound of Xander's voice. From his tone, he didn't sound happy. Yes, we are almost home. You can stop calling my phone every 5 seconds now. While I've heard him angry, this was the first time hearing him annoyed. Let's just say I'm glad it wasn't me who he was talking to like that. His voice took on exasperated tone, and I wondered who was on the other line. Surely he wouldn't talk to his mother like that. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded shrill, and I could tell it was a woman's. A stab of pain made its way to my chest. Who was this woman, and what did she mean to him? It is none of your business why I stayed overnight, Kimberly. Remember your place and don't forget it. Definitely not his mother. Xander hung up the phone without another word and looked over to me, surprised to find me awake. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't wake you. I shook my head and sat up. It's okay. It sounds like we're almost there anyway. My voice came out colder than I intended, but I couldn't help it. No regular pack member would be calling and nagging him about when he'd be home, so this woman obviously meant something to him. With how annoyed he sounded, I'd have to guess an ex-girlfriend. I know Xander having a past shouldn't upset me, but for some reason, it did. What if this woman was actually his current girlfriend? If that was the case, then why even bring me to live in his pack? I don't think I could stick around and watch him be with someone else, even when I couldn't have him. Goddess, that sounded so selfish. He's ours, came Weather's snarl. No one else's. I scoffed at her. Welcome back to the land of the living. Sorry, but I had to give you the silent treatment for a while. Cue my eye roll. Plus, I've been coming up with a plan. Oh, now I was intrigued. And what have you come up with? We'll talk when we're alone later. I was glad she said that because Xander started talking to me again. We're about 15 minutes out. I had my Gamma's mate set up a room for you. Tomorrow, after showing you around, we can go get you some clothes. Wait, what? I brought clothes. Why would I go buy some? Xander hit me with a pointed look. Raina, you have a tiny duffel bag worth of clothes, and that's it. You're going to need a lot more than that, and you're going to need clothes to train in. You're not working in a pack house anymore. You can wear whatever you want now. Okay, you make a good point. I'm sure I have enough money to get a couple outfits and some necessities. I looked down at my ratty tennis shoes. Maybe a new pair of shoes, too. While I was technically very wealthy, I couldn't touch that money. I haven't in the last 10 years for a reason, as I'm sure Eric has found a way to watch the accounts. I had some money saved up from working in the pack house, hopefully enough to get me what I needed. Don't worry about money. Your shopping will be on me, so please get any and everything you could want or need. I whipped my head around to stare at him, completely taken aback. No, you don't need to do that. I have enough saved up from working. I can handle a couple outfits. Save your money. Trust me, I have more than enough funds to cover a shopping trip. It won't even make a dent, so don't worry about it. I wasn't surprised to hear Xander had money. I didn't know what type of business he had, but I'm sure whatever it was left him more than comfortable. While I hadn't seen the inside of his pack yet, I can only imagine how nice it was. Then I will pay you back. You can give me some kind of job, and I'll work for it. I actually do have something I could use your help with. Not that I'm going to accept you paying me back, but I think it's something you would be good at. We can discuss it more tomorrow after you've rested. I was interested to find out what he had in store for me, but I could wait until tomorrow. Right now, I was too focused on the 2 iron gates we just pulled up to. Darren, the shaved-headed warrior driving the vehicle, rolled down his window to talk to one of the guards manning the gate. Once the guard realized who was in the car, he stepped aside, and the gates began to open. Driving by them, I was able to get a better look. They were beautiful. The obsidian gates were intricately crafted and had designs of the forest with wolves running through the trees. At the top of each gate stood a crescent moon surrounded by stars. Why did that symbol look so familiar? What is the name of your pack? The Crescent Moon Pack. You've got to be fucking kidding me. I've just entered my mother's birth pack, which also happened to only be 2 hours away from the royal pack. I needed to get out of the car now. I was 2 seconds from having a full-blown panic attack, and I refused to have one in front of Xander. I couldn't explain to him why I was reacting this way. Deep breaths, Raina. You can do this. The sound of Weather's voice helped calm me, but I knew it only would for a short time. Eventually, the panic would win, and I'd be a prisoner in its clutches. I couldn't even enjoy the drive through the forest that led to his pack. None of the houses and buildings even registered in my brain. The only thing I could focus on right now was keeping my breathing steady and heart rate low. I could hear the beginning of rain, and knew it was my doing. If I didn't keep it together, I knew that rain would turn into a serious thunderstorm. A few minutes later, we pulled up to a glorious mansion that looked like it was plucked out of a Southern home magazine. The lower siding on the house was made of stone, while the upper half was wood. There were tall wooden beams holding up a roof over the huge porch where rocking chairs sat. The front double doors had beautiful carvings of wolves and the crescent moon pack sigil. The whole house reminded me of a luxurious ski lodge. I never got the chance to visit the pack my mother was born in. After my parents had me, they stopped all traveling and kept to the palace where I was surrounded by guards at all times. It was sad they had to give up so much, but I knew my safety was the most important thing to them. As soon as the car came to a stop, I hurriedly opened up my door, taking deep breaths of the fresh air. The light rain coming down around me coated my skin and hair. I was able to keep the rain to a light drizzle, but couldn't stop it completely. At least I didn't unleash thunder and lightning, but the night was still young. Once I delved into the storm that was my emotions, I'm sure they'd make an appearance. Xander came around to my side with my duffel in hand. "Do you have a jacket?" The rain just kind of came out of nowhere. "If not, I'm sure I have an umbrella somewhere in the car." "I don't need a jacket or umbrella, but thank you. Your house is beautiful, very fitting for living in the middle of the woods." "Thank you. I actually tore down the original pack house around 5 years ago and built this one. The old one was outdated, and I was ready for a fresh start." I looked up and gave him a smile. "I love it. I'm glad because this is your home now. If only I could call this place home." While Darren and Apollo drove the SUV to the garage, Xander led me through the front door and into the foyer, which was even more stunning than the outside. The chandelier over our heads, which was made of deer antlers. I'm sure the members of this pack had hunted, reflected off the dark hardwood floors. The walls were painted a light taupe and had framed paintings and photos of nature. There was a double staircase that led up to the second floor with a deep maroon-colored rug running down the center. Past the two staircases, I could see a living room with a brown sectional centered in front of a large flat-screen TV that hung over a stone fireplace. As I took in my surroundings, I asked, "Who else lives here?" "Just my beta Micah, my gamma Liam, and his mate Victoria. You'll meet everyone tomorrow. I figured you'd want to rest before being thrown into the crazy that is my ranked wolves." I could see a fondness in his eyes when he talked about his beta and gamma. I'm assuming they're all very close. "I look forward to meeting them. Victoria is especially excited about you being here. She's been waiting for another female to live in the pack house." The idea of making friends was foreign to me. I was so sheltered as a child, and then in the Silver Moon pack, I didn't care to become close with anyone. It was hard for me to become friends with someone when I had to keep my whole life and identity a secret, but maybe this was something I could try. A part of me had always yearned for someone to hang out with and just do girl things with. Xander led me up the stairs to the second floor. I couldn't help but wonder if my mother had ever visited the old pack house when she was young. Considering her father, my grandfather, was head warrior back then, I'm sure she had been inside it a time or two. A part of me wished it was still standing so I could walk the halls and see what my mother had when she was a child. Even though my mother had lived here before meeting my father, I didn't have any other family in this pack. My grandparents died when I was young, and my mother was an only child. At least I didn't have to worry about anyone recognizing me. With Xander being the current Alpha, he must be the son of Alpha Arlo. While I never met the former Alpha and Luna, my parents always talked highly of them. Alpha Arlo won the title of head Alpha after Eric became my father's beta. It seems Xander has followed in his father's footsteps. After climbing the stairs, I followed him down the center hallway. The further we walked, the stronger his scent became, leading me to believe this was the Alpha Wing. I could see a set of double doors at the end of the hallway, most likely his suite. We stopped at a door to the right of his, and he opened it to a stunning bedroom that could fit 10 of my old bedrooms back at the Silver Moon pack inside. In the center was a king-sized wooden four-poster bed with a matching nightstand on each side. In front of the bed was a small sitting area facing a flat-screen TV that hung over a blazing fireplace. There was a door on either side of the fireplace, most likely a bathroom and closet. The carpeted floors were maroon and felt squishy beneath my shoes. The bedding was the same shade of maroon with taupe-colored sheets and accent pillows. The bed looked soft enough to melt in, and I was counting down the minutes before I could delve into it. I hope you like your room. I had Victoria put all new bedding and sheets on for you. Not like anyone has ever slept in this room, but I wanted your first night here to be as comfortable as possible. Was that nervousness I sensed in Xander's voice? Did he really think I wouldn't be happy with the room? This was a major upgrade from my bedroom before. Hell, I even had my own bathroom now. It's perfect. Thank you, Xander. His shoulders sagged in relief and a smile curled at his lips. He was so breathtakingly handsome it physically hurt. My soul was begging for me to close the distance between us, and for once, I obliged. I stepped towards him and wrapped my arms around his thick torso, feeling every hard muscle beneath the dress shirt he wore. He only tensed for a second before wrapping his large arms around me and placing a light kiss to the top of my head. It was enough to help calm the emotions raging in my brain for a minute. I couldn't describe the feeling of being in his arms. It was like I was meant to be here. We fit so perfectly together, probably because this was the man the goddess chose for me. The other half of mine and Weather's soul. It took everything out of me to step out of his arms. As much as I loved the calmness he brought to me, I needed time alone to think. I had a very big battle against myself. I needed to sort through before I exploded. The reprieve he gave me from my inner storm could only be subdued for so long. I will leave you to rest and get settled in. The kitchen is downstairs to the right of the foyer if you get hungry. The cooks have already left for the evening, but there's usually a ton of leftovers in there. Thank you. He gave me one last smile before he left my new bedroom. My duffel was sitting on the couch in the sitting area, but I ignored it for now. What I needed was a nice hot shower. While it wasn't the same as fresh rain pouring down on me, it would have to do for now. I made my way to the door to the left of the fireplace and found the bathroom, which was just as magnificent as the bedroom. The floor was a deep brown, and walls painted maroon to match the towels placed on the wooden bench to my right. To the left was a double vanity with dark granite countertops and white sinks. The mirror above the sinks had bronze sconces that casted a warm glow throughout the room. Along the back wall was a shower big enough to fit 6 people comfortably, all in that deep brown tile. What caught my eye the most was the massive bathtub on the right wall. It was huge. It had steps leading up to it and jets all around the tub. Screw the shower. I'm going for a swim. I hadn't taken a relaxing bath in goddess knows how long, and this swimming pool of a tub was calling my name. There were essential oils and bubble baths on the ledge behind the tub. There was also a glass jar filled with those bath bombs I'd heard Alpha David's daughters rave about. I started the water and dropped in a few lavender-scented oils and a floral-scented bath bomb, impatiently waiting for the water to fill the tub. I undressed and slid into the warm water, my tense muscles singing their relief. Holy shit, did this feel heavenly. Now that my body was finally able to relax, it was time to get my brain there as well. All right, Raina, time to get our shit together. Are you going to finally tell me about this plan of yours? Weather had the audacity to huff at me. Yes, I am. Please keep your negative commentary to yourself until the end. I scoffed. It's not negative, Weather. It's realistic. Whatever. Same shit. Weather was just filled with attitude this evening. You'd think she'd be in a better mood since we're now living in our mate's pack, but that didn't seem to be the case. Being here in Mother's pack, and so close to the royal pack, definitely complicates things. First, we need to somehow find out if they've had an increase in rogue attacks over the last few months, since I'm sure this would be the first place Eric would search for us. Okay, that's easy. We can pull that off, no problem. I think so too. We need to get as much information about the attacks if they have increased. Now the second is about Xander, and I hope you agree with this idea. Now I was getting nervous. Okay, lay it on me. I say we give ourselves 3 months living here to decide if we can really trust him. If at the end of that time limit we feel we can, we'll tell him everything. I know you don't want him involved and don't want to risk the lives of others, but we can't take Eric on by ourselves. We're going to need him and his pack if we're going to come out of this on top. I'm not saying we have to mate and mark with him. I'd rather wait until everything is over for that in case something happens to us. And what if I decide after those 3 months that I don't want to tell him? Then we leave here and take on Eric by ourselves. I'm leaving this decision up to you, but Raina, even you can't fight a royal mate bond. The royal mate bond was the strongest bond in the world. The goddess made it that way, so royals would only end up with their fated mate to keep the bloodline as strong as possible. There hasn't been a single rejection in the royal line since the beginning of us, proving how strong the bond was. Denying it is like denying the will to live, like denying half of your soul. Weather and I will only feel complete once we are fully bonded with Xander. The bond hasn't even snapped in place for him, and you're already having a hard time fighting it. The bond will only continue to get stronger. Xander isn't even aware of it, and he's already put in the effort to bring us here with him. He might not know why, but he feels something for us. As much as I hated to admit it, Weather was right. I could only fight this bond for so long before my heart and soul couldn't take it anymore. This was exactly why I didn't want to meet my mate yet. Having to hide and lie to the other half of your soul causes a physical and emotional toll on oneself. I know, Weather. I just don't want anyone else to get hurt because of me. We've already lost our parents. I don't think I could survive losing my mate. Just give it 3 months, Raina, and after that, if you still feel the same way, I will respect your decision. But just know, people are going to want to fight for their queen, including our mate. Weather left me with thoughts after that. The water in the tub had gone cold, so I hopped out and threw on a plush robe before draining it. I planned on just heading to bed, but the rumbling of my stomach reminded me I hadn't eaten since that Danish at breakfast. Xander explained to me earlier where the kitchen was, so I made my way out of the bedroom and into the quiet hall. Xander's scent was fresh, so he must have just been around recently, probably heading to his own bedroom. As I made my way to the stairs, I heard arguing from the floor below. The one voice I recognized as Xander's, and the others was a woman. From the shrill tone of her voice, I'd bet it was the woman from the phone. Did you seriously bring home some random woman from that pack? She sounded pissed. I remember him calling her Kimberly on the phone. She's got to be either an ex-girlfriend or maybe even his current one. It's hard to tell. And where did you hear that information? I know it wasn't from Darren. She let out a laugh that lacked all humor. Of course, my meathead brother didn't tell me. He doesn't tell me anything when it comes to you. I tiptoed my way down the stairs so they wouldn't hear me. No way did I want to be caught eavesdropping, nor was I in the mood to meet this woman. Obviously, I still planned on listening to the rest of their argument. I peeked around the staircase's railing and saw Xander going toe-to-toe with a gorgeous blonde in the living room. I could only see her side profile, but that was enough for me to know she was beautiful. Her long, honey blonde hair cascaded down her back in ringlets and had a body that belonged on a runway. Fuck my life. Kimberly, I'm not doing this right now. We are not together anymore, so who I bring into my home is none of your business. Xander's voice took on an icy tone that sent a chill down my spine. I could only see a portion of his face, but even from where I was standing, I could tell he wasn't happy. His face was hard and eyes a stormy gray. She took a step towards him until they were only inches apart. The closeness between them made my stomach knot, and I contemplated if I even wanted to see the rest of this. I was just about to turn back to the stairs, hunger forgotten, when her next words made me halt in my steps. Xander, I know the elders are pressuring you to pick a Luna, and you know as well as I do they'll never accept a wolfless girl who has no ties to this pack. Why can't you just accept me? I miss us. We were good together. You know the elders would be more than happy if we became mates. Xander's hands clenched into a fist, showing how frustrated this conversation was making him. You are not my mate, Kimberly. You've been searching for your mate for years, Xander, yet you've never found her. If you haven't by now, you're not going to. The moment she put her manicured hand on his arm and leaned closer, I thought my heart was going to stop. I had to get out of here. I couldn't handle this. As she closed the distance between their lips, I got the sharp pain in my chest that let you know your mate was being unfaithful. I didn't know what was worse, feeling it or seeing it. Weather was howling in my head, her heart hurting just as much as mine. I didn't stick around to find out what happened next. The pain in my chest was too much. It felt like my heart and soul were being ripped out of my body. I almost fell while going up the stairs, but managed to keep my balance. Tears were gathering in my eyes, but before they had the chance to fall, the pain stopped. I was silently thanking the goddess because I don't think I could handle another second of that gut-wrenching pain. I could hear yelling, but the blood rushing in my ears blocked any words from reaching me. I didn't want to hear what was being said anymore. I couldn't. The same time I closed my door, I heard the front door slam. I leaned back against the door and took deep breaths. A cold sweat had broken out over my body, and the first boom of thunder sounded from outside. The room was suddenly way too small, and it felt like the walls were closing in on me. A bolt of lightning flashed from the window, and I ran over, throwing it open to greedily inhale the fresh air. I noticed the roof a foot below the window and quickly climbed out. As I unleashed my pain, the rain started pouring down around me, drenching me within seconds. The thunder was louder and the lightning brighter. This was the storm inside of me, a storm I was able to bring to reality. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what to feel. Weather was too busy dealing with her own feelings to try and console me. Plus, what could she possibly say to make me feel better? We were both hurting. I ignored the sound of knocking on the bedroom door and continued to stand under the rain. I knew who was behind the door. The bond let me know, but I refused to give in to it. I wasn't in the right headspace to see him right now. After a couple minutes, the knocking stopped, and I let loose the breath I hadn't even realized I'd been holding. I knew he probably smelled me on the stairs, but that was something I wasn't ready to face, if ever. After a good hour of standing below my storm, I cut the thunder and lightning, but let the rain continue to fall. I made my way back through the window and went straight to the bathroom to dispose of my wet robe. I dried off before changing into a pair of pajamas, exhaustion seeping into every marrow of my bones. As I climbed under the comforter and melted into the most comfortable bed I'd slept on in years, I felt so physically and mentally drained. The numbness was creeping in, and I gave myself over to it, falling asleep within minutes. Blood coated my body from head to toe. Surrounding me were the dead bodies of 5 rogues. Those rogues were my first kills, but they wouldn't be my last. My 8-year-old body was shaking with the same shock that coated each of their faces. They couldn't understand how a child shifted into a wolf and tore each and every one of them apart. Their body parts littered the ground, a canvas painted by me. No child should have that much blood on their hands. I tried to warn them, but they didn't listen. Instead, they came closer and closer until I had no choice. They paid for their mistake with their lives. I hadn't had this nightmare in years and couldn't understand why it would present itself after so long. I came to terms with my first kills long ago, but tonight was serving as a reminder that this memory would always haunt me. It reminded me that my innocence was taken way too young. I remember how I continued to stand there, unable to believe what I had just done, even though the evidence was everywhere I looked. The sounds of howling are the only reason my little feet took off running through the forest. The storm I conjured next wasn't my first, but it was certainly my worst. Wind bent the trees at the roots, and rain pelted down painfully. Lightning struck anyone who came too close to me, while thunder covered the sounds of my heavy breathing. A group of rogues managed to surround me in a clearing, all snarling while baring their teeth. I didn't try to warn them this time. They wouldn't let me get away, no matter what I said. 8 of them were circling me, and I knew the inevitable had to happen. I sent up a silent prayer to Celine, begging her to forgive me for having to take away so many of her creations. The first one to lunge didn't make it far as he got hit with a bolt of lightning, instantly killing him. Unfortunately, that didn't discourage the rest. With a nod, they all attacked at once. I knew they weren't supposed to kill me, but that didn't mean they wouldn't leave a few marks in their attempt to subdue me. I refused to let them get their hands on me to drag me back to that monster. Weather came forward and started ripping into rogue after rogue. In the beginning, there were only 8, but as each one dropped, more poured from the forest. I was quickly becoming overwhelmed, and as the panic began to settle in, my body came alive, filling me with unfiltered determination. Wind started whipping around my legs before encasing my whole body, stopping any rogue from being able to get too close to me. The more my body buzzed, the stronger the wind became. I let out a howl as the wind around my body turned into a full-sized tornado. The tornado barreled into rogue after rogue. Those not close enough to get hit directly by it were still affected by the wind whipping around it. Wolves went flying into the air, slamming into trees before dropping dead on the ground. The full moon was shining brightly in the sky, and I'd never felt more powerful. Only after the tornado threw each and every rogue to their death did I finally release it. The wind became still after that, and the night eerily quiet. I looked around at the carnage I'd caused. The ground was torn up, and blood coated the grass and trees, glistening brightly under the moonlight. I didn't have time to ponder what I'd just done. I knew it would only be a matter of time before more showed up. Weather took off running again, and not once did we look back. I woke up the next morning feeling even more tired than when I went to bed. Last night's memory took a huge toll on my body, not letting me forget the moment my 8-year-old self took more lives than most men do in their entire lifetime. For years I'd ask myself, what kind of future queen takes the very lives of the people she's meant to protect and serve, even if they were rogues? It took a long time for me to come to terms with what I had done. I no longer thought of myself as a monster, just a girl who did what she had to in order to survive. A knock sounded at the door, and I pulled myself from bed. I wasn't surprised to find Xander on the other side. Good morning. It most certainly wasn't a good morning, but whatever. At least I was being polite. Xander looked delectable in his black slacks and dark gray button-up that matched the color of his eyes perfectly. His dark brown hair was styled to keep out of his face. I could feel my fingers twitching, wanting to run them through his hair and feel if it was as soft as it looked. Weather was practically drooling in my head, her thoughts aligning with mine. How could someone look so good in the morning? I could only imagine how crazy my hair looked since I tossed and turned all night. My eyes probably had dark circles under them that seemed to be a permanent fixture these days. I felt my heart drop as I thought about the girl with Xander last night. She was so beautiful and built like a supermodel. She looked more fit to be his mate than I did. Good morning. Mind if I come in? Sure. I moved back into the room and waited for him to shut the door before turning to face me. I had a feeling where this was going. There's something I want to talk to you about, but before that, I wanted to ask how you are feeling. I'm sure your first night here was already nerve-wracking, and it probably didn't help that the storm turned pretty bad in the middle of the night. I cocked my head. It started storming in the middle of the night? The corner of his lips tipped up. Yes, probably the worst one we've had in a while. It just came out of nowhere. Whoopsies. Guess I turned my nightmare into a reality in my sleep. At least I didn't summon the tornado, or else this house wouldn't still be standing. I enjoy thunderstorms, so it didn't bother me at all. He nodded. Good, so do I. Of course he did. I mean, he was my mate after all. He had no idea he was mated to the Queen of Storms. Feeling like I should get comfortable for this conversation he wanted to have, I turned and made my way to the bed and sat down before crossing my legs. When I looked up at Xander, his focus wasn't on my face. No, he was looking at my bare legs. I'll admit the shorts I wore to bed were a little on the shorter side, but they weren't anything special. In fact, I'm pretty sure there was a hole in the stitching on one side. His gaze lingered on my legs before traveling over my upper body and settling on my chest. I had a larger bust than most she-wolves, and the tank top I wore did nothing to hide that. While I probably should have thrown on a robe or even a bra before opening the door, I couldn't deny how his gaze made me feel. Everywhere his eyes touched had my body tingling. I'm sure I was blushing from head to toe, but the hunger in his eyes kept me from tossing the blanket over my body to hide from him. The blatant desire pouring from him made me feel confident and, dare I say, a little sexy. I raised an eyebrow and in a teasing voice asked, "So, are you going to continue to ogle me, or are we going to have this conversation?" He wasn't the least bit embarrassed. I called him out. Instead, his lips were turned up in a smirk that had my panties wet in seconds. I can do both. I rolled my eyes at him, but the smile never left his face. "What can I do for you, Alpha?" His eyes flashed silver, showing his wolf was close to the surface. Seems he and his wolf liked it when I called him Alpha in certain situations. I'll have to keep that in mind. While I couldn't forget what I saw and heard last night, I didn't want to let on how affected I was by it. Playing calm and collected protected myself from him sensing my emotions. He knew I heard their conversation. Why else would he show up at my door right after? "I know you heard Kimberly and I last night. I was on my way to feigning innocence when he shot me a knowing look. Don't even try to act like you didn't. I heard you going up the stairs, and before you say it wasn't you, I know it was by your scent." "Well, shit, caught red-handed. Can you say awkward? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I was just hungry, so I came down for something to eat and heard you two talking. As soon as I realized what was going on, I went back to my bedroom." He nodded in understanding. "I'm not sure how much you heard, but I wanted to explain some things to you nonetheless." I wasn't sure I wanted to hear his explanation, knowing it would most likely hurt. Against my better judgment, I said, "I'm all ears." "Kimberly is my ex-girlfriend, but we are no longer together. The elders have been getting on me about choosing a Luna, and Kimberly seems to think she's the best option just because we have a past. Honestly, I think she just wants to be Luna, regardless of who it's with." I snorted. "Isn't that what every she-wolf wants? Is that what you want? To be someone's Luna?" Did I want to be someone's Luna? No. No, I did not. I don't think I'm meant to be a Luna. My answer was as truthful as I could get it. I wasn't meant to be Luna because I was meant to be queen. My heart, blood, and soul all called for me to be the queen of wolves, the Luna of rain. With Xander being my goddess-given mate, he was meant to be king. I was the only firstborn female in the royal line. Normally, the firstborn would be male. Then if the queen was strong enough to carry another child, it usually was a female. Carrying a royal pup was extremely hard on the female's body, so normally the queen would only have one child. I thought I detected disappointment in his gaze, but it was gone before I could process. "Well, either way, I wanted to warn you about her. I wouldn't put it past Kimberly to target you, since you are now living in the pack house. I'm more than aware you can handle yourself, but I just wanted to let you know. I appreciate the warning, but I'm not worried about it." I shrugged my shoulders nonchalantly. I really wasn't lying. I had no problem putting her in her place if needed. The only thing I was worried about was their relationship. Xander could say they weren't together, all he wanted, but it was clear she refused to accept it. What if he eventually gave in to her? I couldn't think about that right now. My focus was to get stronger and prepare myself for the fight of my life. One I'd either come out on top of or end up 6 feet under. Not nerve-wracking or anything. Well, now that we've got that out of the way, I'd like you to begin your training tomorrow morning, if you're up for it. I planned on showing you around today, but Victoria has been nagging me about being the one to give you the tour and take you shopping. A part of me was disappointed it wouldn't be Xander I'd be spending the day with, but another part of me was excited about hanging out with a female. I'd love to start training tomorrow. I figured as much. Xander took his wallet out of his pocket and took out a black credit card. After handing it to me, he said, "Here is my card. Please get everything you need and also whatever you want. I've already warned Victoria, so don't even try using your own money or skip out on something because you think it's too expensive." I gave him a glare but took the card anyway. It would be nice to go on a shopping spree with another female like an ordinary 18-year-old girl. I could even pretend I was normal for a few hours. I was slowly becoming very excited. Thank you. I may not like this, but I really do appreciate it. He gave me a teasing smirk. I'm sure you'll survive. After your day with Victoria, you can meet my beta and gamma at dinner. Then I'd like to talk to you about what I need your help with. That is, if you're still up for it. Of course. I'd like to make myself useful while I'm here. Perfect. He flashed one of those smiles of his that turned my body into a puddle and made my core throb with need. Victoria will be here in an hour, so I'll leave you to get ready. He turned to leave the room, and I felt like I needed to do something. The itch under my skin was becoming uncomfortable, and I knew the only thing that would relieve it would be some kind of physical touch by him. Xander. He stopped in his tracks and turned to look at me. I got up from the bed and took the steps to close the distance between us. After there was less than a foot of space between us, I said, "Thank you for everything. For this room, for allowing me to train, and for the clothes." I stood on my tiptoes and placed my lips on his cheek. The tingles I felt were mesmerizing, but were gone all too soon, as I took a step back and gave him a small smile. The look of surprise on his face was cute. He clearly wasn't expecting me to do that, but I needed something to keep that itch away for a while until I would see him again later. The bond was already getting stronger and denying it harder. His eyes softened before he lifted his hand and placed it on my cheek. "Have fun today. I'll see you later." With that, he turned and left the room, leaving me to my internal battle. I really wanted to be the one to show her around and see her try on clothes, but after Victoria all but begged me to let her spend the day with Raina, I relented. Honestly, if it weren't for the pile of work I had waiting for me, I probably would have denied Victoria and went with Raina myself. The increase in rogue attacks on the pack were getting worse, and every time we tried to capture one for questioning, they'd end up killing themselves before we got the chance to restrain them. I had no idea what they were after, but I refused to give up until I figured out what their goal was. My pack was never prone to rogue attacks, even before the one that killed my parents. They were few and far between, and even the attack that took the former Alpha and Luna wasn't your typical rogue attack. It's like they specifically came to kill my parents. I'll never forget that day. I was shadowing my stepfather, Alpha Arlo, to prepare for the day I would take over. One second we were going over paperwork, and the next we got the alert that rogues had crossed over the boundary line and were heading straight for the pack house. We didn't have a single rogue attack after that until a few months ago when they started up again. It was usually only a handful, but the fact they felt the need to kill themselves instead of being captured for questioning was concerning. After leaving Raina to get ready for her day with Victoria, I made my way downstairs to my office. I mind-linked my beta and gamma to meet me there to go over some things. When I entered my office, Micah and Liam were already waiting for me. "Morning, Alpha," they greeted in unison. The three of us have been best friends for years, though I wasn't actually born in the Crescent Moon pack. My parents weren't fated mates and were only together due to an arranged marriage. My birth father was greedy, and after he got what he wanted, he tossed my mother aside. We moved here after my mother found her fated mate in Alpha Arlo when I was around 5 years old. From the day we moved here, Micah and Liam became my best friends. When Arlo named me his heir, I knew they'd become my beta and gamma one day. I could have went with the former beta and gamma's children, but after taking over the pack at the age of 16, I knew I'd only accept the two I trusted most to take those positions. A decision I have never once regretted. "Morning, guys." I greeted them in return before taking my seat behind my large oak desk. It was piled with paperwork I needed to go over, which I was dreading. Paperwork was never my thing, and most of the time I'd give it to Micah to take care of. He was much better at office work than I was. "Thank you for letting Victoria spend the day with the new girl. She's practically over the moon about having another female in the pack house. Well, after she begged me all morning through the pack link, I had to give in to get some peace and quiet." Liam's face had that goofy grin on it that he usually got when talking about his mate. Victoria also grew up around the three of us and dated Liam all through high school. None of us were surprised when they ended up being fated mates. Micah and I were the only two to not find our mates yet. While Micah was more than happy to continue sleeping around and playing the field, Storm and I were ready for our mate. We have been for the last 7 years. Maybe at one time I would have considered Kimberly for a chosen mate, but not only did Storm refuse, I couldn't see myself with her forever. She had a superiority complex that grated on my nerves, all because her brother was head warrior. She was a good fighter herself and also beautiful, but I couldn't force feelings that weren't there. My heart didn't race when I saw her, and her touch didn't send me into overdrive. I'd never felt that for anyone. Until now. I knew Raina heard my conversation with Kimberly once I heard her soft steps running up the stairs. She was trying to be quiet, but nothing got past my alpha hearing. After I kicked Kimberly out of the pack house for that kiss she forced on me, I caught her scent at the bottom of the stairs and knew it was her. I went to her room after to talk, but she wouldn't open. I had no idea what she felt for me, if anything, but I wanted to clear the air with her that there was nothing between Kimberly and me anymore, nor would there ever be again. I won't lie that I was disappointed when she said she didn't think she was meant to be a Luna, but after being an Omega for most of her life, I couldn't blame her. She just needed to discover who she was and learn her worth. I wanted her to see herself how Storm and I did. Storm was absolutely taken with her, and he wasn't the only one. Every time I closed my eyes, all I saw was her gazing up at me with that soft smile she's graced me with a few times. She had no idea how stunning she was. Kicking all thoughts of Raina from my mind so I could focus, I put my full attention on my beta and gamma. So I know there was a small rogue attack while I was gone. Tell me everything that happened. Micah ran his fingers through his shoulder-length blonde hair, the stress of the constant attacks grating on him too. There were only 4 of them this time, and weren't very skilled. We had everything planned to capture one, but once again he somehow managed to kill himself before we got the chance. I could hear the frustration in his voice. We were all getting fed up with this. How were we supposed to learn anything if the damn rogues kept offing themselves before we could get our hands on them? Each and every time, as soon as the rogue realized he was the last one, he'd either stab himself in the heart or ingest wolfsbane. Fuckers were doing anything to not get caught. Other than that, everything was fine. There were no casualties, and only one warrior got a small injury which healed within an hour. I nodded at Gamaliel, glad no one was seriously injured. I knew my warriors were good, but you never know what can happen. Rogues were known to fight dirty. Anything else happen? Other than Kimberly bothering the shit out of us about why you stayed overnight and asking when you were coming home every 10 seconds, not really. Neither Micah or Liam liked Kimberly. They knew she only wanted me because she wanted to be Luna and didn't trust her as far as they could throw her. Liam especially didn't like her due to her treatment of Victoria. Well, she found out I brought Raina home from the Silver Moon Pack, so be prepared for her to be even worse. She isn't happy about it. I told her it was none of her business, but you know how she is. I had told them a little about Raina on the car ride home while she was asleep. Mainly, I just told them how she was an Omega without a wolf, and I wanted her to have a better life and help her wolf surface. Knowing me as well as they did, they knew there was more to it. What's the deal with this Raina chick anyway? I know you said you want to help her train and get her wolf, but we know you better than that. There's something you aren't telling us. Is she your mate? Asked Liam. I let out a deep breath and put my head in my hands. I don't know. Without her having her wolf, it's impossible for me to tell. All I know is that Storm wants her, and you both know he has never felt anything for another female. She is the first one, and that's got to count for something. So you think if she gets her wolf, she'll end up as your mate? While Micah was the more goofy one of the group, he was smart and caught on quickly. Yes, no, I don't know. Well, we'll do what we can to get her wolf to come out. Yeah, man, we got your back, always, said Liam. I knew I could count on these two. I've always been able to, and nothing could change that. They were the brothers I never had but always wanted. They both left shortly after to head to their own offices, and I got to work on the pile of paperwork sitting on my desk. It took me a few hours, but I managed to get it all done. Storm had been taking a nap in my head for the past few hours. He wasn't a fan of the paperwork side of being alpha. He preferred the training and fighting portion, so he usually left me to handle it by myself. Of course, as soon as I signed the last paper, he perked up. "Is Raina back yet?" "I don't know, buddy. Shall we go check?" Yes. Storm was bouncing around in my head, tail wagging like crazy. He was becoming very taken with Raina in such a short time. We loved her spitfire attitude and strength. I was just afraid of us getting hurt if her wolf never came, or if she didn't end up being our mate. The pull we felt towards her was unexplainable. It was like our soul called to hers, and because of that, Storm was convinced she was our mate. We agreed to take it slow in case we ended up heartbroken. I locked my office after me, and as I was walking into the foyer, the front door opened. Raina and Victoria were all giggles as they walked in. Raina's eyes were sparkling with laughter, and a huge smile was on her face. She looked so beautiful, I stopped in my tracks, unable to stop staring at her. She looks beautiful when she's happy. Storm was in awe of her beauty as well. Her long, raven black hair was fanned around her in soft curls. It looked like she got a little haircut, but it still reached to the middle of her back. I normally wouldn't notice these things, but on her, I noticed everything. Darren and Apollo walked in after them, shopping bags lining each of their arms. Both had small smiles on their faces, despite them having to spend the day shopping with two females. I assigned them both to guard the girls today. Even with Darren being Kimberly's brother, I trusted him to keep them safe. He never agreed with his sister's behavior and has been nothing but loyal to me from the beginning. The amount of shopping bags they carried in pleased me. I knew Raina would try to go easy on the spending, so I warned Victoria this morning about making sure she bought whatever she wanted. Of course, I told Victoria she could do some shopping as well. Victoria was like a little sister to Micah and me. She grew up around us, and now that she lived in the pack house, we were all closer than ever. Seeing her and Raina giggling together like friends filled me with joy. I knew Raina didn't have any friends at her old pack, and was glad her and Victoria seemed to bond today. This is exactly what I wanted for Raina, to be able to live her life like a normal girl and experience everything her heart desired. I see we put Darren and Apollo to work today. Raina was too busy giggling with Victoria to notice me standing there. My voice caught her attention, and her face instantly turned a light pink. We may have gone a little overboard. We definitely did some damage today, Alpha. Victoria wore a mischievous grin that meant trouble. While she was a sweet girl, she had a wild side and loved to get herself into trouble. Is that what you girls are giggling about? Raina's face went from pink to red, leaving me to believe something happened. Oh, it was nothing. Victoria scoffed. It was not nothing. Raina here has caught the eye of quite a few of our warriors, it seems. I should have expected this, yet the thought of any of my warriors setting their sights on Raina filled Storm and I with rage. She is ours, came the deep rumble of Storm. After Apollo handed Victoria a few shopping bags, she went to walk past me to head upstairs when she stopped and patted my shoulder. Don't worry, Alpha, she turned them all down. With a wink, Victoria proceeded to climb the stairs. Would you guys take Raina's bags up to her room? With a nod from each of them, they followed Victoria upstairs, leaving just Raina and I in the foyer. I tried to take it easy, but Victoria insisted on buying nearly everything. If it's too much, I can take some back. I walked up to her until we were standing only a few inches apart. Nonsense. You will keep everything no matter how much it costs. I was blessed with one of those soft smiles of hers. Thank you. You don't need to keep thanking me, Raina. I took one of her soft curls and twirled it around a finger. Her hair was as silky and soft as it looked. I had to fight the urge to grab a handful, knowing it would just turn me on, especially since I was surrounded by her lovely floral and honey scent. I see you even got a haircut. Do you like it? She asked while looking up at me through those long lashes of hers. I love it. You look beautiful. Her blue eyes were sparkling at the compliment. "Have you eaten?" "Yes, Victoria and I got lunch at this cute little cafe." "Ah, the Crescent Cafe?" "Yes, that one. It was delicious. I even got to try salmon for the first time. All it would take was for me to bend down to close the distance between us. I wondered if those plump lips of hers were as soft as they looked. Storm was egging me on in my head, but I knew I needed to take it slow with her. Against my better judgment, I released her curl and took a step back. "Dinner won't be for another couple hours if you want to go and put your clothes away and rest. I'll come up to get you when it's ready." After dinner, I planned on initiating her into the pack. I wanted to be able to mind link with her, and I couldn't do that until she was a member. I know Alpha David said it didn't work when he tried, but I hoped with me being head alpha, it would take. "Okay," she said. "I'll see you in a couple hours." With one last smile, she turned and headed up the stairs. This girl was going to be the death of me. I had the best day with Victoria. She was so fun and made me feel so welcomed. She had a spitfire attitude that went with her deep red hair perfectly. Spending the day with her just doing normal girl things was a breath of fresh air. I hadn't felt this carefree in a long time and wanted to hold on to this feeling for as long as possible. Even Weather had a good time, telling me which pieces looked good and which ones I should put back. Victoria insisted on me getting some dressier clothes for going out. She was planning a trip for all of us to go to a local club this weekend to celebrate my coming to live at their pack. I'd never been to a club or bar before and was looking forward to the experience. As I put away my new clothes, I came across the lingerie Victoria made me buy. While most pieces were for everyday use, a few were more on the sexier side. Of course, Weather had to go and put all kinds of illicit thoughts in my head of wearing them for Xander. Not like I had a desire to wear them for anyone else. Victoria made me buy everything I could possibly need, so I decided to throw away my old ratty clothes since I wouldn't be needing them anymore. We even went to the beauty salon and got me a haircut. I loved my long hair, so I only had the girl take off a couple inches to make it feel healthier. The girls there then helped me pick out makeup and showed me what colors to use to make my blue eyes pop even more. All in all, it was a great day. Darren and Apollo coming with us didn't bother me as much as I thought it would. Knowing Darren was Kimberly's brother didn't change the way I felt about him. He was definitely the more serious of the two, but was also very polite and the first one to offer to carry the bags. Apollo was more outgoing, but knew when to put that aside and be serious. I could see why those two were Xander's most trusted warriors. I felt safe with them. After putting away my new wardrobe, I decided to take a bath. I planned on wearing one of my new outfits for dinner tonight and didn't want to get my freshly styled hair wet. I filled the tub with lavender oil and a floral-scented bath bomb before climbing in once the water was full. Putting away the clothes took about an hour, so I knew I had another before I needed to get ready for dinner. Weather and I were looking forward to training tomorrow. We picked out tons of leggings and sports bras and a new pair of tennis shoes I'd use just for training. While Weather longed to fight in her wolf form, we'd have to do that part in secret. We'd have to save training our powers in secret as well. It's been so long since we got to spar against another person. While my father had us training as soon as we could walk, training by myself for the past 10 years wasn't as effective. With us joining the other wolves, we could put everything our father taught us to use again. Once the water turned cold, I hopped out and dried off with one of the plush towels before putting on a robe. There was a small vanity table in the bathroom with a lit-up mirror where I placed all the skincare and makeup products I got today. Thankfully, the lady at the beauty salon taught me how to hide my dark circles better using a salmon-colored cream to cancel out the darkness. I was nervous to put everything I learned today to use, but if I didn't try, then I'd never know if I was doing something correctly or not. Here's to hoping I didn't make myself look like a clown. I put on a small amount of eyeliner and mascara before attempting the color-correcting cream. The salmon tint helped hide the darkness lining my eyes better than I thought it would. I topped it with a light concealer before adding some bronzer to my face and blush to my cheeks. My skin was creamy and blemish-free, so I stayed away from any foundation. It wasn't much, but I never was a fan of wearing a lot of makeup. As I looked in the mirror, I was pleased with my appearance. My cheeks were a rosy pink, and the blue in my eyes stood out against the dark liner. My lashes looked long and were curled perfectly. Damn, I did good. I left the bathroom and made my way to the walk-in closet that housed my new wardrobe. After deciding on a simple light blue sundress with thin straps, I looked in the body-length mirror, liking the way the sundress highlighted my curves and brought out the light blue tones in my eyes. While I was bustier than most she-wolves, I loved it. My breasts were bigger than most and hips wider, but I still had a flat stomach. I'm sure with my training, I'd become more toned and was looking forward to seeing how my body would change. After putting on a cute pair of white tennis shoes, I was ready to go. Just then, a knock sounded at my door. I opened it to Xander, leaning against the doorframe, looking mouth-watering good. His hair looked messy, and the scent of the forest, mixed with his already intoxicating scent, letting me know he had been on a run, most likely in his wolf form. I still didn't know the name of his wolf, but I remember how beautiful he was, gray like the storms I so often caused. I was broken from my thoughts when he groaned. "Are you trying to kill me?" I cocked my head at him in confusion. "Did I do something wrong?" "No, you didn't." He shook his head like he was clearing his thoughts and said, "That dress looks stunning on you." I felt myself blush, hoping the pink color I already had on my cheeks covered it. "Thank you. You look very handsome." He flashed me one of his smirks and asked, "Ready for dinner?" Once I nodded, I stepped out from my bedroom, fighting back a giggle as I noticed him subtly adjust himself in his slacks. "Seems our mate likes the dress," snickered Weather, basking in the effect we had on Xander. He led me down to the lower level and into the dining room. There was a rectangular dining room table big enough to comfortably seat 6 people. Another chandelier of deer antlers sat over the table, casting a warm glow through the room. The first person I noticed was Victoria, practically dragging over the man I assumed was her mate. She looked me up and down. "I knew that dress would look good on you. Makes your eyes pop even more." I looked down at the dress, smoothing out the non-existent wrinkles as a nervous habit. "It's very comfortable, too. Raina, this is my mate Liam, the Alpha's Gamma. Babe, this is my new bestie, Raina." Having Victoria call me her bestie filled me with an unfamiliar warmth. I finally had a friend. Liam was handsome in that way all werewolves were. He had chestnut hair that sat unruly on his head, with deep brown eyes the color of melted chocolate. Him and Victoria complemented each other so well. "It's nice to meet you, Gamma Liam." "It's nice to meet you too, Raina. Please just call me Liam." He had a soft smile on his friendly face, and I knew he had to be a good person and also incredibly patient to be mated to Victoria. I felt Xander step up behind me as a man with shoulder-length blonde hair came to stand next to Liam. "This is Micah, my beta." Micah had a mischievous look in his blue eyes, and I didn't miss the way he gave me a once-over. "Very nice to meet you, Raina." Micah was also handsome, but in a different way than Xander. While Xander was all alpha, Micah looked like he was constantly finding himself in trouble. I bet him and Victoria together was a recipe for disaster. "Nice to meet you too, Beta Micah." He gave me a wink before he said, "Just call me Micah. Beautiful." I could feel and hear the growl coming from Xander behind me. I didn't need to look to know he was glaring at Micah's attempt at flirting. I know Micah didn't mean anything by it and probably flirted with every she-wolf he came in contact with, but the display of possessiveness Xander was protruding was sexy as fuck. I looked over at Liam and Victoria and noticed both were holding back their laughter. Micah didn't look the least bit fazed at Xander's growl, proving he flirted just to get a rise out of him. Yes, he was definitely trouble. "Let's all take our seats." I was relieved when Xander broke the tension. I followed him over to the table and was surprised when he pulled out the seat to the right of the head of the table for me. Typically, that was where the Luna sat. Since Xander didn't have one, Micah probably sat there. Ignoring the knowing smirk on Victoria's face, I took my seat. Micah sat on the chair beside me while Liam was across from me with Victoria next to him. Before anyone could make a comment on the seating arrangement, the door opened and silver carts were brought in with an array of dishes. I could smell steak, roasted potatoes, and a mix of vegetables. The server placed a plate in front of Xander first, before placing one in front of me. The small piece of filet topped with a red wine sauce looked incredible and smelled even better. Roasted garlic, potatoes, and asparagus occupied the other half of the plate. Xander's plate held a larger piece of steak, him needing more protein than I. Once everyone was served, Xander started cutting his steak, leaving the rest of us to begin eating as well. While I occasionally worked in the kitchens at my old pack, we never got to eat as well as the ranked wolves. We mainly would eat whatever was left over, but it usually was cold by the time we got to it. I never complained, though. I'd take what I could get. Taking a bite of the steak, I nearly moaned. It was delicious, and the sauce complemented it perfectly. I had to stop myself from stuffing it all in my face, not realizing how hungry I was after a day of shopping. While we ate lunch earlier, it was followed by a few more hours of trying on clothes, so I worked up an appetite. "So," said Victoria, cutting the silence, "I've decided we're all going to the club this weekend to celebrate Raina coming to our pack." All of the boys looked surprised at this. Even Liam wasn't aware of her plans. I let out a laugh at the wide-eyed looks on their faces. Xander looked over to me and asked, "Are you okay with that?" "Yes, I've never been to a club before, so I'd like to see what it's all about." He gave me a small nod. "Then we can go." Weather swooned in my head, knowing if we said no, he would have shut Victoria's idea down. The weekend was only a few days away, and I was looking forward to going to the club. Victoria said there would be popular music playing, and we could dance. I learned how to ballroom dance when I was younger, but I had a feeling that wasn't the kind of dancing she was talking about. Either way, to say I was excited was an understatement. The conversation flowed after that. Micah and Liam asked me questions about my old pack, which I answered as honestly as possible. I told them how I was an Omega who worked in the pack house. They never brought up what my life was like before I ended up in Alpha David's pack, and for that I was grateful. I had a story already planned, but I was thankful for them not prying too much. They also never asked any questions about my wolf. I'm sure they all knew I didn't have one, wink wink, but didn't seem to judge me for that fact. They didn't look at me any differently, and it was nice not being looked down on for once. I found out Liam, being the Gamma, led the training. Victoria told me she also will be with me tomorrow morning and was looking forward to having a friend to spar with. Liam made no promises to pair us together, but I knew he wouldn't deny his mate. The sparkle in his eye that appeared every time he looked at her let me know he was completely and utterly smitten with her. I couldn't blame him. Victoria was a ball of fire. It also didn't help that she was beautiful with her fire-kissed hair, pale creamy skin, and bright green eyes. She was stunning on the inside as well as the outside. It felt nice to sit and talk with everyone. I seemed to fit in pretty well, which shouldn't surprise me since I was technically Xander's mate. Micah managed to make a few more attempts at flirting, which I just laughed off before Xander could growl at him again. It was a great time, and I wondered if every dinner would be like this. I hoped so. After we were all done eating, Xander led me to his office. It was weird not having to clean up the dishes after, but I was slowly coming to terms that this was my life now, if only for the time being. Eventually, this peace I was feeling would be gone, so I wanted to enjoy it as much as possible while I could. Xander's office had the same rugged feel as the rest of the house. The large oak desk was the focus point of the room, with 2 chairs in front of it. There was a small bar to the left where I saw crystal decanters filled with an amber liquid. The right wall was lined with bookshelves filled with little artifacts and thick-spined books. As Xander leaned against the front of his desk, I took a seat in one of the chairs. We were only a couple feet apart, and my soul seemed to hate every one of those inches. "So before I tell you what I could use your help with, I wanted to initiate you into the pack." I felt myself tense up. I should have expected this. Alpha David told me how it didn't work for him the 2 times he tried, but I figured since I'm higher ranked than him, we'd give it a shot. I couldn't tell him it wouldn't work for him either. I was physically unable to belong to any other pack than the full moon pack, the royal pack. He could try until he was blue in the face, but it would never take, even if he was my mate. There was no harm in letting him try, so I just nodded. Soon he'd realize it didn't work, and I'd have to pretend I had no idea why. Goddess, sometimes my life was exhausting. I know it would just be easier to come clean to him about everything, but my life was far from easy. The future of our world rested on my shoulders, and I couldn't afford to be careless. I promised Weather I'd give it 3 months, and I would stand by that. Xander took out a dagger from one of his desk drawers, and I stood before him. He cut a small line in the center of his palm before handing me the dagger. I did the same, and as our hands intertwined, those sparks made an appearance. I don't think I'd ever get tired of them. I, head Alpha Xander of the Crescent Moon Pack, invite you, Raina, to become part of my pack and recognize me as your alpha. Do you accept? I looked into his eyes and said, I accept. Nothing happened, just like I knew it would. Normally, I would feel a warmth in my chest as the pack link opened for me. None of that happened, though. Xander looked between our hands, then down at me. Confusion filled his stormy gray eyes, and I wished to smooth the wrinkle between his brows. It didn't work. I looked down at my shoes and tried to look embarrassed, even going so far to make my eyes fill with tears. I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me. He placed his finger under my chin and tilted my head up to look into his eyes. His gray orbs were soft as he looked down at me. Hey, nothing is wrong with you. While I wish it worked so I'd be able to mind link with you, it's okay. I'm going to ask my elders to look into this, and hopefully they can figure out why it's not working. I wasn't worried about his elders looking for information. There were tons of secrets on the royal bloodline no one knew about, and this was one of them. Technically, I could mind link with every wolf in the world, but once again, I couldn't tell him that. I was losing track of how many secrets I had to keep from my own mate. Will you let me know if they come up with anything? His hand moved from my chin to rest on my cheek, a gesture he was using often lately. I wasn't afraid to admit I loved it. Of course, you'll be the first person I tell. I gave him a soft smile and nodded. What did you want to discuss with me? I was desperate for the change in topic. I hated the secrets I had to keep from him, but I'd do anything to keep him safe and out of harm's way. A small part of me was scared his loyalties would lie with the man he considered his king, the man who appointed him High Alpha. While Xander hasn't brought up Eric around me yet, I wasn't sure I was ready for him to. Xander dropped his hand from my cheek and went around to sit in his chair behind his desk. I took my seat again and waited for him to explain. It's no secret I haven't met my mate yet and don't have a Luna. While Victoria has been taking on some of the Luna duties, there's more I need her to do. As the Gamma female, I'd like her to take on training the younger females. Victoria is an excellent fighter, and I know she would rather be on the field. What I'm saying is, I need someone to take over the Luna duties, and I'd like it if you'd be willing to help. While I don't expect you to go out and deal with external affairs, there are some things you'd be able to do from inside the pack house. The Luna tends to the people and acts like a mother figure to them. People normally submit their thoughts and concerns through her, and I feel like that's something you could handle. All you'd have to do is go through the papers people submit and come up with solutions for them. You can bring them to me after, and I'll handle the physical aspect. This wasn't what I was expecting. Honestly, I was kind of speechless. He wanted me to help with Luna duties? Why me? I asked. I mean, I could probably throw a rock from the window and hit a handful of she-wolves who would kill for this chance. While you are correct, I figured with you already living in the pack house that you'd be the perfect person for this job. You are compassionate and have lived the life of an Omega, so you could relate to the things people have to say more than most. Plus, you are smart. I'm sure you could come up with solutions to fix whatever problems arise. I thought about it for a second. I really did want to make myself useful around here, and he was giving me the chance to do just that. It wasn't quite what I had in mind, but doing some of the Luna duties would help prepare me for when I took over as queen. Okay, I'll do it, but on one condition. He nodded like he expected this. Name it. I don't want anyone outside of this house knowing I'm to do this. He thought for a second. That's no problem. It'll stay between us and my ranked wolves. No one else will have to know. Then you've got yourself a deal, Alpha. After deciding I'd start my new job after training tomorrow, I went up to my bedroom, determined to get a good night's sleep. It was most likely wishful thinking, but it's the thought that counts, right? After changing into a pair of silk pajama shorts and matching tank top, I melted into bed. It was hard falling asleep from weather, and I's jittery excitement about training tomorrow, but after an hour of staring at the ceiling, I managed to drift off into sleep. My positive attitude regarding a good night's sleep was proven to be useless. Tonight's nightmare was brutal. I had to watch the death of my parents over and over again. Every time I thought it would stop, the memory would replay itself. I felt myself tiptoeing on the line of insanity, having to watch the worst moment of my life on repeat. Every time that scarred rogue slit my mother's throat, I felt my heart break. Every time I watched Eric stab my father in the heart, I felt my soul shatter. After the 10th time, I was screaming in my head to make it stop. I couldn't take it anymore. Suddenly, the dream changed. All around me, I could hear someone calling my name. I recognized that voice. Raina, Raina, Raina. After the 3rd time, I opened my eyes and found myself staring into a pair of gray ones. His eyes filled with relief. Raina. My name sounded like a melody coming from his lips. The sound of him saying my name calmed the storm raging inside me. I could hear thunder and lightning outside, and once my inner self calmed down, I heard them slowly disappear. Xander. My voice came out raspy, my throat sore. Are you okay? I heard you screaming in your sleep. That would explain my aching throat. I sat up in the bed, rubbing my hands over my face, surprised when I felt my cheeks were wet with tears. Bad dream. He nodded in understanding. About your parents. After I nodded, he continued. I get them too. You'd think seeing it happen in person would be bad enough, but no. The brain just loves to remind you of your worst moments. What happened to your parents? While I'd thought of this a few times throughout the past couple days, I didn't feel comfortable asking him about it until now. I wasn't sure if Alpha Arlo or his Luna were still alive, but from the sounds of it, they weren't. 9 years ago, a group of rogues managed to make it into the pack house. They killed my mother and stepfather right in front of me. Stepfather? Alpha Arlo wasn't his biological father? The previous Alpha was your stepfather? If you don't mind me asking, where is your birth father? The softness in Xander's eyes hardened, making me regret asking. My birth father isn't really in my life. He's not a great person, so we don't talk unless it's absolutely necessary. I didn't pry anymore into his birth father. They didn't seem to have a good relationship, and I didn't want to cause Xander any pain. Raina, what happened that you ended up in Alpha David's pack? I took a deep breath before letting it out slowly, thinking over what I could reveal to him. I wanted to keep my answer as honest as I could. What happened to my parents is similar to what happened to yours. When I was 8 years old, a large group of rogues attacked our pack. They didn't leave any survivors. I watched the rogues kill my parents before I was able to get away. I ran until I reached the Silver Moon Pack. You're from the New Moon Pack? Everyone knew the story of the New Moon Pack. They all heard how a group of rogues attacked the pack and killed everyone, leaving nothing and no one behind. I used that as my cover story because no one would question it, and there weren't any survivors to say otherwise. It also helped that the New Moon Pack was only an hour away from the Silver Moon Pack. Yes. I'm so sorry you had to endure that, Raina. I felt so guilty inside. I was sitting here getting sympathy from my mate all while I was lying to him. The death of my parents was real, but that was the only shred of truth in my story. I hope he understood one day why I had to lie. Why don't you try and get some sleep? You don't have to be up for another couple hours. I wasn't sure if I'd even be able to go back to sleep. I was still so shaken up from my dream, but I knew I had to try. I didn't want to be tired for my first day of training tomorrow. I refused to let my subconscious rule my life. Yeah, I probably should. Thank you for coming to check on me. Of course. Good night, Raina. After wishing Xander good night, I laid back down and tried to think happy thoughts to calm my erratic brain. I pictured a future with Xander where Eric was defeated and we ruled the wolves in harmony side by side. I felt my eyes grow heavy and slipped into sleep with a smile on my face. I awoke a couple hours later, the clock on my nightstand reading 6 in the morning. I had just enough time to get dressed and get something quick to eat as I was to meet Victoria in the foyer at 6:30 to head to training together. After dressing in a black sports bra and black leggings, I threw my long black hair into a tight ponytail before putting on my tennis shoes. Once I was ready, I made my way to the kitchen to grab a protein bar and bottle of water. As I was finishing the last of my makeshift breakfast, Victoria came in, having the same idea as me, as she grabbed one for herself. Her red hair was in 2 French braids and had on an outfit similar to mine, only navy in color. Ready to go? I nodded enthusiastically and followed her out the front door. Weather was bouncing around in my head, but keeping it together enough to not accidentally let herself show. Weather knew her limits, even if she liked to test them sometimes. The training field was only a short walk away from the pack house. The sun was already shining, reminding us it was going to be another hot summer day. The ground was still damp from my middle-of-the-night storm, but would quickly dry up in the next hour. Thankfully, there weren't any broken branches scattered around. I had no idea how bad the storm last night was, but if I had to guess off of my nightmare, I'd say pretty damn bad. As we made our way to the training field, Victoria filled the silence. She sure was bubbly even in the early hours of the morning. Liam promised me he'd pair us for sparring. I told him if he didn't, then he wouldn't get laid for a week. I laughed out loud. I bet he gave in real quick. Oh, of course. We walked up to the training field still in a fit of giggles. There were groups of men and women hanging around waiting for Gamma Liam to show up to begin. Victoria and I stayed off to the side. Despite how bubbly and friendly Victoria was, she told me she didn't have many girlfriends in the pack. She said it was hard for her to make friends when every girl ended up just using her to get to Xander. It was sad that women behaved that way. I heard Victoria groan in annoyance. Guess who's making their way over here? I turned towards where she was looking and wasn't surprised to find Kimberly making her way over to us. She had on a sports bra that had to be padded, as her small cleavage was practically up to her chin, and a pair of spandex shorts that barely managed to cover her ass. I had to fight my eye roll harder than ever. Her honey blonde hair was up in a perfect ponytail, and she even had some makeup on. Why wear makeup to training when it's just going to sweat off anyway? Made no sense to me. Trailing behind her were 2 more blondes. They were both supermodel, beautiful like Kimberly, but in totally different ways. Guess you had to be blonde to be a part of Kimberly's group. I had never been happier to have my black hair. Kimberly and her shadows came to a stop right in front of Victoria and me. Kimberly didn't even glance in Victoria's way, which immediately pissed me off. Victoria was her gamma female and deserved respect. Hi, you must be the new girl. Rainy, right? It's Raina. Kimberly flashed me a big fake smile. I could smell the bullshit coming off her a mile away. Oh yes, that's right. Well anyway, Raina, I'm sure Xander has already told you all about me, but as the future Luna, I wanted to come up and personally introduce myself to you. I heard Victoria snort beside me and had to hold back a laugh. This girl was delusional. I put on my best perky smile and said, "Oh, that's so nice of you. I can't believe Xander didn't tell me he had a mate." I felt Xander before I saw him. My soul would recognize him anywhere. As I looked to my left, I saw him walking up with Liam and Micah. Time for some fun. "Xander," I called out to him. "Come over here." "What are you doing?" hissed Kimberly. "I wanted to congratulate you both, and what better way to do it than with your mate here too? You know, 2 birds, 1 stone." Kimberly was torn between seething and looking uncomfortable. Victoria was standing next to me with a smug grin. "Oh, that's not necessary. I can just tell him later." I waved her off. "Oh, nonsense. He's already making his way over here." As Xander came to a stop in front of us, I flashed him a wide grin. There you are. I can't believe you didn't tell me you found your mate. Luna Kimberly here had to come and tell me herself. I guess congratulations are in order. The death glare Xander gave Kimberly would have me pissing in my shoes if I were her. It filled me with joy. Just then, Liam blew a whistle, signaling everyone to circle up to begin training. Time to go. So nice to meet you, Luna Kimberly. I sang over my shoulder, flashing her a wink that had her face turning bright red. I grabbed Victoria by the arm and dragged her to her mate. I can't believe you just did that. It was fucking awesome. She gushed, still unable to stop laughing. I shrugged. Girl had it coming. As Liam told us to spread out and begin stretching, I felt Xander come up beside me. Causing trouble already, I see. I looked up into gray eyes twinkling with suppressed laughter. I have no idea what you're talking about, Alpha. I know I've said it before, but I'm going to say it again. This girl is going to be the death of me. That stunt she just pulled with Kimberly was diabolical, yet brilliant. Not many had the balls to go up against Kimberly, yet this girl just called her out on her lies without batting an eye. Raina was definitely keeping me on my toes. I didn't always oversee training, but I wanted to see how Raina's first day went, so Micah and I decided to go watch. I knew Raina was fast and strong, so I was looking forward to seeing her go up against some of my warriors. I told Liam not to do any wolf training today, as I didn't want everyone finding out about Raina yet. I wanted to give her the chance to prove herself before people started judging her. Liam had everyone split up to stretch before having them all run a few laps around the field to warm up. After everyone finished, they would begin sparring. Micah and I stood off to the side, letting Liam do his thing. He was the one in charge of the warriors and was damn good at his job. All three of us were the strongest fighters in this pack and wanted to make sure our warriors were up to par. Victoria and Raina got paired together, as I knew Liam wouldn't deny his mate. I was glad, though. I wanted Raina to spar with someone she was comfortable with first. The two were quickly becoming friends, a fact that made me happy. She seemed to fit into our group like she was made to be there, which only made Storm believe she was our mate even more. As Raina and Victoria began sparring, Raina started doing her little disappearing act. The girl was insanely fast, and Victoria had a hard time getting a hit on her. While she was good on defense, she was also holding her own on offense. Every strike she evaded, she countered with one of her own. Holy shit, dude. I looked over at Micah. I know. Seeing Raina fight against Victoria was even better than going up against her. I could see her every move and watch as she carefully calculated each one. It didn't take her long to analyze her opponent and find their weak spot. In the first minute, Raina saw that Victoria was prone to leaving her left side open and used it to her advantage. The best part about watching her was seeing that pert ass in those leggings. I had to keep my eyes off her lower body so I wouldn't start sporting a hard-on, which was proving harder than I thought. For someone who didn't have a wolf, she was exceptional and better than most of my warriors here. You'd never be able to guess the girl was practically human from watching her. She exuded confidence, but she wasn't boastful, and that helped make her even more deadly. Raina had Victoria on the ground in the next 5 minutes. Halfway through their fight, some of the others stopped what they were doing to watch them. I could hear whispers of how impressive Raina was, and also some of the male warriors complimenting her on her looks. I made a mental note of each one that commented on her ass. Damn, girl, you just gave me a serious run for my money. Raina reached down to help Victoria on her feet. You're good, you just need to watch that left side. I heard Victoria let out a groan. I know it's always my weak spot. Where the hell did you learn to fight like that? Raina shrugged nonchalantly. My father started training me when I was really young. Then after I ended up in my last pack, I would sometimes watch the warriors train and just copied their moves. I didn't know that about Raina's father, though. I didn't know much about her parents, except that she watched them die in front of her. He must have been one hell of a warrior, considering she's a fucking powerhouse. I remember her telling me in the forest the first time I talked to her how she refused to sit on the sidelines and watch everyone else fight. I admired that about her, and now seeing her prove her words, I was filled with pride. Wolf or not, she is someone who can stand beside us. I know that's Storm, but that doesn't mean I want her to go off fighting rogues with us. We don't even know how she'd fare against someone in their wolf form. We'll have to make sure she gets the proper training for that. We will keep her safe. It was still crazy to me how Storm didn't even care if she had a wolf or not. He wanted to claim her regardless. He was already smitten with her, and every day she gave him more reasons to be. Liam, I called through the pack link. Switch up the partners. I want to see how Raina does with someone else. No problem, Alpha. He spoke through the link before continuing out loud. All right, everyone. Time to switch up partners. This time, you can pick who you want to spar against. Since Raina didn't know anyone, she just stood there waiting for someone to challenge her. I had a feeling who would before she even opened her big mouth. I'll spar against you, Rainey. Fucking Kimberly. Fighting against Victoria felt great. She was a strong opponent and really had me working hard for my win. Thankfully, I was fast because her hits were hard. I was still on my winning high when none other than Kimberly wanted to spar against me. Xander told me before she was a good fighter, her brother Darren being head warrior, but I wasn't worried. I was ready for a good challenge. My name is Raina, I told her for the second time. Oh, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting. She could play dumb all she wanted, but I knew the truth. She was calling me by the wrong name on purpose to make me feel insignificant. Too bad it wouldn't work. Kimberly turned her back to Xander and bent over, pretending like she was stretching. Little did she know, his eyes never once left me. He gave me a nod, and I fueled that to give me the confidence I needed. I knew he wouldn't look at me any differently if I lost, but this wasn't about him. This was about me, and proving to myself I was strong enough. Kimberly went into a fighting stance, and I mirrored her. She came at me fast and hard, throwing a punch straight to my face. I moved out of the way at the last second, hoping she would lose her footing at the momentum. She quickly regained herself and came at me again. This time she aimed a kick at my chest. I didn't move out of the way this time. Instead, I grabbed her foot right before it connected and pushed it upwards, throwing her up and onto her back. She hit the ground hard, and I could hear the air leave her lungs. I gave her time to get up and could see she was getting pissed. She started throwing jab after jab at me, aiming wildly with no clear target in sight. The more I evaded her punches and returned with some of my own, the more frustrated she became. Her breathing was getting heavy and her punches harder. She managed to get a good one to the side of my face that had my mouth filling with blood. She followed with a kick to my chest that had me flying back. I used the momentum of me falling to turn it into a backflip, landing on my hands before finishing on my feet. I heard a hoot coming from Micah and flashed him a quick wink. Kimberly started her reckless punches and kicks again, becoming angrier the more I countered each attack. After one of her hits, I grabbed her arm and threw her over my body, letting her hit the ground again. This time she didn't try to get up. I thought she was going to forfeit when I heard a loud snarl come from her throat, fur starting to come from her body. The crazy bitch was shifting. Before me, Kimberly shifted into her honey-colored wolf, snarling and snapping her teeth, golden eyes locked on my own. I heard Xander yelling at her from the sidelines, screaming at her to shift back. I turned his way and gave him a quick shake of my head, not wanting him to stop this fight. This wouldn't be my first time fighting a wolf in human form, and it wouldn't be my last. I was ready. Kimberly's golden wolf charged at me, aiming to place her paws on my shoulders to knock me down. If she managed to get me pinned under her, I'd have no choice but to forfeit. Good thing I had no intentions of letting that happen. I let her wolf throw me back, but I kept my feet bent under me. As her wolf landed on me, I used my feet and kicked her off, tossing her into the air, summoning a bit of wind to throw her even further. I could feel the scratch marks her claws left on my skin, but the pain was the last thing on my mind. Blood ran down my arms, but it only spurred me on more. Kimberly quickly found her footing and charged at me again. This time, I ran towards her and at the last second, fell to slide right underneath her. I ended up behind her and grabbed her tail, yanking her back. She quickly turned, snapping her teeth inches from my face. Knowing she would do that, I threw a punch to her snout, satisfied when I heard her nose break and blood pour from it. Blood for blood. I released her tail and took a few steps back. The blood was beginning to really pour from my wounds, and I knew I needed to finish this fight and fast. Weather wouldn't be able to help me heal, and I knew I was losing too much blood to be able to keep this up for much longer. With an idea in mind, I let Kimberly charge at me one last time. As she came at me full force, I flipped onto my hands before pushing with all my strength, summoning wind once again, and launched myself into the air and above her. I twisted at the last second, landing on her back so I was facing her front. I wrapped my arms around her neck and legs around her torso. She immediately fell and rolled on her back, pinning me beneath her large wolf, but I refused to let go. She got another slash on my arm, so I tightened my grip even more, cutting off her airways. I kept squeezing my legs together until I heard a crack and knew I broke a couple of her ribs. My muscles were screaming, and just when I thought they'd give up on me, she finally conceded and fell limp. Pushing her off of me, I stumbled to my feet, taking a deep gulp of air. My legs felt like they were made of jelly and would have crumbled if it weren't for the strong arms that wrapped around me, helping me stay up. The blood loss was catching up to me now that all adrenaline had left my body, leaving me a wobbly mess. I could see black spots start to dance across my vision, threatening to suck me into a peaceful abyss. Xander scooped me into his arms, the tingles helping to keep my eyes open and locked on him, though it was only a matter of time before I lost my fight with consciousness. I don't know whether to punish or praise you right now. I looked up at him and gave him a weak smile. Can't punish the winner, Alpha. That was the last thing I said before my world went black. I awoke to the sound of beeping. As I opened my eyes, I was hit with a bright light that had me immediately closing them. I slowly opened them this time, giving my eyes time to adjust to the fluorescent lighting. I sat up with a groan, my body feeling like I'd been hit by a truck. The wounds on my shoulder were screaming, though not as badly as I thought they would. I looked around and noticed I was laying on a hospital bed in one of those goddess-awful gowns they put on patients. The room I was in was large, with all white walls and different medical equipment scattered around. Considering there was only one bed in here, I had to be in one of the private suites. Raina, a voice came from my left. Looking over, I saw Xander sitting in a chair, pulled up to the hospital bed I was laying on. The worried look on his face melted into relief as he saw I was awake and well. I know you said I can't punish the winner, but I'm so tempted right now from you scaring me half to death. I shot him an apologetic smile. Sorry about that. He gave me a knowing look. Somehow I don't believe you are sorry at all. What were you thinking taking on a wolf like that? You could have been seriously injured, more than you already are. How am I supposed to learn if I don't try? The chances of enemies staying in human form just for me are slim to none. I need to learn to defend myself against wolves, and what better way to learn than just go for it? He shook his head at me, a tired look on his face. I could feel the worry radiating off his body and wished I could take it away, but I didn't regret going up against Kimberly's wolf. Storm is about 2 seconds away from locking you in the pack house in a padded room, so this never happens again. Who is Storm? I questioned. My wolf. Of fucking course his wolf's name is Storm. This man really was made for me. Well, you tell Storm that's not happening. I don't regret my decision and plan on doing it again. I saw his eyes glaze over and I knew he was talking to his wolf. The devious smile slowly coming over his face wasn't what I was expecting. If anything, it had my anxiety skyrocketing. I wasn't so sure I wanted to hear what his wolf had to say. Storm has some unsavory ideas on how to keep you locked up in the pack house, ones I think would be very effective and you might find worthwhile. I didn't trust the dark look in his eyes or the sly smirk he was wearing. This man was dangerous. Good thing I wasn't afraid of a little danger. Well, tough shit, you big bad alpha wolf. I will return to training, and you can't stop me. The laugh that left his lips had a chill running down my spine and warmth pooling between my legs. It was deep and dark, promising pleasure and pain. Oh, my love, do you have any idea what you've just done? Challenging an alpha wolf is a very dangerous thing to do. I was too focused on him calling me my love to worry about anything else he said. Those two words filled me with warmth and had Weather's tail wagging like crazy. She was tired from our fight with Kimberly since she was using our powers to summon the wind and helping me heal as much as she could without it being too obvious. Poor girl needed to recover too. Taking on an angry wolf in human form was no joke. I was saved from having to respond when the doctor entered the room. She was probably in her early 40s with brown hair and matching brown eyes. She had a kind smile on her face as she made it over to my hospital bed. "Hi, Raina. I am Dr. Gabby. I'm glad to see you awake. How are you feeling?" I rolled my shoulders around and winced. The pain was there, but I expected worse. "Still in some pain, but it's not too bad." Xander moved out of the way as she put on a pair of latex gloves and came over to my side. "Let's see how you're healing. Do you mind stepping out, Alpha? I'll need to remove her gown in order to see her wounds." Xander looked like he wanted to argue, but gave her a nod and left the room anyway. I was glad she asked him to leave. I didn't want the first time he saw my breasts to be while I was hospitalized. "Doctor," Gabby untied the gown from around my neck and let it fall to around my waist before pulling back the gauze used to wrap around my wounds. The torn skin on my shoulder was still red, but the cuts from Kimberly's claws were scabbed over and no longer bleeding. Even with Weather slowly helping the healing, it would take a few days for the marks to go away. "You're healing better than I thought you would. If you continue to put ointment on the wounds every day, you should be okay to go back to training by Monday. I suggest taking it easy these next few days so you don't reopen the wounds and remember to keep them clean to avoid any infections." Motherfucker. Only I would get seriously injured on my first day of training. I guess I kind of brought it on myself. "Thank you, Dr. Gabby. Does this mean I'm free to leave?" I asked as she tied the gown back around my neck. She gave me a soft smile. "Yes, you may leave. Please try to keep the wounds dry until they are completely scabbed over. I'm sure by tomorrow afternoon they'll be fine." Great. How the fuck was I supposed to shower? I was still covered in dirt, blood, and sweat and desperately needed one. I guess I could get a bath and just not get my shoulders wet, but what about my hair? This was going to be fun. Cue eye roll. She left a tube of ointment on the table and with one last smile, left the room. I let out an exasperated sigh, frustrated with everything, including myself. I just had to go against a wolf on my first day and get hurt. Dumbass. Xander poked his head after the doctor left. "Your clothes are on the chair. I'll wait out here while you get dressed." After he shut the door behind him, I hopped from the hospital bed. Getting dressed was harder than I thought, but I refused to ask Xander for any help. I skipped the sports bra and put on one of the large t-shirts that someone had left for me. From the smell, I knew it was Xander's. I totally planned on keeping it. Once I was dressed back in my leggings and the t-shirt that I had to tie in a knot so it didn't reach my knees, I left the room and prayed to the goddess I wouldn't have to come back anytime soon. I was feeling a lot more steady on my legs than earlier, but the tiny red dot on the inside of my elbow told me they'd given me fluids to help with the blood loss. I walked out of the hospital room and found Xander leaning on the opposite wall, waiting for me. "Ready to go?" With my ointment in hand, I nodded. "Yes, let's get the hell out of here." Xander placed his hand on my lower back and led us out of the hospital. We passed a few nurses who all bowed in respect to him on our way out, but I also noticed the looks they gave us when they saw where his hand was. I could only imagine the rumors that were already going around since he carried me off the training field and stayed in the hospital with me. This day just kept getting better. Xander led me to a SUV that was parked right outside and helped me into the car before walking around and climbing into the driver's seat. After starting the engine, we started for the pack house. "So what did the doctor say?" "I can't go back to training until Monday." I was fully aware I was pouting like a child, but I didn't care. "That's not bad. Tomorrow is Thursday, so you'll only have to miss 2 days." "I know," I huffed. It just sucks because I just started today and already have to sit out. On top of that, I'm covered in blood, sweat, and dirt, and I can't get my shoulder wet to shower. What about a bath? They cleaned your upper body, so just don't make the water so high it'll get your wounds wet, he suggested. That's what I was thinking too. But what about my hair? It's disgusting, and the doctor told me I need to take it easy. I can't lift my arms to wash my hair. Xander was quiet for a minute as he thought my dilemma over. I really was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Lifting my arms just to wash my hair would hurt like hell. While I could suffer through the pain, I didn't want to do anything to prolong my healing. Being on the field today and sparring against other people felt so good, and I couldn't wait to get back out there. What if I helped you? I whipped my head towards him, eyes wide with disbelief. Wait, what? Mate or not, no way was I letting him see me naked yet. I could wash your hair for you. You just have to lean over the tub and I'd do all the work. How had I not thought of that? I would rather ask Victoria for help, though. Let our mate do this for us. He doesn't even know we're mates, Weather. That doesn't matter. We know, and that's enough for now. Weather rarely asked for anything, and with her giving me 3 months to decide our future, I knew I couldn't deny her. While I got to be around Xander, Weather was being deprived of her mate. Her being able to be around him and experience things through me helped, but it wasn't the same. Storm was her true mate, and I know she longed to be with him. I guess that could work, I told him, making Weather pleased with my response. After I wash my body, you can help with my hair. The smile that lit up his face was breathtaking. Xander, you're getting soap in my eyes, I shrieked, my whole body shaking with laughter as I was bent over the tub while Xander washed my hair. I was starting to regret this. Oh shit, sorry. Weather was howling with laughter, enjoying this way too much. Despite the soap in my eyes, I was having a good time as well. You could tell Xander had never done this for someone before, but it made this moment that much better. He was doing a better job than I expected, and the feel of his fingers running through my hair was incredible, but having to stay bent over was becoming uncomfortable. It's okay, just hand me a towel. As soon as I had the towel in hand, I rubbed my eyes to rid them of the shampoo. Now that they were clear, I could finally open them again, although my view was nothing special, considering I was staring at the bottom of the bathtub. Once he was satisfied with the amount of scrubbing he did to my head, Xander started rinsing my hair using the detachable faucet. He then moved on to the conditioner and ran it all the way through to my ends. Weather was purring away, loving the way he made sure the conditioner made it to each of my strands of hair. He was surprisingly gentle, considering the man was built like a mountain. I had to hold back a moan as he started massaging my scalp. Now this was some queen shit right here. As he was rinsing the conditioner from my hair, I noticed he was taking a very long time. Everything all right up there? Your hair is so long and thick. I want to make sure I get everything out of it. He had a good point. My hair was long enough to touch the bottom of the bathtub, and I appreciated him making sure all the product was gone. Xander wrapped my hair once he was done and helped me stand up. It felt good to not be bent over anymore. I went to grab the towel to dry my hair, but he beat me to it. Turn around. I did as he said, and he proceeded to dry my hair for me. He was so tall, I didn't even need to bend down for him to reach. Xander taking care of me like this was the nicest thing anyone had ever done for me. He was the first person in the last 10 years to support me and seemed to only want the best for me. I didn't deserve him. All right, I think you're good to go. My hair was still a little damp, but that was fine. Xander did more than he needed to, and for that I was grateful. I turned to him and gave him a smile, hearing his heartbeat spike. Thank you, Xander. I wrapped my arms around his waist, only wincing a little at the pain, but it was worth it. This was my favorite place to be. There were no words to describe being in his arms. They were so big and strong, and I'd never felt safer than when I was in his embrace. One of his arms wrapped around my waist, and the other held the back of my head. I had leaning on his chest. I could feel his heart as it beat in tune with my own. He smelled so damn good, and I found myself inhaling his scent, lessening some of the pain in my shoulders. We didn't say anything for a while, just stood in each other's arms. He was the first to step back before cupping my face with both hands. His eyes were a light gray and filled with so much worry. When you wanted to continue that fight earlier, I thought I was going to lose it. It took every ounce of restraint to stop Storm and myself from whisking you away to safety. As much as we wish we could lock you up to make sure you never get hurt again, I know that wouldn't make you happy. What you did today was incredible, and I just want you to know how proud of you I am. The sincerity in his voice brought tears to my eyes. The last person to tell me how proud they were of me was my father. Somehow hearing it from Xander felt even better. You have no idea how much it means to hear you say that. My words came out as a whisper, my throat clogged with emotions. I normally wasn't one to cry, but Xander had a way of evoking all feelings within me, even ones I had locked up long ago. He wiped a stray tear that slipped out and pressed a gentle kiss to my forehead. He then stepped back and released my face, making me instantly miss his warmth. Weather was right, the bond was already getting stronger. Why don't you change into something comfortable, and then we can go eat dinner? Everyone will be happy to see you, especially Victoria. She's been hounding me through the link since we got home. I'd come to learn that Victoria was like a little sister to Xander and Micah. She'd been in their lives for so long, even before mating with Liam. I loved the bond they all shared, and was glad Xander had them as family since his own was gone. A secret part of me hoped I'd become a part of their family. After Xander left me to get changed, I slid out of my robe and pulled on a pair of clean leggings. Most of my tops were tighter, and I didn't want anything that would rub against my wound, so I had no clue what to wear. Imagine my surprise when I found a stack of t-shirts sitting on my bed, all smelling of Xander. Fuck yes. I slipped one on and tied it in a knot around my waist since the man was so much bigger than me. I guess I was kind of short even for werewolf standards. Dressed in my comfy clothes, I left my suite and headed for the dining room. As soon as I walked through the door, the hoots and chants started. "There's our badass," came Micah, walking up to me with a big smile on his face. He went to pull me in for a hug when a spunky redhead pushed him out of the way. "Oh my goddess, Raina, I'm so happy you're okay." I tried to hold back a wince as she practically threw herself into my arms, squeezing a little too tight. While taking my bath earlier, I noticed I was covered in scrapes and bruises, so I was more than a little sore. "Easy there, babe. She just got out of the hospital, remember?" Victoria stepped back and gave me a sheepish smile. "I'm sorry, I was just so excited to see you after what happened." "You okay, love?" Xander's presence dominated everyone else's in the room. He stepped up beside me with a worried look, checking me over to see if I was hurt. Micah, Liam, and Victoria were all exchanging looks, sly grins on their faces. Little did they know, this wasn't the first time he's referred to me as love, but I wasn't going to point that out. I could only imagine the looks they'd share if I did. "Yes, I'm okay. Thank you." The pain from Victoria's hug didn't bother me. I was too happy to have another person care about me. Xander visibly relaxed and led me over to the table, once again pulling my chair out for me. As soon as we were all sat and the food was served, the chatter began. "So, Raina, I had a feeling Micah would start first. Why didn't you tell us you could kick ass like that? The way you flipped around before taking down Kimberly was fucking awesome." "Yeah, where the hell did you learn to do that?" I could feel myself blush under the scrutiny of Micah and Victoria. I gave a nonchalant shrug, downplaying my abilities like it was nothing. "My mother taught me some gymnastics when I was younger. It was so cool. I wish I could flip around like that," Victoria pouted. "I can teach you some things if you'd like," I offered. That had Victoria lighting up like a Christmas tree. "Honestly, I feel like everyone should learn a few moves like that. Would you be willing to teach the warriors?" Liam's question caught me off guard. Flipping around like I did wasn't something people usually used in battle, but could be very effective. The thought of teaching some of my untraditional ways of fighting to others filled me with a sense of purpose, and the more I thought about it, the more excited I got. I looked at Xander, wanting to hear his perspective on it. "I think it's a great idea. The smile that lit up my face may have been my biggest one yet. The warriors could definitely learn a thing or two from you. The males won't be as flexible, but the women would surely benefit from it. I jumped up in my seat and threw my arms around Xander's neck. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Xander's chest rumbled with laughter and hugged me back. Everyone else in the room was silent, though. As I sat back down in my chair, Micah, Victoria, and Liam all had knowing looks on their faces. I was 100% sure they all thought something was going on between Xander and me, but other than a few affectionate moments, nothing else had happened. Liam cleared his throat and broke the awkward silence first. Other than the gymnastics, I feel the warriors could also learn to stay calm and collected like you did in your fight with Kimberly. She let her anger get the best of her, and it cost her in the end. I hadn't really thought of Kimberly since I got released from the hospital. What happened to her anyway? Victoria wore a smug grin, and I knew this was going to be good. You broke 3 ribs, her nose, and crushed her windpipe. Considering I made it out with some bruising and claw marks, I'd say I caused the most damage. I guess everyone knows I don't have a wolf now. Actually, no one even had that thought until Kimberly went around telling people, except it ended up backfiring on her, because now everyone's reminding her she got bested by a wolf-less female. Micah said, I had to stop myself from laughing out loud. She thought she could get people to turn on me when all she did was make herself the target. She's not very smart now, is she? If anything, people respect you even more for taking on a wolf when you don't even have one. People were very impressed with you, and I think they'll like you helping with training. The pride in Xander's eyes as he looked at me filled me with infinite warmth. It was a look my father gave me every time I executed a move correctly, but meant so much more coming from the man who was my mate. He didn't know who I was to him, but I could tell he was beginning to care a lot for me, and I was really starting to care for him too. This bond between us was growing stronger by the second. My feelings for Raina only seemed to grow the more I got to know her. She was everything one could want in a mate. Strong, compassionate, smart, and so damn beautiful on the inside and outside. Storm never cared about any of the females I was with before, but something about Raina had him hooked. We felt this indescribable pull towards her that had Storm convinced it was the mate bond. I wouldn't let myself believe it in case it turned out to not be true. Watching her fight today was like watching an artist. She moved fluidly and did things I'd never seen another person do. She was quick on her feet and moved with such grace. The way she remained calm and level-headed throughout the whole fight made her even more deadly. The way her face lit up when I told her she could help teach the warriors is a picture I'll never forget. Her blue eyes were sparkling with happiness and lips turned up in the biggest grin. Knowing I helped make her smile that way made me feel like $1,000,000. Storm loved that she was becoming more comfortable around us. She hadn't thought twice about throwing herself into my arms. She just did it. Raina had this air of confidence around her that was incredibly sexy. She knew what she wanted and went for it. She didn't think about what could possibly happen to her when she wanted to continue that fight with Kimberly. She just knew she had to try. The rest of dinner was filled with laughter, and I loved seeing the smile that never left Raina's face. I knew she was bummed about not being able to train until Monday, but now she could come up with a plan for helping with training and what she wanted to teach everyone. I was looking forward to watching her and already knew she'd be great at it. Since you aren't able to train until Monday, why don't you come to my office in the morning and we can get started on some of the things that need done? Yeah, we can do that. The thought of spending the next 2 days with her inside my office brought on some very tempting thoughts. I wasn't sure how much experience she had with men, but either way, I wanted to take things slow with her. I wasn't even sure how she felt about me and wanted to earn her complete trust before even attempting anything physical with her. I won't lie and say I haven't had my fair share of sexual partners, but things were different with Raina. While I wanted her like no other, I also wanted more than just sex. I'd never felt that way about another girl before. Everyone wanted to go watch a movie after dinner, so once everyone finished, we all headed to the theater room. After Micah won the rock, paper, scissors battle with Victoria, he picked some action-filled movie. We all settled into the sectional facing the screen, and I was pleased when Raina took the seat next to me. I grabbed a blanket off the back of the couch and draped it over her, earning a smile in return. I could feel her warmth as she leaned into my side, taking me by surprise. I wanted to put my arm around her, but was afraid of hurting her wound, so I placed my hand on her knee instead. She rested her head on my shoulder, and I felt all the tension leave my body. She had this calming effect on Storm and me. Storm's tail was wagging 1,000,000 miles an hour, practically giddy over our closeness to Raina. "This is where she belongs," came his deep voice in my head. "We don't know that, Storm. There is no guarantee she's our mate. Then we'll make her our mate." Storm didn't care about the elders and what they thought. He cared about one thing, and that was making Raina ours. If Raina had a wolf, the elders wouldn't care if I took her as a chosen mate, but I knew they'd never approve if I tried with her not having one. The elders were a group of older wolves that were highly respected in the pack. Their opinion meant a lot to all members, and while I was the alpha and could overrule anything they said, having my members' support was important to me. It took a long time to earn their respect and trust, since I wasn't Alpha Arlo's biological son, and I was afraid to lose that. I knew it would take little time for her to win everyone over, but I didn't want people holding the fact she was without a wolf over her head and doubting her capabilities. The only bright spot was the fact that Raina was already earning respect and praise from some of the pack members that had seen her on the training field earlier. I felt Storm curl up in the back of my subconscious, still happy with Raina being so close to us, and let me just enjoy my time with her. About a quarter of the way through the movie, Raina fell asleep. I knew she had to be tired from today's events. First, she woke up screaming in the middle of the night from a nightmare. Then she ended up in the hospital after taking on a full-grown wolf. She needed the rest. Raina snuggled even closer to me in her sleep, practically laying on top of me. I heard a snicker to my left and looked to see Micah wiggling his eyebrows at me. I shot him a glare before turning my attention back to the movie. Victoria and Liam were on the other side of the couch, wrapped in each other's arms. I had no clue what this movie was about, not that I was paying much attention. I spent most of the time staring at the peaceful look on Raina's face. She was so beautiful. Her plump lips were lifted into a content smile and her raven black locks fanned around her. I buried my nose in her hair, inhaling her floral and sweet scent. I wondered if she'd taste as sweet as she smelled. I longed to kiss those plump lips of hers and hoped I got the opportunity soon. I already knew one taste of her would have me addicted. Raina was still passed out when the movie ended. I didn't want to wake her, so I scooped her into my arms and after telling everyone good night, carried her up to bed. She had her face in the crook of my neck. As I opened the door to her bedroom, I was hit with her mouth-watering scent. I laid her down on the bed, but when I went to pull away, her hands reached out grabbing for me. "Xander," came a breathless moan from her lips. It seemed the little temptress was dreaming about me. I wanted to give in to her and stay, but I didn't know how she'd react in the morning. I could tell she had a hard time trusting people, and I didn't want to ruin things between us. I placed a soft kiss on her forehead and said, "Good night, my love." As I made my way to my own suite, I thought about everything that has happened since meeting Raina. She was still a mystery to me. How she ended up as an Omega when she's obviously so much more is beyond me. She's one hell of a fighter and doesn't bow down to me just because I'm Alpha. She was an enigma I planned on figuring out. I decided I'd test my Alpha command on her tomorrow and see how she reacts. Like Alpha David, I too had never met someone who was unaffected by it. Even humans could feel the weight of an Alpha's command. I couldn't think of a single reason as to why it shouldn't work on her. Between that and not being able to initiate her into my pack, my mind was spinning. She was unlike anyone I had ever met before, and I wondered how special she truly was. I was only hitting the tip of the iceberg that was Raina. Then there was the fact she didn't have a wolf. While being wolfless was rare, it still happened in people with human ancestors or weaker omegas. I didn't know anything about Raina's family history, but she was no weak omega, that I was sure of. If anyone deserved a wolf, it was her. I knew there was a lot she was holding in, but I was going to respect her and let her tell me in her own time. I stripped down until I was only in my boxers before climbing into bed. I linked a few of the warriors on patrol to make sure everything was okay. Once everyone responded, all was well on the borders, I closed my eyes and drifted off to sleep. I think we should start with the pile regarding the schools. Education for the pups is very important, considering they are the future of this pack. I think that's a good idea. Do you want to go over each one together first? Yeah, that works. Raina and I were in my office going through all the letters people submitted. Raina went ahead and sorted each one into piles so we could tackle the most important ones first. I expected her to come down in the afternoon since I figured she'd want to sleep in, but she was here right at 7 this morning. While I hadn't heard any screaming from her last night, the dark circles under her eyes let me know she hadn't slept well. I brought an extra chair into the office so we could both sit behind my desk to work. We were sitting side by side, our arms touching. I tried not to let her scent and warmth distract me, but it was hard with her so close. I let Raina read each letter first before reading it myself. I was interested to hear her ideas on each one. Okay, so this letter is from one of the school's chefs. She and some of the other cooks are unhappy with the quality of produce lately. I can understand that. I nodded. We've been having a bit of a dry spell these past couple months, and the crops haven't been getting enough water. Considering it's been raining every night lately, I'd say this one has already fixed itself. I looked over to see her blushing. I wonder what that's about. She reached for the next one and began reading it. I watched as her eyebrows furrowed and nose wrinkled as she concentrated. It was cute. All the problems regarding the schools were easy to fix. Mostly it consisted of upgrades and new supplies, which I was happy to approve funding for. I wanted our schools to have the best for the pups' education. Oh, here's one for the orphanage. It says with the pups growing so fast, they're running out of properly fitting clothes. It also mentions how some of the pups are struggling with their mental health. The Crescent Moon Pack was one of the few that even had an orphanage. It was something I started when I became alpha. Since not many packs had a place for children without homes or families, we had a lot of pups come from other packs to live here. I even put in place an adoption process in case a family wanted to bring one into their home. It's common for some of the children to go through a tough time when they first go to the orphanage. I used to try and visit at least once a month, but unfortunately, I haven't in a while. Raina's lips were turned in a frown as she had a thoughtful look on her face. I know hearing about the orphanage hit home for her, just like it did for me. Maybe you should head down there and get a list of all they need. I'm sure the children seeing their alpha will lighten their spirits as well. Why don't we head down there right now? We? She tilts her head like she's trying to decide if I'm serious. I gave her a small smile. I know I said you didn't have to do any work outside of the pack house, but you can relate to these kids more than anyone. I'm sure they'd be happy to have someone there who understands them. But you lost your parents too. You know what they're going through. Not like you, I told her as I brushed a lock of her hair back. She wore her black hair loose around her shoulders in soft waves today. While I did lose my parents young, I didn't lose my home. I got to stay in the pack house and take over as alpha. These children aren't as lucky as I was. After contemplating what I said, she nods. Okay, I'll go. The drive to the orphanage took 20 minutes since it was on the other side of the territory. I could tell Raina was nervous by the way she kept biting at her lip and wringing her hands together in her lap. Wanting to try something, I unleashed my whole aura and let it fill up the car. Normally, I had to keep it reined in because it made people uncomfortable. Even humans had a hard time looking me in the eye, but Raina was sitting there like she didn't feel a thing. The amount of power I was displaying should have had her sweating in her seat and neck bared in submission. Raina's non-reaction shouldn't be possible. The only way someone would feel unaffected by my aura was if they were a higher rank than me. Considering she spent the last 10 years as an Omega, I knew that couldn't be true. There was something different about Raina, and I planned on finding out just what that was. As we pulled up to the orphanage, I pulled my aura back in. I didn't want the caretakers and kids being nervous around me. I hopped out of the SUV and walked around to the passenger side. Raina looked beautiful today. Although, to be fair, she always did. She was dressed down in a simple white, long-sleeved shirt and black leggings. It was a little too hot outside for long sleeves, but I'm sure she wanted to cover up the scratch marks still on her shoulders. Looking down at my white button-down and black slacks, I realized we matched. I walked over to her side and noticed she still had that bottom lip of hers between her teeth. To say it was distracting was an understatement. If you don't stop biting that lip of yours, I'm going to do it for you. She looked up at me with a smirk. Is the big bad alpha threatening me? She taunted. I grabbed her chin between my pointer finger and thumb. It's not a threat, love, it's a promise. Her blue eyes went wide before narrowing with a heat that had my cock twitching. She had no idea how tempting she was. You're going to be the death of me, I groaned, forcing myself to step back. We better head inside, because I am 2 seconds away from taking you in the back of the car right now. She let out a cute little squeak and stared at me with big, innocent eyes still twinkling with desire. She looked like she was tempted, but ultimately thought against it as she nodded. I placed my hand on her lower back and led her into the orphanage. While I was glad I came to my senses, my throbbing core was more than displeased with me. She seemed to have a mind of her own these days. With Xander's hand on my lower back, he led me into the orphanage. I was more than a little nervous, but he made a good point earlier about me relating to the children. I had lost my parents and my home, just like the kids living here. The building was nice and kept in good condition. We walked into a receiving area, and the lady at the front desk enthusiastically jumped from her seat. Alpha, it's an honor to have you visit us today. What can I do for you? The woman was in her late 20s, and from the mark on her shoulder, I knew she was mated. Good. One less woman I'd have to worry about ogling at my mate. Talk about sounding possessive. I was going through some of the letters you have submitted and figured I'd come down and hear firsthand what it is you need. Then I thought Raina and I could visit with the children for a bit. The woman gave me a kind smile. You must be Raina then. It's nice to meet you. Charlotte here takes care of all the kids' needs and supplies, explained Xander. It's nice to meet you too. Why don't we step into my office, and I can make you a list of everything we need? I thought about just staying out here and waiting, but Xander placed his hand on my lower back again and led me into Charlotte's office. It was small, but decorated tastefully. I could see pictures of Charlotte with a man I assumed was her mate and 2 young children. They made a beautiful family. Charlotte took a seat behind her desk while Xander and I took the 2 across from her. So with the increase in rogue attacks around the area, we've been getting an influx of new children, which you already know since you gave the approval for them to move here. Thankfully, we've had some families come and adopt some, but there's still more than we're equipped for. Increase in rogue attacks? What the fuck was Eric doing? Most importantly, we're going to need more food in order to feed them all. The older boys sure can eat, and I want to make sure they're all properly fed. Xander nodded, agreeing with this. That's no problem. I will talk to the farmers about sending more produce and meat here. With the rain we've been having, the crops should be flourishing in no time. I'd never been so happy with my ability to summon rain than when I found out they'd been having a dry spell the past couple months. Between no water and the constant heat from the summer sun, the land desperately needed nourishment. I planned to make it rain every other night until things were back to normal. Next thing we need is more clothes. The kids are growing like crazy, and we can't keep up. Most of the clothes we do have are worn out, and I don't like having the children walk around with holes in their pants and shoes. I want them to be as comfortable as possible while going through tough times. I will make a call to Stella and see if she can make an order of clothes. I'll make sure they have everything they need for all weather conditions. Make a list of sizes you need and email it over to me. Seeing Xander in his element was awe-inspiring. He truly cared for his pack members and only wanted the best for them. It was incredible to watch him in alpha mode. He really would make a remarkable king. Weather wasn't saying much, but I could feel her looking through my eyes with me. She was just as impressed with Xander as I was. Now, last but most importantly, the children have been feeling down lately, especially the newer ones. Losing their families and moving to a new pack has been hard for them. We try to do activities to help keep their mind off everything, but I feel it's not enough. Xander looked like he was thinking it over and trying to come up with a solution. I know he told me I didn't have to get involved with pack affairs, but I wanted to help with this. I have a few suggestions, if I may. Xander looked over at me and gave me a warm smile. Of course. What are your thoughts? I took a deep breath, calming my erratic heart. The children need something to remind them that they are still alive and life will go on. They need to feel as normal as possible, but also have a safe space where they can voice their feelings. I suggest getting a few child therapists in here a couple times a week, and even doing a group therapy session once a week. Let the kids all gather together and share their stories. It will help with bonding between the children and let them form friendships. Also, why not give the kids things to do around the pack? Give them a purpose. I'm sure the older boys and even girls would like the chance to learn how to defend themselves. They've lost their families to rogues. They have more motivation to learn than anyone. I could feel Xander staring at me, and I felt myself squirm in my seat, feeling nervous over the intense look he was giving me. His face gave nothing away, so I didn't know what he thought about my ideas. I personally thought they were great. Just then, a full smile appeared on his face, taking my breath away. Goddess, he was so fucking handsome. I think those are all great ideas. We can definitely set up some training for all younger kids to learn some self-defense. I also know of a few therapists in the pack that I can talk to about coming here. Charlotte looked between us with a soft smile on her face. I could only imagine the thoughts running through her right now. It was hard not to think something was going on between us when he smiled at me like that. Your ideas are perfect, Luna. I bet there's also some businesses in the pack that would let the children come in and help. I can find out what each one is interested in and find them a good match that lines up with those interests. I felt my face heating up, knowing I probably looked like a tomato. Oh, I'm not the Luna. The smile never left her face. My apologies. You two seem close, and with you being here, I just assumed. It's okay. I'm just a friend of Alpha Xander's who understands what the kids are going through. Well, if it's any consultation, I think you'd make an excellent Luna. Her compliment had weather preening. Xander was exceptionally quiet during my conversation with Charlotte, and even as we made our way to the large living area, all the children were in. I hope he isn't upset with what she said. Just because he wanted to fuck me in the car earlier doesn't mean he thinks of me in that way. Whatever feelings he has for me could be purely physical for all I know. As soon as the kids saw their alpha, they all started screaming and ran over to surround him. The boys looked up at him like he was their hero, while the girls did like he was their savior. It was sweet and had my ovaries singing. Xander was giving them every ounce of his attention, listening to every story when a figure came up beside me. I didn't think the alpha could get any more attractive, but every time he comes here, he proves me wrong. I looked over to find a beautiful brunette making eyes at my mate. She was thin and all legs. Goddess, why did I have to keep meeting gorgeous women who all wanted my mate? He is good with the kids, I replied. She turned to face me and held out her hand. I'm Ariana. I'm one of the volunteers here. I shook her hand as I said, Raina. She cocked her head. I don't think I've seen you around the pack before. I just arrived a few days ago. Her eyes lit up with recognition. You're the girl that put Kimberly on her ass. I heard all about it. I wish I could have seen it with my own eyes, though. Totally badass. I let out a laugh. It was definitely something. Ariana was even prettier up close. She had stunning tan skin and hazel eyes, surrounded by thick, long lashes. While I was unhappy with her interest in Xander, I couldn't blame her. He was incredibly good looking. Plus, she seemed like a nice girl. If you ever want to hang out sometime, just let me know. I'd be happy to introduce you to some of the pack members. Let's see if I can make another friend. That would be nice. Just then, Xander called my name. Raina, come here. I want you to meet some of the kids. I gave Ariana a smile and went over to where he was surrounded by at least 10 children. I stood by his side as he introduced me to each of the kids. A cute little blonde girl with ringlet curls hugged my leg. "Are you our Luna?" she asked, her wide brown eyes gazing up at me. I bent down to her level and said, "No, I'm not. I'm just a friend of your Alpha." The frown that came over her face was cute. She had to be around 6 years old. "But you're so pretty. You should be Luna." Her voice held determination and made me laugh. "Thank you. You are very pretty too. I love your blonde curls." Her little cherub face turned a light pink. "Thank you." She wrapped her little arms around my neck, and warmth spread throughout me. I'd never really been around children before, but this little girl had stolen my heart. She proceeded to show me the picture she drew earlier and told me I could keep it. It was of her and her parents that I assumed were gone, all standing under the moon. It brought tears to my eyes that I had to hold back. The remainder of the time we spent at the orphanage was bittersweet. The kids were all lovely, and it just made me hate Eric even more. How he could have his rogues attack innocent packs was beyond me. He wanted to be king so badly, yet didn't think twice about taking the lives of the innocents he was supposed to protect. These kids don't even know the fire they just lit within me. I was more determined than ever to remove him from my throne. I prayed to the goddess that I was able to, before more children lost their parents to Eric's hands. Xander was quiet as we drove back to the pack house. He didn't seem upset, but he had a thoughtful look on his face. Not wanting to disturb him, I stared out the window at the passing buildings. The crescent moon pack was beautiful. In the center was where all the businesses were, with the surrounding land used for homes. All the houses had that same rustic feel the pack house did. You could tell Xander took pride in his pack and made sure everyone was well taken care of. He worked hard for his people. We were almost to the pack house when Xander finally broke the silence. "Charlotte was right, you know." I must have had a confused look on my face because he adds, "about how you'd be a good Luna." "Oh, well, I don't know about all that. I only helped with one thing." I pointed out with a wave of my hand. "You're the one who solved most of the problems today." "Yeah, but the way you were with the kids today and the suggestions you had were all great. You have many qualities a Luna should have. Except I don't have a wolf. While that is true, you also fight better than most warriors. You shouldn't sell yourself short just because you don't have one. A wolf doesn't define who you are as a person." I scoffed. "In the werewolf world it does." I wished I could wipe the frown off his face, but he knew I was right. People without wolves were often looked down upon. The only reason it didn't bother me was because I knew the truth. There would come a day when people realized who I really was, but until that day happened, I'd deal with the bullshit, kicking one ass at a time. After arriving at the pack house, Xander told me we could pick up where we left off tomorrow, stating he needed to go check on the patrols. He was still in a weird mood and being awfully quiet, but I wasn't going to press him for answers. It seemed he had a lot on his mind, and when I'm like that, I like to be alone, so maybe that's what he needed. I went up to my bedroom and sat on the couch facing the television. I grabbed the remote and turned on the TV, scrolling through channels until something looked decent. I wasn't big on watching TV, but there wasn't much else I could do. Without me being able to train, I was insufferably bored. I placed my head on one end of the couch and feet on the other, deciding a little relaxation would do me good. I must have fallen asleep because next thing I know, I'm opening my eyes to darkness coming through the window, the moon high in the sky. On the coffee table in front of me was a tray with a covered dish on it with a note tucked under it. "Raina, I figured you could use the rest, so I didn't wake you for dinner. I brought you up a plate in case you were hungry when you woke up. Sweet dreams, and I'll see you in the morning." Xander. Under the dome was a piece of fish, jasmine rice, and vegetables. While the food had already gone cold, I dug in anyways, not realizing how hungry I was. After finishing my plate, I decided to take a shower. With my wounds now completely scabbed over, I could safely get them wet. They could probably use a good washing anyway. I crawled into bed after I was clean. Even though I had just taken a nap, I was exhausted. I fell asleep knowing my dreams were going to be anything but sweet. Chaos was all around me. I looked to my left and right, finding rogues fighting against wolves. Women and children were running to safety, tripping over dead bodies. Warriors were in their wolf form, trying to keep the rogues from venturing further onto their land. Nothing looked familiar. This definitely wasn't a memory. What the hell was going on? I watched as a rogue tore through the throat of a wolf, blood splattering on the ground. Another rogue tore through a wolf's stomach, intestines falling out. Goddess, this was brutal. Blood coated the earth, sparkling under the moon like rubies. The grass was drenched and dead bodies were strewn everywhere. I'd never seen this many rogues at once. They outnumbered the warriors 2-1. It was an absolute bloodbath, and I knew this had to be Eric's doing. Please make it stop, I pleaded. I couldn't continue to stand here and watch while these wolves lost their lives, and there was nothing I could do. I didn't even know what was happening. Was this real, or was my brain playing tricks on me? Only you can stop this, came a voice. It was soft and ethereal. It was the same voice I heard the night I lost my parents. Who are you? I demanded. Why are you showing me this? You are the only one, my child. Just then, everything faded to black. I woke up in a panic, the sun streaming through my window. I tossed the blankets off me and ran out of the room, heading straight for Xander's office, not even caring that I was still in my pajamas. I didn't know what to make of what I just saw, but something was telling me I needed to find him as soon as possible. Without knocking, I threw open his office door to find him, Micah and Liam with identical somber expressions. This wasn't good. Xander stood up from behind his desk and walked over to stand in front of me. Raina, are you okay? I ignored his question. What's going on? What happened? Take a seat, he said to me before looking at Micah and Liam. Get a group of warriors ready. With a nod, they both left the office. Xander walked behind his desk and sat back in his chair while I took one across from him. I knew what he was going to say before he even opened his mouth. There was a massive rogue attack last night on the Blue Moon Pack. I watched as he ran his fingers through his hair, stress written all over his face. They still aren't sure exactly what happened. A few of their warriors said they were looking for a girl. I guess once they realized she wasn't there, they just left. Me. They were looking for me. That part I hadn't seen. Did they mention who they were looking for? No, they didn't, he answered. You don't look surprised by what happened, and from the way you just stormed into my office, it seems you already know. His voice wasn't accusing, just curious. Fuck. I was too absorbed in what he was saying to act shocked. Tell him, came Weather's voice. Are you crazy? I exclaimed. How can I tell him without spilling everything? I'm not ready for that, Weather. You don't have to tell him everything. Just tell him about your dream and what you saw. We have enough secrets. We can confide in our mate about this. Deciding to trust Weather's judgment, I took a deep breath. I saw what happened in my dream. You had a vision? I shrugged my shoulders. Since it happened in real life, I guess I did. Xander was studying me with that intense look. Have you ever had one before? I shook my head. No, this was the first time. Usually my dreams are memories, but this one was different. I didn't recognize anything and knew I'd never seen what happened before. Can you tell me what you saw? There were rogues and wolves fighting. I watched as the rogues killed outnumbering them greatly. Women and children were screaming, running for safety. I didn't hear any rogues mention a girl, but I was also too focused on watching warriors get ripped apart. It was really bad. My last sentence came out as a whisper. I'll never forget what I witnessed. It was horrifying, and watching all those innocent people get murdered will haunt me for the rest of my life. Xander's eyes softened. That sounds like what happened last night. I didn't know what was happening, And when I woke up, I had this feeling that I needed to come find you. I don't know why I was sent that vision, but I had a feeling it wouldn't be the last one. I just hoped the next one came before the carnage happened. I didn't know what to do. I wasn't ready to take on Eric, but I couldn't just sit by and let this keep happening. I also wasn't sure if I could trust Xander yet. I could feel myself becoming overwhelmed, and the first crack of thunder outside told me I needed to calm down. Now wasn't the time to go because of storm, because I couldn't keep my emotions under control. I took a deep breath and asked, "So what happens now?" "I'm sending a group of warriors to the Blue Moon Pact to help with the destruction. Since the rogues know the girl they're looking for isn't there, they shouldn't attack again, but I plan on having them stay just in case." I nodded. I was glad he was helping them. This was normally something the king would handle, but since the current one was the reason behind everything, I knew he wouldn't do anything about it. If he did, it would only be for show. There was no bigger snake than him. "I'm going to be out of the pack house all day preparing the warriors for their departure, so don't worry about doing any work today." As much as I craved the distraction, I wouldn't be able to properly focus on anything important today. I needed time alone to process everything that's happened. "Let me know if there's anything I can do to help." With that, I left Xander's office. Instead of heading up to my room, I took off outside towards the forest, in dire need of fresh air. As soon as I was far enough in the forest, I couldn't sense anyone around me. I sat on a rock and buried my face in my hands. What do we do, weather? Something tells me this is just the beginning, and we can't let this keep happening. We need to move our deadline up to a month, and come Monday, we need to train harder than ever, came Weather's determined voice. What happened was hurting Weather as much as it was me. We both were feeling immense guilt, but handing ourselves over would only be worse. If Eric ended up with full control, the world would come to an end and rogues would take everything. As long as I was still alive, we had a chance. "We can be ready in a month, with or without telling Xander everything." I didn't see Xander the remainder of the day. Even Victoria was out helping, so the pack house was eerily quiet. After spending the day coming up with plans for my first day training the pack members on Monday, I decided to call it an early night. I didn't know when everyone would be back, and I was exhausted, so I crawled into bed and let sleep take me. I awoke to someone touching my hair. I opened my eyes and came face to face with Xander. "I'm sorry to wake you. I just wanted to let you know we were all home." I sat up in the bed, noticing it was still dark outside. Xander was sitting on the edge of my bed, still dressed in the clothes he had on this morning. "What time is it?" "Around 2 in the morning." Xander had dark circles under his eyes, and I knew he had to be tired. I could feel the stress radiating off his body and wished I could take it all away. Not only did he care for his pack, but also the other packs in the kingdom. This was one of the many reasons why he was destined to sit alongside me as king. He was born to lead, and he didn't even know to what extent. "Were you able to get everything prepared?" "Yes," he said. "The warriors are ready to leave at dawn, and the supplies I'm sending are all packed up. It took longer than I thought, but everything is ready." I placed my hand on top of his, feeling the sparks of the bond. "I wonder what they felt like for him. The people are lucky to have you as their head alpha." He gave me a smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Why don't you head to bed? I know you have to be tired." "I am. I just wanted to see you first." I felt myself blush, thankful it was dark outside. "Well, thank you for letting me know you're all home." "Not just that," he said, shaking his head. "Being around you has this calming effect on me that I desperately needed after today." He turned his hand around and laced our fingers together. Despite how much larger his hands were than mine, they fit perfectly. "Did it work?" He nodded. "It did." He leaned over and pressed a kiss to my forehead, letting it linger. I closed my eyes, savoring the feel of his lips on me. All too soon, he pulled away. He unlaced his fingers from mine and stood up from the bed. "Good night, Raina." Before I could respond, he turned and left the room, leaving me more confused than ever. I was woken up the next morning by a fiery redhead bouncing on my bed. I sat up groaning, wondering how the hell someone could be so cheerful this early. Wasn't she out until 2 in the morning getting everything ready for the warrior's departure? The bright smile on her face and twinkle in her eyes showed no tiredness. No, Victoria was more than ready to start the day. "Good morning. It's club day," she sang. "Are we still going?" I wasn't sure with everything that's happened. I talked with the guys last night and they all agreed we could still go. Xander's done all he can and the man desperately needs a break. Her words couldn't be any more true. Between helping the Silver Moon pack and now the Blue Moon, he needed some relaxation and fun in his life, even if just for a night. Then let's make sure that's what he gets. I want him to have fun tonight. The devious smile on her face made me nervous. Oh, he'll have fun as long as you're there. And what's that supposed to mean? She rolled her eyes. Oh, come on. Anyone who's seen the two of you together knows the Alpha's got it bad for you. I scoffed. He does not. What's the first thing the Alpha did when he got home last night? She asked, placing her finger on her chin like she was thinking. Let me guess. He came to see you, didn't he? I felt myself blushing and looked anywhere but at her face. Maybe. Exactly, she exclaimed. He didn't even say goodnight to any of us. He just burst through the front door and ran up the stairs, all to come see you. He was just being nice. I fixed her with a glare, but it wouldn't stick, considering the smile slowly taking over my face. Whatever you say, girl. Victoria stood from my bed and cocked a hip before placing her hand on it. Get dressed. We're leaving in 15 minutes. I scurried from the bed. How was I supposed to be ready in 15 minutes? Where are we going? To get our nails done, of course. Now get dressed. You can shower later. With that, she turned and skipped from my room. Literally skipped. I hurriedly got dressed in a pair of jean shorts and tank top. My wounds were still red, but not nearly as bad, so I didn't mind them showing a little bit. I planned on hiding them for the club, though. After slipping on a pair of sandals, I met Victoria in the foyer. She was dressed similar to me, but while my hair was in a ponytail, hers was in a bun. Darren and Apollo are pulling around the car. I cocked my head. They're coming with us? Yup, she said, popping the pea. Xander insisted they join us. They're just going to stand outside while we get our nails done, though. As we headed out the front door, I asked, does he always send you with guards? Not until you got here, she said with a wink before sashaying past me and getting in the back seat of the waiting SUV. Apollo drove us to the nail salon while Darren sat in the passenger seat. Normally, Darren was the driver, but I guess they decided to switch things up today. I personally didn't care who drove as long as I didn't have to. I never got the chance to learn how to drive. The nail salon was cute inside. Along the right and left walls were padded chairs with bowls beneath them, while the back wall consisted of shelves with different colors of polish. The middle of the room had desks with chairs on each side for the nail tech and client. Victoria went up to the front desk and told the lady our names. After typing a few things into the tablet she held, she led us over to 2 padded chairs for us to sit in. The chairs were surprisingly comfortable, and after a few taps on the remote, started to vibrate. As the chair massaged my back, I placed my feet into the hot water and felt all my muscles relax. Now this was heaven. The nail tech started buffing and polishing mine and Victoria's feet and legs, massaging every inch. Good thing I shaved last night, or else this would be very awkward. I may have also almost kicked the technician a couple times, but it's not my fault my feet are ticklish. Every time the lady dodged my foot, Victoria would howl with laughter. After we were finished with our pedicures, the ladies led us over to the desks. I had picked out a bright red for my toes and wanted my fingernails to match. Victoria hummed her approval at my color choice. Red is definitely your color. The last time I got my nails done was with my mother. Every month, my father would have someone come in and do our nails, calling it our girl time. I looked forward to that day every month because it was just her and I without any duties to worry about. She didn't have to play queen, and I didn't have to train my ass off. It was our small escape from reality, where we got to act like a normal mother and daughter. This moment was bittersweet because while I longed to do this with my mother again, it was also fun doing it with Victoria. That was until Kimberly walked in with her shadows. Raina, Victoria, hi. She waved with a big fake smile on her face like we were old friends. I had to stop myself from cringing at her obnoxious display of a non-existent friendship. Did she seriously think I'd forget her shifting to fight me when she knew I couldn't? Then she went and told everyone about me being wolfless. Victoria and I gave her half-hearted waves back before turning to focus on our nails. Apparently, neither one of us were in the mood to play her game. Kimberly, of course, looked as beautiful as always. Her long, honey-blonde hair was curled to perfection, and she had on a cute, light pink sundress that showed off her tan legs, while the wedged sandals on her feet only made them look longer. Her shadows were similarly dressed, but in different colors. The lady at the front desk led the three of them to the pedicure chairs, thankfully far away enough from us so we didn't have to hear whatever bullshit they'd talk about. Raina, Kimberly called. I see the Alpha sent you with a couple guards. How nice of him since you don't have a wolf. Her voice was loud enough that everyone in the salon could hear. Weather was growling loudly in my head, hackles raised and ready to tear into her. She's hated Kimberly ever since she kissed our mate. The fight between us only strengthened that hate even more. I sighed like I was already bored with the conversation. Kimberly, I kicked not only your ass, but also your wolf's ass. I'm pretty sure Xander knows I can handle myself. I heard a few of the other girls getting their nails done start snickering. Every attempt Kimberly has made to embarrass me has backfired on her. With a glare, she shot back. Well, that won't happen again. I didn't bother responding. I was determined to have a good day, and I refused to let her ruin that. Tonight, I'd get to go out and dance like a normal 18-year-old and enjoy myself before starting my rigorous training come Monday. After paying for our nails, which I learned was courtesy of Xander's credit card, we turned to leave the salon. Just as we were about to open the front door, Kimberly's shrill voice called out, "See you guys at the club later." Victoria and I both turned, annoyed looks on our faces. "You're going?" asked Victoria incredulously, voicing the question that was on the tip of my tongue. I really didn't like the sly smirk on her face. "Didn't Xander tell you? He invited me last night while I was helping him pack up supplies. He was really tired since we didn't get done until 2 a.m, so he probably just forgot to mention it." What the ever-loving fuck. Raina went with Victoria to get her nails done, and I was missing her like crazy. Storm was whining in my head since we barely got to see her yesterday, and now she'd be spending the day out of the pack house. Seeing her last night was the only way to calm myself down. I was stressed with the rogue attack, and having Kimberly follow me around all night didn't help. While I appreciated anyone who assisted, she wouldn't leave me alone. All I had wanted was to get everything done as quickly as possible so I could go home and see her. I still couldn't get over the fact that she had a vision of the attack on the Blue Moon Pack. I considered asking the elders for any information on visions, but decided against it. I'd let Raina choose whether she wanted others to know about it or not. Plus, it was just the one, so I didn't want to jump the gun on anything. I always knew she was special. Her having that vision just proves it, and I had a feeling she'd be having more. Legend says visions are gifts from the goddess herself. For whatever reason, Celine wanted Raina to see what happened. I could tell what she saw had upset her. Watching wolves die while you could do nothing was damaging to the soul. Raina was a kind-hearted person, so I knew she was taking it hard. All I could do was support her through this, and whatever else the goddess wanted her to see. She was strong, and I think Celine knew that too. Why else would she pick Raina to give that vision to? I had just finished writing an email when I heard the front door close. Figuring it was Raina, I got up from my seat and exited my office. I heard Raina and Victoria's voices coming from the foyer. As I turned the corner, their words stopped me in my tracks. "I can't believe the Alpha invited her to come tonight," said Victoria, face red from anger. What was he thinking? Tonight was to celebrate you coming here, and now Kimberly is going to ruin it. "She's not going to ruin anything, Victoria," said Raina in a tone one would use to calm a wild animal. "We're still going to go and have a good time. Kimberly being there isn't going to change that." "What the fuck?" I never invited Kimberly. I know, she sighed. I just don't understand why he would invite her. I really thought he had feelings for you. Raina's lips turned down. Maybe he's not over her. She shook her head. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to worry about it, and neither are you. You know what? You're right, Victoria said with determination. We're going to go get ready, look fucking hot, and have a great night. Victoria grabbed Raina's hand and practically dragged her up the stairs. I needed to fix this. I couldn't let Raina think I invited her. She was the only one I wanted to be around tonight, and I'll be damned if Kimberly is going to ruin that. How did she even find out we were going? As I went back to my office, I mind-linked Kimberly. Did you tell the girls I invited you to the club tonight? My voice came out harsher than I wanted, but I was fucking livid right now. Of course not, Xander. I heard them talking about it and just mentioned that me and the girls were already planning on going. I didn't even know you were going until right now. I knew she was lying. Raina and Victoria would never mention tonight in front of her for this exact reason. If you do anything to upset Raina tonight, you'll be spending the night in the cells. I growled, cutting the mind link. I could feel her trying to break through my barriers, so I strengthened them to keep her out. I didn't want to hear any more of her bullshit. She was treading a very dangerous line with me, one that would end with her on the wrong side of my anger if she didn't cut her shit out. I finished up a few phone calls before heading up to my room to shower and change. As I passed by Raina's room, I could hear the girls giggling from inside. I needed to clear the air with her as soon as possible. All done. I opened my eyes and had to pinch myself to make sure I wasn't dreaming. I was looking at myself in the mirror, admiring Victoria's work she did on my makeup and hair. I'd never seen myself look like this before. My eyes had a sharp winged liner, making my blue eyes even brighter. The eyeliner went all the way to my tear ducts, giving it a cat-like look. My face was contoured and cheeks a rosy pink. My favorite part was my lips, though. They were blood red and stood out against my creamy skin. Victoria tied my hair back into a tight ponytail, leaving my face and neck on full display. Damn, I'm fucking good, she said, complimenting her work. Now it's just time for you to get dressed. I set out an outfit for you on your bed. I'm going to head to my room to get ready real quick, and then I'll be back so we can go. Victoria scurried from my room, and I walked over to the bed, a little nervous for what she picked out for me. I first put on the lacy corset, making sure my boobs were secure and wouldn't fall out. The corset matched the color of my lips and nails and hoisted my breasts up, making me have to forgo a bra. Thankfully, it was long-sleeved, so it hid the claw marks on both of my shoulders, which were thankfully almost healed. The top ended mid-waist and went flawlessly with the leather leggings she paired with it. After slipping on the strappy back high heels, I walked to the mirror to see how I looked. My breasts sat perfectly on my chest, and there was a sliver of skin between the hem of my top and pants. The leather leggings hugged my curves and accentuated my ass. The only jewelry I wore were a simple pair of hoop earrings, wanting to leave my neck bare. I looked fucking good. Victoria popped in right as I finished, whistling her appreciation at me. She looked stunning in a strapless emerald green bodycon dress and gold heels. Her makeup was smoky and hair in wild waves. She looked like Liam was going to eat her for dessert. She came to stand next to me in front of the mirror. Damn, we look hot. I don't think I've ever looked this sexy before. She looked over at me through the mirror and shot me a wink. Xander's going to be eating out the palm of your hand by the end of the night. I rolled my eyes but smiled anyway. Yeah, right. He'll be with Kimberly all night. Not with you looking like that. The smile left her face and she became serious. I really do think he likes you, Raina. I've never seen him look at someone the way he looks at you. I shrugged like it was no big deal, but inside I was hurting. I thought we were getting closer, but him inviting his ex proves it was all in my head, that all the gentle touches and little affections were nothing. No, I refused to let this ruin my night. I was finally going to a club and would get to hang out with friends for the first time in my life. I get to just be Raina tonight, not a secret future queen hiding her true life and wolf from people in order to stay safe. I squared my shoulders and held my chin high. It doesn't matter. Tonight is about having fun. Victoria wrapped her arm around my shoulder and pulled me in. That's my girl. Now let's go show Xander what he's missing out on. I stuffed some cash in my top and followed Victoria out the door. All three of the guys were waiting at the bottom of the stairs for us, deep in discussion. Liam was the first one to look our way, eyes zeroed in on Victoria. Yup, she's definitely his dessert tonight. I heard Micah whistle as we descended the stairs, but my eyes were solely on Xander, who looked delectable in all black. His slacks were tailored to perfection and hugged his muscular thighs. He had the sleeves of his button-down rolled up, showing off his inked forearms. As soon as his eyes landed on me, they went wide before filling with pure hunger, making my heart skip a beat. His stare started at my face before traveling the entirety of my body, filling me with a fire that centered right between the apex of my thighs. My soul cried out for his, wanting us to close all distance and become one. Well, too fucking bad. The mate bond could kiss my ass for all I cared. Even Weather was fighting it, still upset over finding out our mate invited his ex out with us tonight. With her on my side, I would remain strong. I could do this. As we reached the foyer, I went to stand next to Micah. He gave me a confused look, but a big grin spread over his face nonetheless. The dark look in Xander's eyes sent a chill running up my spine, but I ignored it. If he wanted to play this game, then by all means, let's fucking play. Little did he know, I'm not one to lose. This girl was going to be the death of me. Never had I ever seen someone look so radiant in my entire life. No one has ever had this effect on me before. Only her. I could tell she was upset over the whole Kimberly thing when she went to stand by Micah instead of me. I needed to clear the air with her as soon as we got to the club. I couldn't go the rest of the night with her thinking I wanted anyone else but her. We all piled into the SUV and headed to the club right outside the territory. Humans also frequented this club, unknowing that werewolves owned and operated it. We usually stuck to our own kind since they didn't know we existed and we wanted to keep it that way. After 30 minutes, we pulled up to the Crescent Club and pulled into the valet line. An employee, who also was a member of my pack, took the keys to go park the car. There was a line out the door, and you could hear the bass thumping from inside. Raina's eyes were wide as she took everything in. I placed my hand on her lower back and led her to the VIP entrance. I walked us to the front of the line, bypassing everyone waiting. The doorman was also a pack member of mine, and after seeing who was all in my party, opened the door and let us in. Have a good night, boss. Raina looked up at me. Boss? She questioned. I shrugged. I own this club and I don't want humans hearing them call me Alpha. I never told Raina what business ventures I was in, but owning this club was just one out of many. I liked to have a surplus of money for the pack and worked hard so no one ever went without. As soon as we entered through the door, we were on the second level that held all the VIP tables. There were stairs leading down to the lower level where the dance floor sat. There was a bar on each floor, both packed full with patrons. I led us over to the biggest table, a built-in bucket with ice in the middle of the table for bottle service. This table was usually reserved for me, but since I rarely came here unless for business, I allowed them to rent it out to wealthy customers. The dance floor was packed, bodies moving to the beat under the strobe lights. On the far wall was a raised platform where the DJ played music. A heady cocktail of sweat and sex filled the air, along with the scent of marijuana, most likely from the humans. Drugs and alcohol didn't affect werewolves like it did humans, so we rarely used drugs and needed a special kind of alcohol to feel the effects. I pulled Raina down with me as I slid into the booth. Micah was on her other side while Liam and Victoria sat next to me. The waitress brought over a few bottles of vodka, bourbon, and champagne with some mixers. I leaned towards Raina and asked, "What do you want to drink?" Her heart was pounding and eyes still wide as she took in everything around her. I knew this was her first time experiencing a club and wanted to make sure it was perfect for her. I have no idea. I've never drank alcohol before. Wanting to start her off easy, I ordered her a glass of champagne before ordering myself a bourbon. After handing Raina her glass, I watched as she took a small sip. Oh, this is good. I heard Victoria order a round of vodka shots for the group, and after everyone was served, the waitress walked away, leaving us to wait on another table. All right, guys, Victoria started, holding up her shot and cheers. Tonight we celebrate Raina coming to our pack. I'm so happy you're here, and I hope this becomes your forever home. Cheers to my bestie. We all raised our glasses before taking our shot. I heard Raina cough from beside me, not expecting the burn of the vodka. I thrust her glass of champagne into her hand, knowing she needed something to chase the strong taste of alcohol. Oh, goddess, what was that? She exclaimed, laughing. That, love, was vodka. If you don't like it, we don't have to do another. No, it was fine. I just wasn't expecting that. Does all liquor taste like that? All liquor will have that burn, but will have different tastes. I took a sip of my bourbon, tasting the notes of vanilla, honey, and oak. Do you want to try mine? With a nod, I held my glass up to her lips while she took a sip. Her red lips left a mark on my glass that I planned to keep there the rest of the night. Her brow furrowed, like she was thinking before she said, "That was good. I like the hints of honey in it." I leaned in close to her and whispered in her ear, "Just like your scent. Although I wonder if you taste as sweet as you smell." I heard her heart rate pick up, a blush spreading across her cheeks. She looked so innocent, except the dark look in her eyes was anything but. That was until she pulled away from me. "Shouldn't you be with Kimberly?" A smirk lifted my lips as I took in the jealous tone of her voice. "Are you jealous, love?" Her eyes narrowed as she shot me a glare before taking another sip of her drink. "Why would I be jealous? I'm just pointing it out since you're the one who invited her here tonight." Oh, she was so fun to play with. I shrugged my shoulders, the smirk never leaving my face. I rather enjoy where I am right now. I knew I should just tell her the truth, but the redness on her cheeks was so cute. She was jealous, but refused to admit it. I placed my hand on her thigh, enjoying the way she tensed before clenching her legs together. "Do you want me to go find Kimberly?" She rolled her eyes before finishing her glass. "I could care less what you do." The waitress came back and refilled Raina's champagne. I watched as she took another sip, studying the way her tongue slipped out to catch the drops on her lips. Storm was in my head, observing Raina's every move with me. He wanted me to tell her the truth, but was also enjoying playing with her. He liked that she was jealous. "Don't lie to me, love. It will only get you punished." She scoffed, but I didn't miss the way her heart skipped a beat. Why would I be jealous when there's a room full of single men, all more than willing to fall into bed with me? "You let a single man in this room touch you, and I'll kill them where they stand." I growled out. "Now who's the jealous one?" she asked, a devious glint in her eye and victorious smile on her face. "I think she just won," said Storm, seething over the thought of another man laying his hands on her, but also enraptured by the fact that Raina just beat us at our own game. I took another drink of my bourbon, finishing the glass in one go. I was just about to explain to her what really happened when Victoria jumped to her feet and asked, "Who wants to go dance?" Raina stood up quickly, following Victoria out from behind the table without a single look my way. I kept my eyes trained on the two of them as they made their way down the stairs to the dance floor. My eyes locked on Raina's ass, swaying as she walked with her chin raised. Her confidence was unmatched and the ultimate turn-on. I counted as at least 10 different men looked her way, checking her out from top to bottom. Every one of them liked what they saw, making my blood boil. Micah, taking a look at my hand that was wrapped tightly around my glass, said, "Why don't we go join the girls? I'd like to find my own so I don't have to play third wheel all night." I refilled my glass and grabbed Raina another champagne before we started down the stairs. I spotted the girls a little ways in, and we made our way to them. The crowd parted for us, feeling our intense auras. Even if humans didn't know what we were, they could still feel the raw power that came from us. I stopped in my tracks, watching the way Raina danced to the music. Her hips swayed sensually, hands raised in the air. She looked like a fucking goddess. She twirled around, feeling the beat and moving in time with it. I felt Micah grab my arm, dragging me over to them. Liam went to Victoria, putting his hands on her hips and pulling her close to him. Micah went off. seeing some girl he'd most likely take home tonight. I went straight for Raina. In a room full of people, she was the only one I saw. I stood in front of her, handing her the glass of champagne. "Thank you," she said, taking a small sip. I was just about to open my mouth when I heard that shrill voice from behind me. "Xander? Xander." Well, I guess she found him. Now I'd have to watch while he chose her over me. The thought hurt more than I liked to admit. I didn't want him to leave, but I also wasn't going to act like I cared. It was a dangerous game, but I refused to lose. I turned my back on them, swaying my hips to the music, but still listening to their conversation. "What do you want, Kimberly?" I heard as her voice took on a seductive tone. I turned to find her placing her hand on his arm, gliding it up to rest on his shoulder. Weather was growling loudly in my head, and it took everything in me to keep my cool. "Do you want to dance? It'll be like old times." I watched, shocked as Xander took her arm off his and dropped it. "No, I already warned you not to ruin this night." Ruin tonight? What was going on? Weather was just as confused as I was. Why would he say that when he's the one who invited her in the first place? But Xander, her voice turned whiny. "But nothing, Kimberly. You lied to Raina and told her I invited you, which we both know is a lie. Cut the fucking shit and get the fuck away from us." Xander's voice was icy, and I could hear the command in it. He was actually using his alpha command against her to make her leave us alone. So the fucking bitch lied. How did I not see this coming? I should have had more faith in him. Kimberly turned on her heel, tears gathering in her eyes, and stormed away. I walked up to Xander and placed my hand on his shoulder, turning him to face me. "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked. He gave me a cocky smile and grabbed my chin with his pointed finger and thumb. "It was too much fun watching you act like you weren't jealous." I rolled my eyes and smacked his chest. Damn, it was hard. I was not jealous. "Sure you weren't." The twinkle in his eyes hinted at suppressed laughter, but the fire in them meant desire. "Dance with me?" I didn't have to think twice before I said, "Yes." Our eyes met, blue against gray, and the whole club disappeared. He held me tight as we danced, eyes never leaving mine. There wasn't a speck of space between us as we danced. His body was all muscle, hard and chiseled. I could see his chest tattoos peeking out from his shirt, and I longed to run my tongue along each and every one. I noticed everyone watching us, but I didn't care. I was so lost in him and the feelings only he brought me. We were broken from our dance when Victoria and Liam came up beside us. I looked over to find a bright smile on Victoria's face, glancing between Xander and me. "You guys want to do shots?" Xander looked at me, awaiting my answer. I gave him a nod, and he grabbed my hand before we followed Liam and Victoria to the bar. It was packed full of people, but Xander was able to get served right away. He came back with 4 green-looking shots. They're called green teas. Apparently, they're the most ordered shot right now. We cheered our shots before I took the whole thing. The taste was good and went down smooth. I couldn't even taste the alcohol. Victoria insisted we do another, and this time the shot was pink. She explained this one was a pink starburst and tasted sweeter and more sour than the other one. After a few more, we decided to go back to our table and hang out for a bit before dancing some more. We found Micah on the way to the table, dancing with some beautiful blonde. I could tell she was a werewolf and figured she was from the pack when she addressed Xander as Alpha. Micah and his new friend, who I learned was named Katrina, joined us at the VIP table. I could feel the effects of the alcohol kicking it and practically sat atop Xander, which he didn't seem to mind. The waitress showed up to refill all our drinks, and I watched as Xander took a sip of his amber liquid. The way his throat worked to swallow had me squirming in my seat. His facial hair was trimmed down, and I wanted to run my fingers through it. So I did. His hair was coarse on his face, but I liked the way it was rough against my hand. Oh, I took my hand away, feeling the blush take over my whole body. Why did that sound so tempting right now? To keep my hands busy from touching him any further, I drank more champagne. I could feel my head becoming lighter, all thoughts and worries leaving. I guess this is what it felt like to be drunk. I continued to sip my champagne, increasing the effects of the alcohol. It just tasted so good I couldn't help myself. I wondered how Xander tasted. What was that, love? Uh-oh. Guess I said that out loud. I let out a giggle, not even knowing what I was laughing at. I should be embarrassed at saying that out loud, but my thoughts were all over the place. Who cares anyway? Guys, I think it's time to go. Lightweight here is a little drunk. I think that voice belonged to Micah. And who's he talking about? Yes, I think it's time. Let's go, love. Time to go home. That voice was definitely Xander's. I'd recognize his voice anywhere. I felt strong hands help me stand up, as I was more than a little wobbly on my feet. Those same strong hands helped me walk through the VIP area and outside. The fresh air felt amazing on my heated skin. The only thing that would make this better was rain. Good thing I was the Luna of rain. Raina was more than a little drunk. My little Spitfire was quite the lightweight, but she seemed like she had fun, and that's all that mattered. A light rain started as I helped her into the car. I expected her to pass out on the way home, but she stayed wide awake, staring out the window. I should have monitored what she drank since she'd never had alcohol before and was without a wolf, but I didn't want to ruin her night by trying to tell her what to do. I didn't act like alpha when it came to Raina, nor did she make me feel like one. She made me feel like I was any other person. She has no idea how much I appreciated that. I took over when I was only 14 and nowhere near ready. I forgot how it felt before then until I met her. She wasn't intimidated by me, nor did she care what title I carried. Most girls I came in contact with just wanted to be Luna, but she was different. The rain came down harder the closer we got to home. I didn't know what was up with all this rain, but I was thankful for it. I guess the goddess knew we needed it. Once we pulled up to the pack house, I helped Raina from the car. I tried to lead her to the front door when she pulled away. Everyone else was running inside, but Raina had her arms spread, basking in the water coming down around her. Good luck, Alpha, Victoria called from the front door before disappearing with her mate, Micah, and his date. I looked over at Raina, who started twirling around in the rain, the happiest smile I'd ever seen on her face. She took the hair tie out of her hair, which was now fanning out around her. She looked like she belonged in the rain, like she was made for it. I didn't know how that was possible, but seeing her wet and unleashed, I'd never seen her look more beautiful. Nor had I ever seen her so happy. Love, I started. You're going to get sick. She shook her head. Wet hair stuck to her face. I won't. This is where I belong. She walked up to me, swaying those hips, and stood an inch from me. Will you dance with me in the rain? How could I deny her? She looked so beautiful and carefree. I wrapped my arms around her waist as she wrapped hers around my neck and swayed to the sound of the rain. Just then, the rain poured harder around us, and all I could see was Raina. Everything else was a blur. Are you sure you aren't cold? I was worried about her getting sick without her wolf. I knew how much training meant to her, and I didn't want anything to get in the way of her getting back to it Monday. She shook her head, a soft smile on her face. This feels perfect. I didn't know if she meant the rain or the fact she was in my arms. She looked up at me through her long lashes, beads of water stuck between each one. I looked down at her lips, mere inches from my own. Goddess, all I wanted was to kiss her, and my decision was made when she asked, "Are you ever going to kiss me?" I leaned down and stole her lips in a passionate kiss, fireworks exploding behind my eyelids. I moved mine sensually against hers, wanting to savor the taste of her. Yes, she was sweeter than she smelled, which I didn't think was possible. She tasted like honey and rain, a perfect combination. She moaned into my mouth, tightening her grip. Her hands moved from around my neck and buried themselves in my hair. I was shocked when she deepened the kiss, licking my lips for entry. I opened my mouth, allowing her tongue to tangle with mine. I grabbed her behind her thighs and hoisted her up, her legs wrapping around my waist. I pushed her up against the car, pressing my body flush against hers. The rain continued down around us, and I heard the boom of thunder in the distance. But that was the last thing on my mind. I pulled away from her lips and kissed along her jaw before trailing heated kisses down her neck. She tilted her head, giving me better access as a whimper left her lips. I knew I was leaving marks on her neck, but I wanted everyone to know she was mine. Oh, Xander. she moaned before gripping my hair tighter and yanking my lips back to hers. She kissed me bruisingly hard, taking exactly what she wanted from me. Her confidence was out of this world. Raina knew what she wanted and went for it. Consequences be damned. I broke the kiss, leaving us to catch our breath. I looked at her face, noticing her flushed cheeks and swollen lips. Storm was purring away in the background. "Did you have a good time tonight?" "I had the best time," she said, a smile lighting up her face. "And now I've had the best first kiss I could have ever hoped for." I felt myself go tense. Did she just say first kiss? As in, this is the first kiss she's ever had? "Raina, are you telling me you've never kissed someone before?" She nodded, chewing at her bottom lip. "Is that okay?" Gone was her confidence, and its in place was the innocence I sometimes saw in her. I could tell she was feeling insecure, thinking she's not good enough. That was so far from the truth, though. She was everything I could want and more. Me being the first person to ever kiss her just made this night that much better. Storm and I wanted to be all of her firsts. I plucked her lip from her teeth and placed a gentle kiss against them. "It is more than okay. I am honored to be your first." I had my first kiss tonight from none other than my mate. I never would have been so forward, but the alcohol made me feel brave. I didn't want the night to end, but Xander insisted I needed rest, so I wouldn't be too hungover tomorrow. He walked me to my bedroom and gave me a sweet kiss that had my toes curling. I was tempted to invite him in, but I wasn't ready for the next step, and he didn't try to go any further, being a perfect gentleman. After changing into pajamas, I climbed into bed, a smile on my face as I drifted off to sleep. When I opened my eyes, I was in some kind of camp deep within the forest. There were tents set up everywhere, and men walking around. From the rough look of them, they had to be rogues. I didn't notice a single woman or child. Was this another vision? It had to be. I followed a group of men into the largest tent. Inside was a great number of rogues, all standing around a table. The only source of light in the room were candles scattered about. As I looked closer, I realized they were all staring at a map. A marker was set for each pack. All were green while only one was red. The Blue Moon pack. Since they already attacked them and came up empty-handed, I'm assuming red meant unsuccessful. That left the rest of the packs in green to be searched. One pack down, so many more to go. We need to work faster before the boss gets angry. I didn't recognize the man who spoke, which was to be expected. Except for the group of rogues that were there when Eric killed my father, any I had come in contact with were dead. "So where do you suggest we attack next?" "We're closest to the Harvest Moon pack, so I think we should go there," another rogue suggested, pointing out their location on the map. They were stationed in the middle of the forest, just a few miles away from the Harvest Moon pack's southern border. Close enough to make a quick attack, but far enough away where the patrols wouldn't smell them. "I don't even know why we're wasting our time," said another. "The girl could have taken off to another country for all we know." "She wouldn't. She'd never leave her kingdom." I knew that voice. I looked over to the doorway and saw as the scarred rogue that slit my mother's throat entered the tent. He'd aged a lot in the last 10 years, but I'd never forget him. The scars running down his face only added to his feral appearance. He was a large man, around the same size as Xander, but it was the evil glint in his eye that was the most intimidating thing about him. I should have killed him that night. It was my biggest regret. Everyone stood at attention as he walked through the room and to the table. He picked up the marker for the Harvest Moon pack, inspecting it before tossing it aside. "Tomorrow night, we will attack the Harvest Moon pack." As everyone nodded, the room faded away. I woke up gasping in my bed. The moon was high in the sky, glittering brightly. I needed to find Xander, and now. I threw off my covers and ran out the door. His room was right next to mine, so it took me less than 2 seconds before I was pounding on his door. I heard footsteps on the other side and waited for him to open for me. He was dressed in nothing but a pair of sweatpants, all his tattoos on full display for me. I probably would have been drooling if the current events weren't so dire. His hair was tousled from sleep, but his tired eyes went alert the moment he saw it was me. "Raina, what's going?" I had another vision. I now found myself seated in Xander's office with him, Micah, Liam, and Victoria, telling them what I saw. I was surprised to find that he hadn't told the others about me having the first vision, but I was grateful for it. He probably wanted to leave the decision up to me, but this wasn't something I could hold in any longer. At least not with these four. It was 4 in the morning, and everyone was looking a little worse for wear. We only managed to get a couple hours of sleep after a night of drinking, before my vision woke us all up. Our bodies were tired, but minds alert. So you had a vision that the rogues are attacking the Harvest Moon Pack tomorrow night? Micah was the first to speak, breaking the tense silence. I was seated on a chair beside Xander's behind his desk, our knees only a few inches apart. We haven't had a chance to talk about what happened last night, but I was hoping to avoid the conversation for as long as possible. While I was elated about the kiss, I wasn't sure how he was feeling. Yes, I nodded. I'm not sure how many, though. The vision ended before I could hear any details, but they're stationed a few miles from their southern border. Did you happen to hear who they're looking for? Xander placed his hand on my knee as he asked, the tingles from his touch soothing but also bringing up images of him pressing me against the car, my legs wrapped around his waist. Get it together, Raina. Now is not the time. No, I shook my head. They didn't say. He leaned back in his chair, but his hand never left my leg. I guess we should call and inform the king. No. My voice came out much too quickly, earning confused looks from everyone. I definitely sounded a little suspicious. Taking a deep breath, I got myself under control before continuing. There really isn't time. The Harvest Moon Pack is already over 12 hours from here, and even further from the Royal Pack. Plus, we don't even know if what I saw is true or not. I don't want people knowing about them until we know we can trust them. I say we send reinforcements and warn them of what could come. Xander thought over what I said. Eric couldn't know someone was having visions of the rogues, especially me. I needed to stay under his radar for as long as possible until I was ready to face him. Plus, what could he possibly do for the Harvest Moon Pack? He's the reason for the attacks in the first place. I think we should keep her visions under wraps for now. We don't even know if what she is seeing will happen or not. Plus, if everyone found out, then it would only be a matter of time before the rogues did too. I gave Liam a grateful smile. I waited with bated breath for Xander's decision, praying he'd be on my side. After what felt like forever, he nodded. I agree. We don't know what the rogues are up to, and this could be our chance to find out. I'll call Alpha Marcus and tell him someone spotted a camp of rogues south of his territory and to be prepared for an attack. If he wants our aid, then I will send a group of warriors. I released the breath I was holding, my shoulders sagging in relief. Xander told everyone to head back to bed, stating that he could handle getting a group together if needed. I went to stand up when he grabbed my hand. "How are you feeling?" he asked, his voice soft but eyes filled with worry. Terrified, confused, and most of all, guilty. Worried and a little confused, I said, partially telling the truth. I don't understand why all of a sudden I'm having these visions. He tucked a stray piece of hair behind my ear before cupping my cheek. I leaned into his touch, relishing in the sparks he brought me. I felt myself calming down, able to think clearly. Visions are said to be gifts from the goddess. Celine wants you to see these things whether we understand why or not. She's picked you specifically. You must be special to her. Oh, Xander, you have no idea how true those words are. Wait, was that her voice I heard the night of my parents' murders? And again in my first vision? Raina looked tired and stressed out, so I sent her back to bed. I didn't get the chance to ask her how she was feeling, but the dark circles under her eyes told me enough. I'm sure with last night's alcohol and now the vision, she was tired and overwhelmed. I wished I could take away her worries, but I knew I didn't need to. Raina was chosen for a reason, and if anyone could handle it, it would be her. I knew no matter what I did, I'd never be able to go back to sleep. All tiredness disappeared from my body the moment I saw Raina's terrified look on the other side of my bedroom door. She looked like she'd seen a ghost, and I was more than ready to tear apart the world to find out what had her so worried. After Raina left my office, I called Alpha Marcus. Despite it being 4 in the morning, he answered on the second ring. Harvest Moon Pack, Alpha Marcus speaking. Good morning, Alpha Marcus. This is Alpha Xander calling. Alpha Marcus was in his late 40s, yet still ran his pack well. His eldest son was due to take over in the next few years and had been training for it since he could walk. Both were honorable men and easy to get along with. Alpha Xander, it's a pleasure to hear from you. I'm assuming it's for something important considering the early hour. I let out a sigh. You are correct. I'm calling to warn you that a source of mine has informed me that the group of rogues that attacked the Blue Moon Pack are now stationed a few miles from your southern border. I'm assuming they'll attack tonight and want to offer any help should you need it. I heard Alpha Marcus swear on the other line. I had a feeling they'd come here sooner or later. I'll have my patrols keep an eye out for any strange activity throughout the day and have my warriors be prepared for an attack. We're much larger than the Blue Moon Pack and have more warriors, so I'm sure we can handle them. I have no doubt about that. The Harvest Moon Pack was one of the largest, and their warriors were strong. The rogues definitely had their work cut out for them. Apparently, they're looking for a girl, but I have no other details than that. If you could manage to get more information or even capture one, that would be ideal. I'll inform my men and let you know if we find anything out. There was a slight pause before he continued. Did you happen to tell the king about this? I did not. My informant wishes to remain a secret, and I figured if you wanted him to know about the attack, you'd contact him. A snort came through the other line. I'm not telling that useless sack of shit a goddess-damned thing. He's too busy sitting up in his ivory tower to give a shit about any of us. If it were Alpha King Ryan, on the other hand, it'd be a whole other story. That man actually cared about his people, unlike this Eric. You're more of a king than he is. Alpha Marcus's opinion was similar to the other alphas. No one was fond of King Eric, but since he was the former king's beta, he was next in line. Everyone was heartbroken over the death of King Ryan, Queen Renee, and their daughter no one even knew they had. The whole werewolf world was shocked when the news came out about the princess. Not only was she the only firstborn female in the royal line, but it seemed the king and queen had kept her birth a secret. No one knew her name or age, only that she had died with her parents in the rogue attack. After conversing with Alpha Marcus a bit longer, we hung up so he could prepare his people. Giving him a warning before the attack would hopefully save countless lives. I sent a prayer to the moon goddess to keep the people safe. I decided to get a head start on the day and check on patrols. Storm was antsy in my head, knowing an attack that big could arrive at our pack any day. I locked my office and made my way outside into the surrounding forest. After stripping my clothes off, Storm came forward, and I was finally on all four paws. He stretched his limbs before taking off towards the nearest border. I loved the feeling of being in wolf form. The wind blowing through our charcoal hair and the smell of the trees around us filled me with a sense of peace. Being able to take a step back and let Storm take over released some of the everyday stress of being an alpha. I was responsible for so many lives, and the weight of that on my shoulders could become unbearable at times. It's why I appreciated the dynamic between Raina and me so much. She helped remind me that I was still a person and not just a leader. Thousands of people depended on. Storm was becoming more attached every day we spent around her. It was hard not to be completely taken with her. She was stunning, but also strong and caring. She was everything we'd ever hoped for in our mate. There was still so much we didn't know about her, but I was determined to learn it all. Over the next few hours, we ran around to each patrol station, checking in with our warriors on duty. I tried to do a full run around the borders at least once a week, but would check in through MindLink every day. Each warrior reported nothing out of the ordinary, so I decided to head back to the pack house and see how everyone was doing. On the way back, Storm caught the scent of a stag. He stopped in his tracks and lowered his body to the ground, staying as quiet as possible. He sniffed the air until determining which direction the stag was hiding, staying low to the ground while stalking closer to the unsuspecting animal. I will catch Raina this hunt, and give it to her as a gift. Giving someone the gift of your hunt was an old-school way of courting the person you were interested in. Awarding Raina his kill was Storm's way of telling her he held affection and cared about her. Behind a tree was a stag with a large rack on his head. It was an impressive animal, and I could feel Storm's approval through our bond. "The perfect gift," he said, before leaping onto the animal and sinking his teeth into its neck. The stag stood no chance against Storm, and soon he was carrying it in his mouth while trotting happily back to the pack house. I mind-linked Micah on our way back to see if Raina was awake. After confirming she was, I asked him to have her come outside. Storm wanted to be the one to show Raina what he got her, and after feeling how proud he was, I couldn't deny him. We broke through the forest, and there she stood, long black hair down around her shoulders, still wearing her pajamas from bed. She turned towards us, and I watched as her eyes went wide after seeing what Storm was carrying in his mouth. He walked up to her and slowly lowered his kill down right in front of her, before taking a step back. I could feel his nervousness, but also his hope that she would like it. I didn't have it in me to tell him that Raina might not understand what he was doing. It was our wolf counterparts that would appreciate a token of our hunt, but without her having one, she might end up freaked out about him giving her a random dead animal. She looked down at the stag before her blue eyes trained on Storm's silver ones. Just when Storm was worried she wouldn't like his gift, Raina's face broke out into a smile that stole both our breaths away. "Is this a gift for me?" she asked, her hands held together in front of her chest. Storm nodded his wolf head and started wagging his tail back and forth, acting like a lovesick puppy. Raina's icy eyes welled up with tears as she stared down at the dead stag at her feet. For a while, she didn't take her eyes off it until she looked back at Storm and gave a soft smile just for him. Her tear-filled eyes held endless affection for my wolf. She stepped over Storm's gift to stand right in front of us before lowering to her knees. She held out her hand, running it over his head and behind his ears. A low purr sounded from his chest while he basked in her attention. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice lightly cracking at the end. "My father used to bring my mother a trophy from his hunt every week. She used to say it was the highlight of her day, no matter the size of the animal. Sometimes he would only be able to bring her back a small squirrel, but it didn't make her any less happy." My heart squeezed in my chest. Raina didn't talk about her family often, but even a blind person could tell how much she missed them. I wanted her to open up to us more, but I'm sure it wasn't easy. I was the same way. I rarely spoke of my family, for it was too painful at times. Storm was over the moon happy with the affection he was receiving from Raina. This was the first time they've gotten to meet face to face, and he was loving every second of it. He flopped down and rolled on his back, letting her run her small hands over his furry belly. She giggled as his tongue hung out the side of his mouth. He was acting like an overgrown puppy, but she seemed to enjoy it. Storm was all alpha wolf. He didn't think twice about eviscerating his enemies and putting lesser wolves in their place, but was all wagging tails and purrs for Raina. I took a good look at her through Storm's eyes, pleased when I noticed the dark circles under her eyes had faded. She looked as beautiful as ever, refreshed from her nap. You wouldn't even be able to tell she got drunk for the first time last night. All morning, my thoughts kept going back to our kiss. It was easily the best one I'd ever had. Her lips were soft and she tasted so sweet. For it being her first kiss, I'd never have been able to tell if she hadn't told me. Raina was so confident, nothing like the meek Omega I first met, and I'm sure last night's alcohol helped. Since she was so inexperienced, I knew I had to take things slow with her, which I was okay with. Nothing worth having ever comes easy, and Raina was worth everything. Raina's soft voice broke me from my thoughts. "So, Storm, what shall we do with this stag? His rack is impressive." He looked up into her blue eyes, hanging on every word that fell from her lips. "I'm thinking the cooking staff can prepare a delicious venison dish for dinner." He licked her face, agreeing to her decision and making her giggle. Her laugh was light and airy, reminding me of twinkling bells. I could listen to it all day. "I'll make sure they save a nice raw piece just for you," she said, rubbing behind his ears again. It didn't take her long to learn his secret spot. Now for the antlers. I'd really like to have the head mounted. That way he can go on my bedroom wall and I can look at your beautiful gift every day. If wolves could melt, Storm would be a puddle on the ground. Her reaction was everything he'd hoped for and more. He purred away, burying his face in her neck, and inhaled her scent. This was the most content he's been in years. If Raina didn't end up being our mate, I'd be shocked and more than a little heartbroken. I could feel Storm and myself falling hard and fast for her. As much as I wanted to let Storm have more time with Raina, I needed to get the dead stag to the kitchen staff to prepare the meat for dinner. I planned on having them save the head so I could take it to the local taxidermist to mount it for her. The thought of our hunt on the walls of her bedroom filled us with pride. Storm was whining in my head, sad over having to leave her, but I assured him I'd let them spend more time together soon. He gave her one last lick to her face before strutting back into the forest to change back. I'd normally just shift out in the open, but I didn't think Raina was ready to see me in my birthday suit. Like I said, I want to take things slow. After getting changed in my clothes and leaving the forest, I walked back to Raina, who was still just staring at the stag. I couldn't begin to wonder what was running through that pretty head of hers, but I hoped it was only good things. I know we need to get him to the kitchens, but I just can't stop staring at it, she said before looking up at me with her big blue eyes. Thank you both so much. She stepped into my arms and I enveloped her into my embrace, nuzzling my nose into her hair and inhaling her sweet and floral scent. Too soon, she stepped back and turned to head back into the pack house, but not before I saw the tear trailing down her cheek. I hated to leave Xander, but I needed to get back to my room before the tears started falling freely. One had already slipped out before I could stop it, but I didn't want anyone to see the mess I was about to become. After locking myself in the safety of my bedroom, I fell against the door and dropped to my knees. The tears were coming fast, falling down my cheeks in thick rivulets before splashing on my bare legs. I hadn't cried this much in a long time, but seeing Storm carry that stag to me opened a floodgate that didn't want to close. The familiar sound of thunder outside matched the storm in my heart. Weather had been preening in my head, elated over Storm's gift. She longed to come out and be with him. I tried to pacify her with promises of that soon happening, but the future was still unknown. I didn't know how far I could trust Xander yet. Every week, my father would bring my mother a trophy from his hunt to show her how much he loved and appreciated her. I remember being a young girl, asking why my father never brought me anything. If your future mate brings his hunt, then you will know he's worthy of you, he'd say. I dreamt of all the different animals I might receive from my mate one day, but having it actually happen was better than anything my young mind could have imagined. Guess he's worthy, Father. I whispered to the sky, but the real question in my head was, am I worthy of him? I knew I'd never receive an answer back, but that never stopped me from talking to my parents. I like to believe they were looking down on me from the moon, watching my every move, and being proud of the woman I was becoming without their guidance. After the tears stopped flowing, I picked myself up to get a bath. Since coming here, I rarely use the shower unless I needed to clean up quickly. The swimming pool-sized tub constantly called my name, and I didn't have the strength to ignore it. I relaxed into the steaming water, feeling muscles and joints unwind. My subconscious was still a storm, but the lavender-smelling water helped. I picked up a handful of bubbles, appreciating their iridescence and watching as each one popped. Wanting to go down and help the kitchen staff, I didn't stay in my bath for too long. After washing my hair and body, I dried off and put on a simple outfit of denim shorts and a white tank top. While I once had closets overflowing with clothes and gowns, I still couldn't get over the fact I had so much to wear after only having a handful of outfits for so many years. My former Alpha and Luna were well off, but never liked to spend too much on us Omegas. Their money usually went to spoiling their daughters. My parents left an abundance of money to me, but I could never touch it. I've had to live off my small salary for working in the pack house since they died. I've grown accustomed to having little and saving every penny I earned, that I wasn't used to having all these clothes, shoes, and accessories. I already had to decline Xander's offer to buy me a cell phone. I'd never had one before, and doubted I'd remember to carry it with me. I know being unable to mind link with me bothered him, but I refused for him to spend any more money on me, especially on something as useless as a phone. I could see myself losing it within a day. As I made my way downstairs, I ran into Victoria. She was all smiles and wild red hair. "Hi! I hear you had quite a morning," she said with a cheeky smile. I felt myself blushing, my heart beating rapidly at the thought of Storm and Xander. "I did," I said, trying not to let the smile I was holding back take over my whole face. "I was just going to the kitchen to see if they needed any help. That's actually where I just came from. Xander helped the ladies with the meat, then took the head somewhere. He said something about getting it mounted." The smile broke free, unable to hold it back any longer. Victoria then grabbed my arm and started dragging me towards the living room, her grip strong for her petite size. After practically pushing me to sit on the sectional couch, she walked over to the makeshift bar and poured 2 glasses of white wine. The leather was soft against my skin, and so comfortable it felt like sitting on a cloud. She handed me one of the glasses and sat next to me, taking a sip of her wine. I did the same, knowing I'd need some liquid courage for this conversation. The wine was sweet and crisp, even better than the champagne I indulged in last night. Thankfully, weather healed me while I took a nap, so I felt better than ever after. The headache I was sporting when I woke up from the vision was long gone. "Okay, bestie, I need all the details." Victoria did not mess around, which made me love her even more. During my short time here, she has been such a good friend and has made me feel so comfortable. Having a friend to confide in and do girl things with was one of the best feelings. "Start with last night. What happened after we all went inside?" I felt my face start to heat up again. While I wasn't a shy person, I'd never talked about boys or intimacy with anyone. I was too young to get the talk from my mother, so everything I knew was just from hearing others talk. Considering I had my first kiss last night, I'm dreadfully inexperienced. I brought my glass to my face and whispered he kissed me before taking a big gulp of wine. The squeal of delight that came from Victoria's mouth could make even a human go deaf, and they didn't have the enhanced hearing us werewolves have. If I thought my former Alpha and Luna's daughters were loud, they had nothing on my red-headed friend. "Oh, my goddess," she exclaimed, throwing her arms around me and almost spilling both our drinks. "Finally. See, I told you he was into you." Having Victoria be so excited for me made a warmth fill my chest. No one has cared for me in a long time, and now I had a house full of people in my corner. While I wasn't ready to spill all my secrets, this group of ranked wolves were slowly finding a place in my heart. Victoria let go of me and leaned back against the couch, the biggest smile on her face. She was genuinely happy for me. "If I tell you something, you promise not to tell anyone? Even Liam?" I asked. "I promise. You can trust me," she said earnestly. When it came to this, I believed her. My face was flaming, embarrassment flowing through my body at what I was about to admit. My palms were clammy as I wrung them on my lap. It was my first kiss. First kiss with Xander or first kiss in general? In general, I admitted. It's not like other men haven't tried. There were some warriors in my old pack that would try and flirt with me, but I've never been attracted to anyone until I met Xander. All of that was true. I never found any of the warriors attractive enough to give that part of myself up. I think subconsciously I was always waiting for my mate. I only wanted my first to be with the person the goddess blessed me with. Even if I hadn't met Xander until I was 50 years old, I would have waited for him. As a royal, I was guaranteed to meet my mate. I just wasn't expecting it so soon. I felt myself tense up as she asked, "Do you think Xander might be your mate?" I raised my brows at her, but she just waved me off. "I know you don't have a wolf, but what if she came? Maybe Xander and Storm can coax her out of wherever she is." This is what made my heart so heavy, unable to tell Victoria the truth. It tore me up inside. "It's not time yet, Raina. Hopefully soon we can tell everyone our truth, whispered Weather in my head, doing her best to comfort me. She didn't like lying to everyone either, but she also knew the stakes were too high for us to make hasty decisions. Xander is head alpha. He's meant to be with a strong she-wolf. Raina, you are a strong she-wolf. Even without the wolf part, you kick ass. Anyone would be proud to call you their Luna. Even Storm likes you, or else he wouldn't have hunted for you this morning. Just thinking of this morning made my eyes fill with tears. Xander and Storm had no idea how much that meant to me. It's such a small gesture, but the meaning behind it was so special, especially for me. I always wanted a love as strong as my parents had, and I hoped that after everything, I could still have it. I'd take on Eric and every single rogue by myself if it meant I could have Xander and Storm in the end. Thank you, Victoria, I whispered, emotion thick in my throat. That means a lot to me. We continued to sit and talk while we sipped on our wine. She told me how she'd always been in love with Liam, and even if they hadn't ended up as mates, she would have chosen him anyway. Their childhood love transformed into an endless adoration and devotion for each other. It was beautiful to hear about. After 2 glasses of wine, we were called to dinner. I couldn't wait to eat the venison Storm killed for me earlier. I was feeling all warm and bubbly inside from the wine, still not used to drinking alcohol. Victoria and I walked to the dining room arm in arm, giggling about the smallest of things. I see you girls had a fun afternoon, came a deep voice from behind us, causing a shiver to run up my spine. I turned around to face Xander, an amused smile on his face. Well, hello, handsome, purred Weather in my head. My panties grew wet just from looking at him. Goddess, he was stunning. I wasn't sure how long I could hold on to my virginity when my mate looked like a god. He was dressed casually in a pair of jeans that fit his muscular thighs and ass perfectly, with a simple black t-shirt. On his feet were a pair of boots. He looked like a bad boy right out of an action movie, ready to take on his enemies. Victoria was giggling next to me when Liam walked through the door. After almost tripping over her own feet, she flung herself into his arms. I can smell the wine coming off you, babe, he said, giving her a smile before planting a kiss on the top of her head. He escorted her over to the table and helped her into her seat. She may have had a couple more glasses than I did. Xander put his hand on the small of my back and led me to the table. After pulling out my seat for me, he took his own. Shortly after, the staff started bringing out our plates. They prepared us each a venison steak with fingerling potatoes and a lemon vinaigrette salad. The food smelled amazing, and I couldn't wait to dig in. The stag was huge, so I was sure we'd be eating it for the next few days. Xander cut into his food, and small talk started around the table. Everyone was in high spirits until the topic of conversation switched to the upcoming attack on the Harvest Moon Pack. The food turned to ash in my mouth. Alpha Marcus called right before dinner and let me know they had everything in place. All the elderly, women, and children are heading to the bunkers to wait out the attack. He's got warriors stationed all along his border to alert everyone when the rogues arrive, said Xander. He promised to call once everything is finished. My buzz from earlier quickly disappeared, leaving me stone-cold sober and worried. My anxiety was growing with each second, desperate to come out in the one way it knew how: storms. The flash of lightning outside the dining room window was my first indicator that I needed to get a handle on my emotions. I hadn't been this out of control of them in a very long time. Ever since coming here and meeting my mate, I've been all over the place. We're unsure what time the rogues plan on making their move, so I'm going to stay up and wait for his call, Xander continued. I'd like a group of warriors on standby in case they need any assistance after the fact. I can get the group ready, offered Micah, a grim expression on his face. Looking around the table, everyone was dreading tonight. We'll also stay up with you, Alpha, said Liam, all of us nodding our heads to agree. You and Micah can stay up, but I'd like for Raina to try and get some sleep, he said before turning to me. Maybe you'll get another vision of the attack. If you're okay with that, of course. I took a deep breath, trying to loosen the knot in my chest, and gave him a nod. I could do this. It was my duty as future queen. Xander put his hand on my thigh under the table and gave it a light squeeze, calming my anxiety enough to where I could breathe properly. He gave me a small smile, but continued to leave his hand on my leg. The faint sparks emitting from him eased the weight from my chest bit by bit. I placed my hand over his, letting him know how much I appreciated his support. The gesture was small, but spoke volumes. He believed in me, which hardened my resolve and boosted my confidence. If the goddess blessed me with a vision tonight, then I would welcome it with open arms. Raina decided to head up to bed early, stating it might take her a while to fall asleep, and she didn't want to miss anything if she did get a vision tonight. I gave her a lingering kiss on the forehead before she gave me a sad smile and walked up the stairs. I wanted to give her a real kiss so badly. My body and soul were pulling me towards her, wanting my lips to slam onto hers and kiss her until we both ran out of air. But unfortunately, I couldn't. Not until she and I talked about what was going on between us. I needed clarity before I just started grabbing her and having my way with her. No matter how much I desired her, I'd keep myself in check until I knew for sure. Goddess, I had never wanted anything more. Her strength was admirable and resilience awe-inspiring. I would be the luckiest man on earth to call her mine. Micah followed me to my office, where we would wait for Liam to help put Victoria to bed before joining us. She and Raina had a fun-filled afternoon, but I think Victoria indulged more than Raina did. The girls were all smiles and giggles before the topic of the Harvest Moon pack came up. I went over to the bar in my office and poured 3 glasses of bourbon. I knew we'd all need it while waiting for Alpha Marcus's call. I could feel the tension in the air. Every one of us was nervous about what could happen tonight. I was mostly worried about Raina. After her last vision, the haunted look in her eyes would forever be burned into my memory. I hated the fact she had to bear witness to the rogue's destruction. I had to keep reminding myself that she was chosen for a reason, and the goddess wouldn't give her these visions if she didn't think Raina could handle it. Just thinking about her made me miss her. I inhaled her sweet scent before she went up to bed, but it wasn't enough. I wanted her here with me, in my arms where I knew she was safe. My obsession and need for her was becoming unbearable to deny. Liam shortly joined us, flopping on a chair before taking a long swig of bourbon. We all sat in silence before he spoke. Victoria is worried about Raina. She cried herself to sleep. We're all worried about her, said Micah, his lips in a straight line and eyes filled with concern. If her vision does come true and the rogues attack the Harvest Moon pack, what will that mean for her? I stared down at the amber liquid in my glass, contemplating. I don't know, I admitted. She's strong, though, and I have faith in her. It doesn't make sense to me that the goddess wouldn't give her a wolf yet sends her these crucial visions, said Micah as he ran a hand through his long blonde hair. I don't get it. If anyone deserves a wolf, it's Raina. I didn't understand it myself, but I tried not to question our goddess. I believed everything happened for a reason, even if we didn't know why. I don't get it either, but I'm just trying to be thankful that even though these visions are gruesome, at least they give us an edge over the rogues. They're keeping us one step ahead of them and could end up saving countless lives. That has to count for something. Both Micah and Liam nodded their heads, taking sips of their liquor. It was going on 9 o'clock, and the anticipation to hear what was happening was killing me. Storm was antsy in my head, pacing back and forth. He wanted to rip each and every rogue to pieces. We sat in silence for a while, occasionally making small talk when the quiet became too much. We'd each had a few more glasses of bourbon, the liquor helping take the edge off. It was around midnight that Raina stormed into my office, eyes wide with terror and hair a mess. I could see the sweat on her temple, and her chest was heaving up and down rapidly. Her already pale skin was white as a ghost. I felt my heart drop to my stomach, knowing whatever she'd seen had been awful. The Alpha is dead. They killed him, Xander. They killed Alpha Marcus. Tears were slowly falling out of her bloodshot blue eyes. Seeing the devastated look on her face, I stood from my chair and gathered her into my arms. The sobs coming from her were heartbreaking, and I held her tighter. Storm was howling in my head, upset over the death of a great alpha and over how distraught Raina was. It's okay, love. I'm right here, I murmured in her ear, caressing her hair while she cried into my chest. I could feel her tears soaking my shirt, but none of that mattered. The woman in my arms was my main priority. I saw it all, Xander. He died protecting his son, she cried, shaking uncontrollably. The thunder outside shook the house, roaring in time to Raina's sobs. The downpour of rain started shortly after, matching the somber moods of everyone in the room. I held her until her cries quieted and she stopped shaking. I gave her one last squeeze before pulling away to look in her tear-streaked, beautiful face. Even with bloodshot eyes and sweat-soaked skin, she was stunning. I took her hand and led her over to the couch. She sat down and put her head in her hands, making my chest tight. I hated seeing her like this. I took the seat next to her and let her gather her thoughts. It was silent for a few minutes before she spoke, her voice coming out no louder than a whisper. I saw it all. The warriors were prepared, but it just wasn't enough. There was so much death. I rubbed my hand up and down her back to offer some comfort. I refused to rush her. She could tell us what she saw on her own time. Storm was watching her through my eyes, wanting nothing more than to make sure the female we cared about was okay. The rogues came full force, tearing anyone in their path apart. The women and children were all safe, but the warriors were overwhelmed. They came in one rush, barreling through their lines without a shred of mercy. I'd never seen anything like it. I could see the bloodlust in their eyes. It was horrible. Her voice broke at the end, and the tears refilled her eyes. I could tell it was taking everything in her to not let them fall. Did the warriors win? I asked softly. She looked up at me with her sparkling blue eyes, devastation written all over. There was no winning this, Xander. They only left because they didn't find what they were looking for. The girl. The rogues were looking for a girl, but who was she? And why was she so important to them? Can you tell me about Alpha Marcus? She nodded her head and took a deep breath. His son was being attacked by multiple rogues, and I could see how injured he already was. One was sneaking up behind and lunged for his throat when I saw the Alpha jump in front of his son. He was beheaded in seconds. The cry that came from his Luna was harrowing. I'd never heard anything like it. The fight ended shortly after. The rogues must have realized the girl they're looking for wasn't there, so they just turned around and left, but the damage was already done. The pain in her voice made me want to set the world on fire. Raina had seen it all. Witnessing that much death and not being able to do anything was taking its toll on her. I could tell from the defeated look on her face and the slump in her shoulders. It had mentally drained her. I wish I could take it away and ask the goddess to send me the visions instead, but for some reason, Celine had selected Raina for this. I hoped in time we'd find out why. Did you hear what girl they were looking for? Did they give any description? No, she said. They didn't give any information. Liam and Micah were both staring at her with pitying looks. They could see how much this was affecting her. Why don't you try and go to bed? You have to be exhausted, I said gently. She shook her head repeatedly and stood up. No, I can't sleep after what I just saw. She walked towards the door of my office before looking back at me. I'm going for a run. I stood up. I'll go with you. No, she said. You need to stay here and wait for Alpha Marcus's son or mate to call. Liam or Micah can take it. She slowly shook her head. I need to be alone right now. I hated how small her voice sounded, filled with nothing but pure defeat. All I wanted was to be there for her right now. Raina, it's not safe for you to be out there by yourself. I tried to reason with her, but I could tell from the look on her face that my pleas were falling on deaf ears. I'll be fine. Trust me, she said before turning and walking out the door. I slumped onto the couch, running a hand through my hair. I knew she needed time to process everything, but her safety was the most important thing to me. She was strong, but without a wolf and unable to mind link. I was terrified something was going to happen to her. Do you want me to send someone on patrol to watch out for her? Asked Liam. I can tell him to stay far enough away that she doesn't realize she's being followed, just for her safety. Please, I don't know what I'll do if something happens to her. I was shaking uncontrollably as I left the pack house. The storm raging outside had nothing on the one inside my head. I could feel myself slipping into a dark place, but I couldn't let myself go there. I needed to stay strong and sane. Weather was keeping me from succumbing to the darkness. The falling rain was stinging my skin, helping keep me in reality. I welcomed the pain. The thunder crashed loudly as lightning struck across the sky. It really was a beautiful sight to see. I ran into the forest behind the house, not stopping until I came to a small clearing in the trees. The forest was silent except for the thunder, all the animals tucked in to hide from the storm. I stood in the clearing with my head to the sky. I didn't stop the tears from falling this time, letting them mix with the rain. I was so angry. Angry at the rogues, angry at Eric, angry at the goddess. But most importantly, I was the most angry with myself. Why did this have to keep happening? I could only take so much. Having to watch my people get slaughtered while I could do nothing but stand there and witness, it was driving me closer to madness. All because of me. All because some tyrant wanted what was never meant to be his. My father placed his utmost trust in Eric, and all he did was stab him in the back the moment he learned of me. Everything that has happened is all my fault. I was to blame for my parents' demise, and now the destruction of all the packs I meant to protect. The weight on my chest was so heavy I couldn't breathe. My pants were coming faster and faster, an electric surge running through each of my veins. My pulse was skyrocketing, and the pressure was becoming too much. I was a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. I exploded. I couldn't hold it in any longer. With an earth-shattering scream, I threw out my hands and unleashed all that pressure in my body. A gust of wind escaped from my hands, blowing down all the trees in my vicinity. Animals flew from their homes to rush to safety. I fell to my knees in the mud, trying to catch my breath. The forest was unnaturally still, and I lifted my head to look at my surroundings. All the trees around me were lifted at the roots, falling upon each other. It looked like a bomb went off. In a way, it did. This is what happens when my emotions get too out of control and I'm unable to hold them in anymore. This is what happens when I let them run free. Destruction. This was my life. All I wreaked was havoc. I was so tired. Tired of lying, tired of hiding, tired of all this death. Just tired. My body was drained. I had zero energy left in me, just a hollow feeling in my chest promising numbness. Weather was silent in my head, feeling just as horribly as I did. What could she possibly say anyway? Nothing could make this better. I was just sitting in the mud when I heard a gasp from behind me. I whipped my head around and locked eyes with a warrior, his mouth open and eyes wide. He continued to stare at me, his lips open and closing repeatedly. With the sound of thunder and my head all over the place, I forgot to keep my eyes and ears open to any intruders. He turned around to run and I yelled, "Stop!" My aura came out and he stopped where he was. There was no fighting my command, the Queen's command. I stood up and walked until I was right in front of him. I could smell the distress coming from his pores, and his brown eyes were filled with terror. I'd never met this warrior before, and after I was done with him, he'd forget all he saw tonight. "Did you mind link anyone?" I asked, pushing my aura into my question. "No," he squeaked out, visibly shaking, not from fighting my command, but from his fear. "You will forget all you saw here tonight," I demanded, my eyes flashing ice blue, sharing control with weather. "If anyone asks, I went into the forest to cry alone, and the storm caused a gust of wind to tear those trees down." His eyes glazed over, my command in full effect. "Now you will follow me back to the pack house at a distance." He nodded his head and followed me out of the forest, doing exactly as I said. I needed to be more careful. Tonight was a close call, and if I didn't have the powers I possessed, I'd be in big trouble and have a lot of explaining to do. He stayed at the edge of the forest as I walked inside. The warmth that enveloped me in the house chased the cold of the outdoors away. I was still a mess inside, but letting go of all that power and pressure helped ease the weight on my chest. I still wasn't sure if I could get any more sleep tonight, but at least I didn't feel like I was going to explode anymore. I noticed a figure sitting on one of the chairs in the living room, his silhouette illuminated by the lighting still striking outside. The wind was still blowing profusely, rattling the windows. I knew who it was immediately. You didn't have to stay up, I said. Your warrior made sure I was perfectly safe. He stood up and walked up to me. I looked up into his silver eyes, eyes that were creased with worry. His brow was furrowed, and I could see stress painted along every inch of his beautiful face. His scent hit me full force, calming that last bit of me that refused to let go of its anxiety. I wanted to. I was worried about you. His voice came out so soft and sincere that I wanted nothing more than to run into his arms and let him take every ounce of my pain away. It would be so easy to fully give in to this bond between us. But I couldn't. These were my responsibilities to shoulder, and I wouldn't take him down with me. I'm better now, I promised. It wasn't a lie either. I just needed some time to come to terms with what I saw. He reached up and ran his thumb along my cheek, sending those tantalizing sparks throughout my body. I know love. I just wanted to be there for you. The ache in my chest was back. He had no idea how much I was truly hurting him. I hated myself. Xander should hate me too. You've done more than I could ask for, I whispered, my voice breaking at the end. My eyes welled with tears, but I fought them back. I've been vulnerable enough. It's time for strength. His hand left my face and grasped my hand, tugging me toward the stairs. Let's get you to bed. I didn't have it in me to fight him. I was truly and utterly exhausted. Physically and, most importantly, mentally. The next morning, I woke up early. Despite the lack of sleep, I wanted to be up and ready to go to training and watch Raina's first day helping out. My body was begging me for more rest, but my mind was wide awake. I got dressed in a pair of shorts and a simple white t-shirt. After putting on a pair of tennis shoes, I made my way to the kitchen for coffee. I was surprised to find Raina already awake, sipping on her own cup and fully dressed. Good morning, she said, giving me a small smile. I felt her eyes rake up and down my body, darkening when she noticed my muscles straining against my t-shirt. I ran my own along her from head to toe, appreciating her figure in those tight red leggings and matching sports bra. I felt my blood rush south and a twitch in my pants. I had to look away before I started sporting a hard-on. While the circles under her eyes were still dark, her blue orbs were no longer bloodshot and her skin not as pale. I knew she hadn't slept well last night, but even lack of sleep wouldn't keep Raina from training, especially after having to miss a few days last week due to her injury. Her skin was fully healed now, no trace of what Kimberly's wolf had done to her. She healed fairly well for not having a wolf. A normal human would have been sporting those injuries for weeks and most likely end up with nasty scars. Good morning, love, I said to her, my voice coming out deep and gravelly, still laced with the remnants of sleep. How are you feeling today? I went and poured myself a cup of coffee before turning around to lean against the countertop. I watched her over the rim as I took a sip, desperate for the caffeine to help get me through this day. I'm okay, she insisted, but she couldn't hide the haunted look in her eyes. I had a feeling she would be feeling the effects of last night for a while. I forgot to ask last night, but did you get a call from the Harvest Moon Pack? I nodded. Alpha Marcus's son called shortly after you left. They're having a celebration of life in a few days for him before they have the Alpha ceremony for his son Merrick. And the Luna? She's taking it really hard, I said. But she'll be okay. Their son's mate is pregnant and due to give birth soon, so she'll have that to keep her busy. That baby will never get to meet its grandfather, she whispered. Her face crumbled, but she quickly schooled her features back. Will you be going to the celebration? Yes. Not only is it my duty as head alpha, but Marcus was a good man. I want to lend my support. And the king? I doubt it, I said, draining my cup. She nodded before finishing her own. I took her empty mug and put them both in the dishwasher. When I turned around, she was standing in front of me. She wrapped her arms around my torso and rested her head against my chest. I enveloped her into my embrace, burying my nose in her hair and taking a deep inhale. Her sweet scent was calming, and the weight in my chest disappeared. You're a good man, Xander, she murmured. I opened my mouth to respond when Victoria and Liam came barreling into the kitchen. Raina stepped away from me, but not before they saw us hugging. Victoria gave her a mischievous smile, making Raina's cheeks turn pink. Looking cozy there this morning, Victoria said. I shot her a glare, but she just tossed me a wink, huge-ass grin on her face. She turned to Raina and continued, "Are you excited for today? I know I am. I can't wait to flip around and decimate our enemies. The rogues won't even know what hit them." How Victoria could be so cheerful in the morning was beyond me, but I appreciated it. Especially today. We could always count on her to lift everyone's mood. "Very excited," Raina replied, beaming at her friend. "I've been coming up with a plan over the past few days and can't wait to see how everyone does." We packed water and set off for the training field. The air was warm, but the storm last night really did some damage. There was debris flung around the ground that pack members were helping clean up. I nodded and smiled at everyone we passed, thanking them for their generosity. My pack was truly like a family and always helped one another out. When we got to the training field, everyone was already gathered. I noticed a few new faces and wondered if Raina's helping out had circulated around the pack. I knew everyone heard about the fight between her and Kimberly, so I wouldn't be surprised if everyone wanted to learn what made Raina able to defeat a fully grown wolf in human form. I felt immense pride for her. She may not have a wolf, but Raina was a force to be reckoned with. Raina walked to the front with Liam, but I stayed back with Victoria, planning on taking part of the training with everyone else. Micah soon joined Victoria and me wearing a t-shirt and shorts, also wanting to learn what Raina was going to teach us today. When Raina realized I was no longer walking with her and Liam, she looked back and gave me a confused look. I flashed her a grin, making her roll her eyes before talking with my gamma. Liam would stay up front with her in case she needed someone to help demonstrate something. Everyone was standing around in groups, talking or stretching. I could hear the whispers about either me joining training or them speculating about something going on between Raina and me. I tuned them all out, my eyes and focus solely on Raina. It wasn't long before Liam clapped his hands and ordered everyone to do laps around the field. I took the lead with Micah beside me and Victoria behind, feeling the warm air rush against my skin as I ran. We always had our pack members run first thing to get their blood pumping. After finishing our laps, Raina took over. She had us all get in straight lines, stating we were going to do some stretches. She modified some for us men who weren't as flexible as the women. I could feel my muscles straining, some burning when I pushed too hard. Raina would go around and correct anyone and help them into the right position. "Looking good, Alpha," she said as she passed by me, tossing a wink in my direction. The summer sun was hot, and I was already lightly sweating. When she had us stand to change positions, I took off my shirt and ran it down my face. I threw it on the ground before looking back at Raina, her eyes already running up and down my chest and stomach. Her icy eyes darkened, and she subconsciously licked her lips. "She definitely looks like she likes what she sees," purred Storm in my head, salivating over Raina in her tight red workout gear. We both agreed red was her color, or light blue to match her eyes. Honestly, she'd look good in any color or style of clothing. She could be wrapped in a garbage bag, and I'd still want to tear it off her.